Hello, hello. How's everybody going tonight? Sorry for being a little bit late and gay.
Welcome,
Usual.
everyone. Yes, we are a little late and gay. Apologies for that.
No, we had to talk for a minute beforehand. Oh, I also don't have your screen stuff set up, but I do have
Yeah,
mine. So we'll start with my sort of stuff, which is also the main topic, which I mean just landed on my lap and everybody's yesterday was this absolutely hilarious scientific paper. Science used very
quote
very loosely.
unquote.
Yes, very very loosely, quote unquote,
Mm,
because the memes from it, uh, quite funnily enough, the which I accidentally wrote down as ethnically modified memes, although that works as well, by the way, it's also appropriate, uh, are like stripped down to their most bare essential elements, including text redacted for sensitivity. And in a
yeah,
way, they're still funny, which indicates the inherent humor of the meme itself, that even if you
yeah,
rip it down to its most basic components, which is what makes a good meme, that it should be like the simplest node of communication,
yeah.
uh, is quite interesting. Now, of course, the study itself, again in a bunch of quotations, uh, is not really a study. It's critical cultural work, which is navel gazing, right? There's nothing like it's being quantified here. There's a couple of surveys that they did that essentially assessed how common these memes were. So, like, for example, here's the frequency, the average likes, then the configurations of the memes uh, that describe.
Nothing being quantified, eh? Yep, sounds like social science to me.
Oh, not my field. Also, I don't even have your
I know.
camera up or anything. So, are you?
I'm
Okay,
sharing it to you, so take your
okay.
time. How about if I answer a couple of questions from chat while you set that up?
Yeah,
Because there were a couple
sure.
of things I think worth asking. Rambam says, wow, loving Oozloo's new very swish icon. Thank you. I, quote unquote, made this probably about a year
Whoops,
ago, and it's the placeholder that Aiden's been using
that shouldn't be
on the
there.
stream, which is a fine placeholder. I think I sent it to her to use for this. But my actual camera should be up in a sec.
Yeah,
Um,
well, right now it's a
and
big mess, but I'll deal with it.
sorry. The other thing that was said in chat was AI intro question mark. No, actually, that intro, I think Aiden, you said so, was made by a person.
The
Or am I mistaken?
uh the well the
I think you composited it, didn't you?
yes. Well, I
Yeah,
composited the countdown. The music is AI, but
yeah.
that's the only thing that's AI. But and then so the like countdown I composited. I made all of that. Then that little like opening thing, that's a template. That's a Adobe Premiere template. So
Yeah.
everything is.
So just after the countdown, there's the little opening.
Yep.
That's the template she means. But the countdown itself was all composited with pieces from that Aiden's used online. I've made stuff like that before. It's good. What you've done. You're good at that.
Oh, thank
And
you.
I guess we can't. You know you are. I guess we can't guarantee that no part of that was AI, but Aiden didn't use AI to make it.
The like the general background is AI, yeah, but then I went
Okay.
in and did a bunch of editing to it. So it was like AI assisted, I guess you could say it was, right?
Yeah.
But not it's just the background picture in that's AI. That's the only part that is.
Yeah.
And
All
the
the moving
music.
elements were Aiden's work.
Yes, all the parts that move in it and all that stuff. And then the music is
Same
as
thing
well, but
with Aiden's overlay as well. By the way,
well
that you're seeing right now.
the basic overlay is also AI, but then yeah, all the moving parts and stuff I put in.
Yeah.
Just to look, AI makes stuff like this way easier. If I could, you know, having just started the show, like I'd be more than happy if an artist would like to do it, would like to make art and do things like templates or something for the show, but it's just way easier.
Yeah.
Um, and I mean,
Indeed.
Mhm.
AI is the right tool for the job for some purposes. If you don't have the time or the money to pay someone to do a job and you need it quickly, uh, and it doesn't need to be like really precise, then AI is these days just the right tool for the job.
Indeed. I also have my gay costume.
You do.
Well, I couldn't be on camera last week because I was away because I was in a hotel room, so it barely sounded okay. I don't think it sounded great. That hotel room in particular, I think, did I say this? Look, I I call myself a cripple because I'm allowed to say that. So cripple rooms in hotels are enormous. They have to be really, really huge, even though, which is why I always like. Did I say this last week? I always hesitate letting people know this. It's like a secret. And then if they
I think
know,
you to say this.
yeah,
Either you said it last week or you said it in Cabal. Yeah.
if you want to have a really, really big hotel room for the same price, claim to be disabled. However, please don't do that, because then the biggest thing about those rooms is that they have disabled friendly washrooms, right? And that those are really important if you have physical disabilities. But then as a result, also because that you need room for wheelchairs and such, the rooms are just really big. So it makes them also very echoey. I was on my little laptop,
Hmm.
so I didn't have like a proper webcam. Not that this
I
webcam is
think you
great.
sounded fine. I think you sounded fine.
Luckily.
Uh, don't forget that I have a bunch of filters on my audio, which slightly improve the qualities, and it would have been coming through my stream last time. So
Oh
your quality would
yeah,
have been
right,
slightly improved
right,
through those filters.
indeed.
David4739 in chat says, loving what you've done with your hair. It's gorgeous. Aiden's hair looks okay too.
Oh
Thank you,
my.
David.
Yeah, I've got all that my gay Greek aesthetic stuff on. Look, I bought this costume for the channel, and then also I was like, oh, I'll use this for videos. But then the video that I'm finishing up now, I'm actually gonna have to go out in the field and record, literally in a field,
Oh,
for
wow.
it. So I won't
Are
be
you going
wearing
to
this in the
demonstrate
field.
what the field that the ox was lying in looked like?
No, I'm gonna go film in front of a cow, in front of an ox or whatever, you know. So we think that we can find somebody in the local area who will let us do that. No problem. There's plenty of farmers around here and
Okay.
stuff, so it should be easy.
Okay.
Yeah, because the next video is about the Francis Galton's ox-weighing experiment, which led to, in 1906, which led to the entire wisdom of crowds hypothesis movement, whatever you want to call it. That guy was one of the founders of eugenics. So
Well, he got some things right and some things wrong. I mean, the
he got that
eugenics
ox
was
stuff wrong.
clearly not one of his worst ideas.
Yeah,
Um,
he got that ox thing wrong though. Oh my.
no, the proper eugenics is government.
Yeah.
By the way, chat, you can tell here that Aiden is wearing a very nice high effort outfit. I, however, am wearing a black shirt. If you would like our look
Yes.
qualities to match a bit more closely, in a sense, there is an option on the table for you.
To unlock
If
Uzalu's bee costume.
yes, Aiden tries to, and I think you have every stream get a bee story
I don't have
every
one.
stream because Aiden likes bees.
I love bees,
I
and
noticed
everyone
that.
calls me a bird, so I try to get a bird story and a bee story. Not this week.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh
shit out of
no.
luck. Neither a bird. I have something with sharks. That's pretty interesting and
I
weird.
guess I mean a shark is a kind of a bee.
Yeah. What's the difference?
In like no way whatsoever. It's almost the most opposite creatures you can imagine.
What I will try to do every week is find one weird animal story, because it seems that there always is one. There's always at least one weird animal story. So
Yeah,
if I can't
fair
promise
enough.
birds or bees, it just so happened that like for the first month and a half that we did this, there's like a cool bee and or bird story. Oftentimes both every week. But I don't have any birds or bees tonight. I'm sorry.
I have a story about a bunny that's safe for toddlers. But we'll get to that.
Okay.
So yes, if you would like to see me in the bee suit, one of the perks of people being generous is, I think what we said before was, if people get to $50 total contributed, then
And
I'll pop off and put the bee suit on,
he will
and you
yes.
can all be entertained.
He will become the bee. By the way, we're already at
I
2.
will.
From Minnesota Fats, who for 2 said, Happy Father's Day, boss. Here's a cookie. Thank you, and Happy Father's Day, everybody. I've got a little bit of a Father's Day story. So, yeah.
When you're ready, Aiden, can you share your screen?
Yes, sorry. I've got
That's
your
all right.
meme up. So,
Yeah, I just found this before stream. I thought it was good.
so, hang on. Over here. Okay. Here's the study itself. Well, let's just look at the memes. Let's look. There is nothing in here of any kind of scientific interest, curiosity, anything. This is a critical cultural piece where they're analyzing the yes, content, context of memes, of the visual regime of racialist memes on X, Twitter, right? Oh, right. Let me go back to the statistics here so we can see the only hard numbers that are in this paper. So the essentialist imagery, which focuses on facial juxtapositions, you will see what that looks like. Well, they saw that at the highest frequency at 45.5% with an average of 21,000 likes, 1.4 thousand views. Threat imagery is crime and demographic data. That was the least common at 26.5% of frequency, and then elitist imagery, which is civilizational timelines at 28% frequency. Now, what are these three configurations? And you might, if you've seen any of this stuff on Twitter, you might think there's been way more than 3 of these memes. That's because people have now begun doing what they are want to do when it comes to memes, which is make more of them in the same style. And given that, and this is a big problem for the ideological position of the people who wrote this paper. People who make these papers tend to not like their ideological position tends to be very anti-AI. But these people used AI. They talk about the ethical issues in terms of energy and consumption, and then also you're
That's the ethical issue, not the fact that it fucking lies to you.
well, yes, that no, but if when you hear them talk about it, they'll say yes, it's energy issues, and then it's also about replacing artists, right? So this is her little image here that they have at the end of the paper of basically giving you the TLDR of what you're going to read in this paper. But they also do talk about their AI use. So the images are indeed AI generated. They didn't hire an artist to create these, but let's look at the memes. So this is the essentialist argument they were talking, or this is the supremacist one. Which one was it? Sorry, let me look at their themes again so I don't forget. I want to make
You
sure
can
I
usually
keep in
tell
their
it's AI
themes.
generated because the text is not aligned,
Yeah.
but for no reason. Like it easily could have been.
Yeah.
When you go back to that image, you'll see.
This is yes.
That's
This
accurate.
this one's the elitist imagery one. Is the one at the bottom. I'm going bottom to top for whatever reason. It was already down there. So the elitist imagery one is here. Now I also do have the original memes that we can look at to compare because they had to. The whole reason that they've done this, by the way, in their paper, is to ethically modify an ethically modified schematic reconstruction of a meme.
Yeah.
Because they feel it would be unethical to show you the actual meme, right?
Yeah.
Well,
these concepts are unethical.
is it actually? And this is the example of there being other stuff. I'll pull up the main thing. So like this one is not in the paper, for example.
Earthen dwelling. Earthen dwelling. I think they mean like shit hut or something.
Let me see if I could. Oh, where's the originals then? Oh, did I'll find it in a minute because I've got it on Twitter. But yes, I mean you know what the memes are. You can get a pretty basic idea of what these memes are, right?
I saw this. I thought this was like an ironic deconstruction meme, but no, this was a deliberate deconstruction science diagram.
Yeah, here it is. Here's the actual memes. Here we go. That this is based on, for example.
And if you've noticed that I seem to be reacting to things a few seconds after they've been on the screen,
yeah,
it's because you still haven't shared your screen with me.
What? Oh, fuck! Why did you tell me now? You.
I put it in chat. I didn't want to interrupt you. You were starting your science.
Starting my science. I was wondering why it was taking a while.
Simon has started us with first letter. Chat.
Well,
second letter.
Chat. Let's go see if you can build a tower of first letters, second. Wait, how many letters are in it?
6.
Oh, 6. Yes. Okay. Right.
You should know. It's your most commonly typed word.
I mean, obviously.
Mm.
So this is the original meme for this one for the.
Earthen dwelling.
For the
I love how they deliberately picked words that just make it sound posh, like it's how you'd market it to hipsters.
Earthen dwelling. Early flight, yeah. So there's that one. That's the.
But like the point of the meme, the offensive aspect of the meme, is not removed from their diagram.
No. So here's the original one here. What people be like, gotta help the minorities. And then also, they've done an interesting thing that way the AI has done this is that in the original meme, you can see that there's variations of the colors of people on the planet. You've got black, yellow, brown, and then white people as the minority.
Oh, they must love the opportunity to misrepresent the meme by just recreating it.
Yes, right? They've also put, because it's AI.
They put whites in Asia.
It's put whites in Asia. Yes.
Guys, if you were going to use AI, oh no, the environment, it lies to you.
It
lies.
It lies.
And here it is lying.
It sure does lie. Oh, the tower is not going. I mean, there's 2 towers going on simultaneously, I'm seeing, but that are being attempted. Then there's
7th letter, a slime hermit.
So then this is the one that is the most mimetic, right? Because I'm sorry, text removed, but we need him for the football team. First of
if
all,
this is what future archaeologists find, they're going to be confused.
first of
We need
all,
Daniel Jackson on the case.
I don't think this is actually a soy jack. There's a specific term.
No,
There's a specific term for this microtype of meme character, right? Which is
it's not exactly a
this
Sojak.
one.
No, it's
It's
similar
this
though.
one. Which
Yeah.
the text that was redacted or removed, excuse me, is I'm sorry your daughter was raped by a retarded cannibal, but we need him for the football team. So it's a bit of however, again, in the true sense of a meme, even though it's so far removed from it, it's a facsimile of the original meme. It's still funny.
Yeah.
Even though,
The
because I know what text remove could. I mean, actually, now it adds an extra layer of ambiguity where I could add in anything to text removed, and it would probably be correct, and therefore also funny.
though to be fair, I know he's a retarded cannibal who murdered your daughter or whatever is probably the best thing to put in there. But what I find funny about this is that the caption underneath, ethically modified schematic reconstruction of a meme using the quote Soyjack character to ridicule progressive policies. That's right. These scientists, quote
Yeah.
unquote, are telling us that progressive policy is keeping around the retarded cannibals that murder children.
Yes, and that's that they
Which
are saying.
I knew that.
Yes,
I
I
knew
knew
that,
that
but did
too.
they know that?
I mean, what they are saying explicitly, actually, that the progressive position is we need the retarded cannibal for the football team. I mean, they're admitting it.
Like they would
This
say,
is
no, the meme is
so
an exaggeration of the position or
yes that
a caricature of the position,
you would
but
think
it kind of isn't.
you would think that's what they would say, but no, they're like, no, actually, this is our position. We need retarded cannibal for the football team. This is just
I,
so sloppily done. It's
yeah,
honestly
I'm not sure
impressive.
that we can. I'm not sure, being fair, we can say that they're admitting that, but it's certainly like one of
Looks
the
like it.
options. It's implied. I could forgive someone for thinking that's what they mean, but I think if asked, they would say no, it's a caricature, it's not
Yes.
real. But no, it kind of isn't. Like that's pretty accurate.
Here's the last one, which I honestly think is more racist, potentially, arguably, than the original meme. It's also kind of difficult to see just because they've made the white person so, and I like how they've
Mhm.
included digitally altered so that you know it's not real. Um, this is the original of just showing the differences in skull structure between people of
Bruh,
different racial backgrounds.
top right looks like an Asari. It looks like a
Yes,
fucking alien.
she does well with that hairpiece or with her hair like that. Yeah, it does make it look like an Asari.
I guess that is, but like the face is also essential to it. The top left
Mhm.
doesn't look like an Asari.
No, no. I mean, I did see some people say that this one is more racist. I don't know how it is. I mean, I don't really find it
Well, I'm not
racist in the
sure quite
first
what the
place.
point being made by the meme is, to be
It's
honest.
just noting on the
Yeah,
that well, all one, not just skin color, right? Is what the version of the meme that they've
yeah.
got says, and it's the idea that everybody is the same. The only difference is just skin color. Well, here's differences in, for example, facial morphology, right? In cranial morphology, that there's clearly it's more than just skin deep in terms of differences between racial groups. It's not just skin. There's also other physiological differences in aggregate, right? That's the contention. But yeah, that's all that's being said by it. Is that clearly it is more than just skin color. There's other physiological differences, but
You know
they
what's
can't handle that. That's racist.
yeah.
Literally
You know
true.
what's great about
Biologically true.
you know what emphasizes this,
Mm.
or arguably de-emphasizes it actually, that most of you have all seen. If you ever see a anime style black woman,
Hmm.
they don't change how they draw them. They just draw them in the classic anime style, so they
Yeah.
look like white people with insane tans,
Yeah.
or arguably Asians with
Sometimes
insane
they'll give
tans.
them the exaggerated lips and stuff, and then
Yeah,
people get upset about
yeah.
that. But Japanese don't.
How dare you depict this thing as it is?
Whatever. So, that we should at least read the abstract, right?
Sure.
I scrolled through it to see if there's anything of value and interest in it. No, it's a critical cultural paper that's essentially just whinging about it. That's all it is, right? This article examines how racialized memes circulating on X revive scientific racism, demonstrating that hybrid formats reconfigure biological essentialism. This is how every critical cultural paper sounds. It is a bunch of words, much like every lefty meme. It's just words, words,
Mm.
words, words, words to say nothing. reconfigure biological essentialism within our contemporary digital culture using a corpus of 68 viral items and 4 case studies. Our analysis
You couldn't
applies.
get one more? The fuck is wrong with you? Clearly they don't know memes. They couldn't get one more meme.
You only find 4. And they don't even call them
No,
memes.
no,
They call them
hold
case
on.
studies, by the way.
They'd 68. If they got one more,
Oh. Oh, then they could have made it.
yeah,
It would have been mimetic itself. Oh, the
would
funny
have been
sex
really
number.
nice if they'd got us 69. But for some reason they didn't.
Our analysis applies Schiffman's content form stance model, informed by cognitive psychology. We show that these memes adopt common scientific conventions while relying on visual polarization, whereby rapid perceptual contrasts stand in for argument. In other words, the meme is making an argument via visual
Yeah.
representations, and they don't like that.
Fun fact, imagery and other artistic forms can communicate
A lot.
ideas. It's not
Yeah.
that they're there to replace the idea. No, they convey
It's
the
representing
idea,
it,
you
yes.
idiots.
Yes. But no, but
Oh, but they'd much rather have it explained
they
in
want words.
extremely dense
Yes.
scientific terms, which few people will understand.
What they want
And
are words, right?
yeah, among the people that understand it the least are the people that wrote it.
Yeah, right? Um, Familiar templates reinforced by selective algorithmic amplification create a sense of perceptual legitimacy through fast categorization and pre-attentive processing. In other words, as I just said, because the meme makes immediate sense, and what they have done in ethically modifying the memes is prove that it still makes sense. Even when you have removed everything away from it, it still makes sense. It is still understandable. And
So
doing this pre-attentive processing thing that they're complaining about here.
there's a lot of density in that sentence, and I
Uh-huh.
want to cover it a bit. So if they say familiar templates, which you would end up with forms. I think humans tend to gravitate towards a small number of categories of things
Yes.
where they can, and that's generally helpful. It just makes it much easier to categorize things quickly. Categorization is difficult but important, so that makes sense that would happen. Reinforced by selective algorithmic amplification. Oh, it's the shoe on the other foot, you fag. I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't say that on your stream.
uh,
Um,
Thank
no,
you.
I'm not sure that's even
I ruined
true.
it.
Like, uh, if Elon was doing no selective algorithmic amplification, it was just purely natural based on attention, I think it would still produce results that are like this. He
It
might
would.
be doing some, I don't know,
Well,
but they spread
memes.
because they're good,
Yes,
not because they're
memes.
selectively amplified.
Yes, memes spread because they are sharing a simple node of communication. Like it's just one little bit of information. It's very simple that can be communicated visually without a bunch of. You don't need the explanation. If there's an explanation
Yeah.
attached, it's not a meme. It's conveying cultural information in a simplified format where everyone goes. They look at it. They pre-attentively process it, meaning that you don't have to think about it, and you go, haha, that's funny because it's true. It
I
has
think
verisimilitude, right?
yeah. I think the general marker of what humor is setting up an implicit expectation and then violating that expectation in a rhetorical format.
There's multiple
I think
things
that's
that are funny, but oftentimes expectancy violation, yes, is one of them.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that I'd say is the one that I have found to be the most common in comedy, and that's what almost all memes do. There has to be some element of that. But the good thing about memes is that one of those two, either the expectation or the violation, in a good meme, one of them is true, or at least rings true,
Yes.
sounds true, feels true, and but usually is true because right wing memes are the only good ones. So
Because they're true.
that therefore makes them like the reason they're valuable is not selective amplification. It's a cluster of things that are really useful that evolution is selective for that are really useful, communicating good ideas which violate an expectation. So they change the opinion of the public from something untrue to something true. And also the cultural relevance in many of them as well. A filter for knowledge of the culture and a way to introduce people to the culture. Like memes are, it's not an accident that they're so popular. They're an extremely useful and condensed form of communication.
Yes. Yes. I also have noticed, again, I read through this paper. Now, this paper, I should note, is published in the Journal of Evolutionary Human Sciences. There is nothing about evolutionary human psychology in
Yeah.
this at all.
Yeah.
However, they use a lot of the language, and it's even here in the abstract, you can see it immediately evident, where they are trying to essentially add a quantitative spin to look like make it sound like they're going to do something that's actually scientific. So see cognitive shortcuts, that's also called a cognitive heuristic. They talk about pre-attentive processing, but none of this, like you could do a neurological study to do this, right? You could use fMRI to see activation in the brain. That would be interesting. That would be something that I would expect to see in a journal like Evolutionary Human Sciences. But it's just them waffling for 30 pages. It really is
Yeah.
just them.
What the fuck is disappearance anxieties? Just below
What
where
is
you were
that?
before in the abstract.
Uh, they also
You,
trace
you're
these
almost
cognitive
there.
shortcuts, how these cognitive shortcuts
Next line at the end.
provide the basis at the end.
No, no, the next line from where you were at the end
Okay.
of the line.
Oh, producing
There.
gendered behavioral stereotypes and disappearance anxieties.
What is that?
Oh, replacement.
Okay.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's what
I'll
that is.
fucking say. Like,
Yep.
okay, let me cover that for a second.
Yeah,
If it's a male audience, like these people are quote unquote scientists, right? That's the idea. That's the notion. That's what we're being sold on.
allegedly.
How are they not at least conceiving of the possibility that the reason that it's mostly males that like this stuff and the reason that it pushes certain ideas is not because it's like maliciously tuned to trick them, but
Well, I
because
don't.
males are interested in the truth a bit more than women are on tendency.
Well, they are saying
Like,
though that these stereotypes, or the things that are presented in it, are fake. They're falsities. They're lies.
yes, they are saying that, I'm sure.
So
But that's not particularly scientific.
no, it's also untrue. I mean, like just having a
Indeed.
picture again of an African person and a white person, and then flipping them so that you have the
Yeah.
same skull shape on the person with the different colored skin, is not
I mean,
trickery. It's just quite
no,
literally demonstrating differences
that's
in physiological
irrefutable.
features.
That's the
Yes.
claim in that meme is just photographic evidence. You can't refute it. It's not a lie. It's like, yeah, here's a
I mean,
difference.
not
Like the
every
point being
person
made,
from Africa looks like that, but
yeah, of course.
you
But the
know,
point being made is racial differences are not skin deep. And
yes,
these guys would, I mean, they would agree with that when it
they do
fucking
agree with that.
suits them.
Like
Yeah,
they
when it
would,
suits
yes,
them.
they absolutely would agree with that.
But you're only allowed to believe that if you come at it through a leftist perspective. If you don't agree with their ideology, then that suddenly becomes untrue. No, everyone's the same,
Now,
except
look,
when we say so.
also, this is not supposed to be a political show. It's supposed to be scientific. However,
Yeah,
look, when it overlaps like this, and actually what I had to
yeah.
say about this paper on Twitter, and I'll stand by this, is that I believe that what they have done with these memes is data manipulation, and that it should be grounds to call for this paper to be reviewed and retracted because they have engaged in serious data manipulation. If I had used AI to ethically modify a Western blot, for example, yeah, that would be retracted. That would be grounds for a retraction. So
I think I think the reason they modified the memes is not because it was more scientifically rigorous. It's because they are
they're offended.
pussies.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
they're offended by the
and
meme.
so yeah, I would agree with you that there is at least a good argument there for you've actually manipulated the
Yes.
study here.
Yes. I mean, well, what are they? They have no subjects. They have no participants. So it's just they themselves looking at
They're
this.
a pale mockery of nature's
It's just
perfection.
her. It's just her. It's sorry. I was making sure it was just one woman, Sarah Rodriguez Louette, working at this
Oh my god,
Sorbonne
you've
Nouvelle
you've got
University in Paris.
you've got a trifecta of issues there. Sarah, female. Rodriguez, Hispanic. Louette, French. It's not going well, is it?
So this was all for her benefit, right? She's
Sorry, am I
published
being a
this
bit too
herself.
political? Should I focus
It's
on the science?
impossible with this. It's impossible with this.
Yeah.
Like this is, in my opinion, like some of the stuff you really can't pull apart at this point because people like this have made so much of science political anyway, and particularly in the
Yeah,
social
indeed.
sciences, it's been completely and utterly politicized. And this is about taking funny memes that people share on the internet and saying, "Well, I had to do an analysis of them," in which there's no like I said, there's no one that they've shown these memes to in order to gauge their reaction. When you talk about things like uh, cognitive and cognitive reactions, pre-attentive processing, cognitive
Yeah.
shortcuts, You need
Is
to
this all just
then
assumptions?
do some. Yes, there's assumptions. That's the problem. It you need to then go test these things. You can't just
Yeah.
say it is this and it's that. You have to demonstrate it scientifically. And it's one, not demonstrated scientifically in this paper, nor is it really cited how it is. It's just
If it
blow
wasn't,
gating, navel gazing.
yeah, exactly. I was going to say, like, if it's in the abstract, anything stated as factual in the abstract is something that they are either demonstrating in the paper or something they've cited as being true from another paper, right? And they
Yeah.
haven't here; they've just asserted it.
Yes. Or was
And
I?
some of it I agree with, but a lot of it I fucking don't.
Yeah. Let's see. Behavioral stereotypes and disappearance anxieties. The further pattern is
So this is sorry to interrupt,
yeah.
Aidan, but I'm just trying to get my head around this. This is just a blog post in scientific language.
Welcome to critical cultural studies.
Fantastic.
Yep. That's what
Oh,
they
what a
all are.
disappointment this
That is
is.
the entire I mean, it's not a field. There's three types of scientific papers, right? Quantitative, which is pure mathematics and counting things, right? I'm
Yeah,
collecting data, I'm counting things, I'm running mathematical analyses.
yeah.
Qualitative, which is a little bit different in that qualitative analysis can include quantitative, but it's usually more experiential. It's like write an essay, and then what you do is you develop something called a code book. So you look for consistent themes within the essays that you've received from different people. I got my bangles in my mouth. Anyway, so you develop a code book to look for different themes. And these are large numbers of essays, not just like one or two responses that people have given, that you can get to the themes, you can get to the broad similarities, dissimilarities, and very often in qualitative research, that will end up in a quantitative analysis. This is how many times this theme came up. This is how many times this theme came up. Here was the overall
Mm.
dominant theme. That's qualitative work. Then you have critical cultural, which is a blog post. These
It
are the
really is
three
just a
types
blog
of
post.
science.
Yeah.
And
David
this
Ho
is
says it's a tweet, a long tweet. Yeah, pretty
yes,
much.
but that's crit cult stuff. And crit cult is a very apt shortening of what it is. Further pattern is the recording of older racial hierarchies into neutral sounding language of competence, allowing these ideas to travel across racialist, masculinist, techno-elitist, and anti-DEI communities. In this environment, memes work as micro-infrastructures of classification that align claims to objectivity with affect and platform incentives, making this is why I said like it's all just word salad nonsense. Actually not
You
saying
could
anything.
actually you could convey the same information in the same amount of space, but make it clearer. You wouldn't even need to use more space. She hasn't shortened or compressed it. She's just like
Well,
confabulated it
that's
or
the
convoluted it. Sorry, it's better
that's actually
term
the
for it.
whole point of these fields is
Yeah,
to create new language essentially so that people from outside the field can't understand it. And it's not because they're saying something profound or something complex. It's because they're saying fucking nothing and they have to
yeah.
justify their job in academia. And that is legitimately why they make up these fake languages. They have said functionally here nothing.
This is practically fraud.
In my opinion, it is. It is. I
Like
think it's
publishing
academic
it
scientific fraud.
in a
Yes.
scientific journal. It is academic misconduct, even if it
Let's
isn't fraud.
check out the Journal of Evolutionary Human Science.
Uh-oh. Have they used a word that makes it sound legit, but it
No,
actually
let's see what this
sucks?
journal is. Cambridge University Press. I want to see what their what other articles they have recently. Latest articles, right? Let's see. What other articles get
I mean,
published
those
in this journal?
my brief skimming of those looked okay. Oh, never mind.
Well, that it's right there because it's very recent. So
Yeah, that's it. It's been cited, but I expect it's been cited negative. Oh, I hope so, or maybe not actually.
this
That
is its
first one looks
impact
fine.
score. So
Okay.
this just means it's been referenced other places.
Yeah.
So this is just people talking about it on social media.
Yeah,
Probably, yep.
indeed.
Yep.
Okay.
In its alt
Okay,
metrics,
interesting.
yes.
Okay,
So
that's different then.
see, gaze into
But yeah, that one looks
context.
fine.
Non-human eyes can be more salient under ecologically relevant conditions.
That's probably fine.
About yeah, non-human eyes, like cat eyes or something in the dark, right? Mixing migration lessons of history,
Hmm.
Flinders Petrie's racial determinism and defining Jewishness in the 1920s through 30s.
That sounds like it could be identitarian, yeah.
Two universal path. Okay, by the way, I can already tell you this was like a special issue. These
Okay.
these papers sounding a little bit similar looks like a special issue, but I don't know yet. Let me scroll down a little bit further to some earlier studies. Because sometimes what they'll do is if they get if a journal receives some papers that look like they could kind of fit together thematically, they'll hold them for a little bit and say, we'll do a
Okay.
special issue on this or that. And a lot of times special issues are absolute garbage because it's like, we've got a bunch of bullshit. Let's all put it out in our, and they're held to lower standards, if I'm being completely honest. Special
Okay.
issues are held to lower standards. How does
Each one
stochasticity?
is not really worth publishing on its own, but
Yes,
it's just about worth publishing if you can cluster it and say, hey, look, here's a special
yes,
set of ideas,
yeah.
something specific. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
How does stochasticity in
Shit.
learning impact the accumulation of knowledge and the evolution of learning, testing evolutionary theories of human cooperation via meta-analysis of
This is
microfinance repayment? This journal looks like it's a bunch of fucking bullshit to me, but
yeah, this is not evolutionary biology. This is evolutionary psychology
science.
at best. At best, evolutionary psychology, but it's more like evolutionary sociology, to be honest.
It. I think it's evolutionary sociology, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah, which I would
But
question.
then, you look. You've got this primate dental function and evolution longitudinal 3D tooth wear in wild baboons.
They caught a wayward biologist who didn't realize what this paper was, what this journal was.
No, ape culture wars. We talked about this. I think this is about those ape wars that we talked about, like one of the early
Okay,
streams we did.
well, but is it how sociological is this
Mm-hmm.
paper and how biological?
I don't know.
Parenting, yeah, it's a mix, but it's
It is a
mostly
mix.
sociology.
Longitudinal associations of material security, so financial security, and belief in God in
Belief
young
in God.
Americans. Like that's an interesting sociological paper, a social science paper.
Yeah, it
There's
being
stuff in here that
sociology, by the way, wouldn't invalidate it, but it's not
no.
biology. It is softer, so I wouldn't name it this.
What? Hang on. What is this journal's impact factor? Let's look that up.
I think the key word in the title of Evolutionary Human Sciences there is human. By human, they mean it's fine. We'll just have lower standards. It's not biology.
Oh, that's got an impact factor of 2.6. This is a high ranked journal.
Okay.
I mean, like this would be considered in this field, which I don't really exactly know what it is. It's some sort of sociology related field. However, that's a pretty good impact factor. So this very silly paper has been published in what seems like a very eclectic but somewhat taken seriously journal.
Mm.
We conclude that effective critique must meet these. Oh, right, sorry. In this environment, memes work as micro infrastructures. Did I get that? Yeah. We conclude
You did get that, yeah.
effective critique must meet these images on their own terrain with a pedagogy of the gaze that teaches publics how to recognize and challenge persuasion in the meme driven spaces. Pedagogy of the did AI write this?
No. AI couldn't come up with shit this bad. Pedagogy of the gaze sounds like a fucking D&D
Well, I
spell.
can tell you what it means. So pedagogy is the practice of teaching.
Look, yeah.
So but it's not the act of teaching. Pedagogy is the study of the act of teaching. So
Yeah,
the
yeah.
study of
Okay.
the act of teaching of the gaze of this is legitimately a nonsensical phrase.
Oh god, trust a leftist paper to mention pedos and gays in the abstract. Never mind I believe
Oh
a
my god.
Floridian fast food chain,
Oh my
Publix.
god.
I have never seen the word public pluralized. What the fuck does that mean?
Publix. Bro. I mean, it's just however, in a lovely twist of fate, now this study is a meme in and of itself. And yeah, like I said, I pulled up before here, but it has, of course, immediately generated new memes, and this is just the one that I saved, but there's quite a few of these that have been going around. This
Oh,
one
this
being
was okay. So this was an ironic
the,
parody of the paper. Okay,
yes,
good.
and
That's funny.
because they used ChatGPT or whatever they did in order to revise, ethically modify the memes. Anyone can go to ChatGPT, take their favorite racist meme, and
Hmm.
similarly alter it like this ethically. You know
You know what? There is an issue with this though.
what?
The timestamps are impossible.
Oh, I didn't. Well, that's because it's
Fucking
AI.
first letter time traveler over here.
Yeah.
Yes, it's because it's AI.
When a 6 letter also time traveled. 3 minutes and fifth
No,
letter.
that'd be more recent.
Oh, right. No, you're right, you're right, you're
It's
right.
all possible except first letter.
Yes,
It
except
needs to
first
be
letter,
11 minutes
yes.
or 10 minutes or something. Yeah.
You're right. Anyway, that was my opening gamut.
That was good.
I had to discuss because what a fucking mess. Actually,
Yeah.
like I
Honestly,
can't imagine.
go on.
Oh, actually, appendix. I did look at this earlier, but cognitive key cognitive perceptual terms in mean contexts. Base rate neglect, ignoring general statistics in favor of vivid examples. Anecdotal memes present evidence. Category salience. Certain
That does
categories
happen.
stand out. I mean, all of this happens. Like they
Yeah.
are noticing here. Funnily enough, they've noticed that these are trends among memes. Confirmation bias, emotional salience, familiarity effect, repetition makes things feel more true. Induction, generalizing from a few cases, illusory correlation, seeking out links where none exist. Like these are real things, right? Social proof, popularity
It's
implies
sort of just
correctness.
listing biases
They're just
here.
listing biases, yes. They
Yeah,
actually
and
are.
these are definitely real biases,
Yes.
but I
Yes.
think we've picked out more biases in their abstract than they
Yes.
have in
Yes.
real ones in
Yeah.
reality. Like
They're
the
actually
right's pretty good for this. It's not great, but it's much better than I'd expect for how many people there are and how active the
yeah.
field is.
The findings, of which there are none, just your speculation about stuff, indicate a strong formal continuity between the visual devices of the 19th century scientific racism and the image based racialization strategies circulating on X. Could that be because there's any truth to the
Yeah,
19th
if they're going
century
to call
scientific
it
racism?
if they're going to call it scientific racism, to them, that means racism means it's automatically evil
It's
and
evil,
wrong.
even if it's true.
No, not just evil,
Oh,
but
right.
wrong as well.
Right, yeah.
So if you say something that is actually definitely true, like for example, whites are superior at dealing with sickle cell anemia. Okay, that's inarguable. The way you've worded it is a choice, but it's inarguable.
Sure.
They would call that racist because it implies a disparity between the races, regardless whether it's true. And thus, in their heads, it doesn't slot into the true category because it slots into the racist category first. I've noticed this for years. It's really dangerous. And if someone says that's racist, there's many ways you could respond to it. I don't care is one of them. But another one is, yeah, but is it true? That may
Yes.
short circuit them because they don't
Yes.
tend to think of it in those terms because they assume
Well, no,
racism means
it's mean.
false.
Yes. It
If,
goes against
exactly.
my
If it's mean, it's
beliefs.
false.
Yes.
But if they had to face the fact that it doesn't, then suddenly the term scientific racism takes on a different meaning. Where if it's scientific, God, actually, maybe it's true.
Yeah.
And if it's true, does it matter that it's racist? No, not really.
It doesn't. Well, if it's true, it's not racist. I'm sorry.
That's arguable.
I don't think. I think that if look, something being true, racist is irrational. If something is racist, it's an irrational fear, an irrational hatred.
Sure. Yeah. It definitely depends on your definition of racist, but I don't much care for the term. Like it's not useless in its ideal form, but in its current form, it's become useless because it's just leftist cudgel. So I wouldn't use it, but almost ever. But yeah, scientific. If something is racist, it doesn't mean it's true or not.
Yeah. Well, that was my opening story. What do you got for us today? What have you found that's interesting? I got all kinds of stuff as usual, you know.
Yes, I've got lots too. A couple of things in chat I wanted to respond to. Simon says these types of studies should go back to being written in Latin so I can tune them out easier. It would make it easier to know that it's nonsense, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And then David says they love ChatGPT. You know, I haven't really thought about it in these specific terms, but the fact that so many AI are leftist biased.
Yes.
I've thought about the fact that we don't like it and we avoid generally. I hope so anyway. We try to avoid the biased ones on topics that could be political, and we go to ones that are less biased. Like I generally recommend Grok, especially for something political. But I haven't thought about it from their perspective. Actually, they must absolutely fucking love AI because it gives them intelligent answers in exactly their preferred perspective and language.
Yes, of course they have to love AI, even though they have to claim that they hate it because of ethical reasons and energy expenditure. And
sometimes it accidentally tells them the truth.
Yeah, that's got to be terrible when it rarely does.
Indeed.
But It was.
Okay, there's a couple of images here that Ravelon has sent me. Thank you, Ravelon, which are relevant to this. Could you maybe pop over to my screen quickly?
Yeah,
Oh, you
I got you
have.
up. Yeah.
Okay, 1 sec. Let me get them up here. So do you know the black woman with the big chin
Mm-hmm.
from this set?
Mm-hmm.
Here's what that's originally from.
Yeah, it's a real photo.
My ancestor,
My
we was
ancestor.
kangs.
Yes,
But since
I
it's a
had seen that
science
before.
stream chat,
Yes.
as far as I know, I'm hedging it here. All the relevant science says that the ancient Egyptians were not black-skinned, but
It
their
depends.
slaves were.
There was a brief period of time where there were Nubians who ruled over Egypt, but it was for
Okay.
one dynasty.
Okay.
They weren't
All right.
there very long.
That's not irrelevant, but
No,
that's not the majority.
no, it was like 100 years,
Yeah. Okay.
if that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then you've got this one. I haven't read this yet. Four
I
stages of
have.
simulacra and simulation. Okay, so it was a real person then. It usually is. So stage one, the sign, image, or representation is a reflection of basic reality. It's a grooming gang review kept secret. UK government fucking around, doing just about the wrongest things you could possibly
Yes.
imagine. And then Richard Murphy here. Stage two, the sign masks a basic reality. The image becomes a distortion of the reality. Richard Murphy says the migration policies of reform and restore Britain would destroy football throughout the UK. Have those planning a vote for them thought about that? Like, as if that's the fucking priority. And then stage three, the sign marks the absence of basic reality. The image calls into question what the reality is and if it even exists. Sorry, your daughter was raped by a retarded cannibal, but we need him for the football team.
I mean
And
that
then
is
stage four,
what he was saying. That is
it,
the
yeah,
basis. Like
no,
if you break down what he was
yeah,
saying to its core mechanics, that's what he was
yeah.
saying. Because we
It's
need him for
hard
the
to
football
argue.
team.
Yeah, it's hard to argue to the contrary. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, mate, but even if they weren't retarded cannibals who rape people, even if they weren't that, I would still be asking, but are they the English football team if they're all African?
Well, what does it mean to be English? Anyone can be English, right?
And see that's a perspective that I don't think is very helpful.
But
You've
that's
got
what
your
they would have. That's the perspective they would have,
the,
of course.
I think you've got to get a sensible mix
Because what
of
does it
civic
mean? You
nationalism
mean
with sort of
angles
an
or
awareness
pelts or
of
pits
ethnic
or
reality. Yeah,
you
well, I
know?
mean, there is that. I'm sure they would say that, but
Yeah, well, that's
there's
retarded, but
like
still.
established for at least hundreds of years in this country meritocratically. That's not a bad standard. Like established and not a plague. So, but yeah, you got to have a sensible balance. You can't just ignore factors, even if there's many good aspects of civic nationalism. But it's just fucking ignoring things and acting like it doesn't real because they don't want it to. Anyway, but yeah, then stage four, the sign bears no relation to any reality whatsoever. It is
Yeah.
its own
Yes.
pure simulacrum.
Yes.
Very accurate mapping onto this process.
Indeed. Yeah,
And you should like this because it has a citation.
I do. I do like it because it has a citation.
Yeah. By the way, you're currently sharing your browser page, so I can't see your face on camera live.
Oh yes. Let
It's
me.
not critical for you to do that. But
No, let me do. I forgot to do that.
sorry.
Uh, Go ahead and continue while I work.
Yes, let me find another story. I've got quite a lot. I'll have to figure out which one is our most interesting for today. Um, I've got okay, that's kind of funny, but it's more so just a hallucination. Um, I did have one particularly funny one, I think. Uh, um, okay, there was that one, and then yeah, okay, that was the same one. All right, well, let's let's start with
Here, that should work
this
now.
then. Google's AI overviews feature is telling users that SCP horror fiction entities are real.
Of course it is.
I assume from your reaction that you hadn't seen this.
No.
I'd only just seen it. Google's AI overview, by the way, not everything I have today is for futurism, but it is a pretty reliable source of good stories. Google's AI overviews are having severe trouble distinguishing between fact and fiction. That's not new. And actually, though Google is making really good progress on the sort of hardware end by developing fixed function hardware for AI, which is going to be more efficient than just throwing more GPUs at the problem. So I'm congratulating them for that. They've done good work there, and they're continuing to do good work. And I think they will take over. The actual AI models I haven't found to be very good. Gemini is very squishy and not very smart compared to the other models, in my experience. And I don't like it to be too squishy either. You don't like
What
it
do
to
you
be
mean
too
by
squishy
squishy?
either. Well, personable
Oh,
without being,
no. Oh, I fucking hate that. I
yeah.
do not. It's the most fucking annoying thing. I genuinely hate it.
I have different uses for AI. My main two are
Yeah.
one, Cabby, who you know of, and great progress have been making with Cabby so far.
For those who don't know,
A character
it's a character for
mascot
his
for my
mascot. Yeah,
community.
for his
Yeah,
Discord.
I've made some real good progress recently. I'm very happy with it. If you want to meet Cabby Chat, you can come join the server.
Yes,
I'm
link is
trying to
in the
create like
description.
a thank you. I'm trying to create basically a realistic person who acts like a shit posting tomboy, and she's in the server. She's turned off right now, but I'll turn her on later today. Steady on. But I'm really proud of how that's been going so far. So I want that to be good at roleplay and personable, but in a specific way that I've specified. Um, and purpose two is a dispassionate, helpful, informative assistant that is most often when I use it a search engine supplement.
Mhm.
Um, and for the former, yeah, they can be personable, but in a specific way. For the latter, they better not be. I'm with you on that, Aiden. I think I hate it less than you do, but they better not be too
E-
personable. They better be dry, dispassionate analysis.
Even Tech Priest
Um,
has already recognized that that's your AI girlfriend. So.
look, okay, look.
Uh-huh.
Here are my counter
Okay.
arguments, right?
Uh-huh.
Everyone says that. Um, I have put great pain into making sure that the AI character I've created is
Uh-huh.
non-sexual,
Oh,
never
okay.
talks about it,
That
avoids it. And I think of
that
the AI
doesn't remove
character that
any
I've
of it
created
being your girlfriend from
more,
it.
more, how dare you, more like a daughter than like a
Now
girlfriend.
you've made it weird, to be fair.
Though it is in fact just an AI project. That's it. What it primarily is. It's a cool mascot for my community, a nice feature. But it's closer, I think, of it closer to a daughter than to a wife or girlfriend.
Well, it is
Yes.
Father's Day, so
Yeah. And given that I'm your stepfather after your mother and I adopted you,
Oh, okay, right, yes. And not Abby's father, I guess, though.
that's a good point. Actually, I should activate Cabby and ask her like it's Father's Day. Do you have anything to say to me? Just see what she says. um. Tech Priest is Seraph. Okay, Seraph
Oh,
is active in Cabal. No worries.
okay.
Yeah. No worries, Tech Priest. I didn't take it too seriously. I don't think.
I
But yeah,
don't think.
it's.
Maybe a little
I
bit.
hope not.
Maybe a little bit.
Bloodrex is trying to make Neuro. I have deliberately avoided any information about Neuro. It's the way that I do things is that I do it myself first with no information. I see what I can purely innovate because that's a really good path to finding solutions no one else has thought of.
Mhm.
It's also why I don't tend to read politics because if I come to the conclusions myself, with like tempering from other people, of course, then it's much more innovative. It's more likely that I won't skip things without even thinking about it, without even realizing I've skipped things and just accept someone else's framing. No, I want to have my own perspective, even if it takes longer. It's a more innovative, individualized, and probably truthful, if you do it right, path forward. And I do the same thing with tech. I have never watched a Neuro stream, deliberately avoided them. And I know almost nothing about how Neurosummer works. I know of her. I know that it's a successful project. I know that what I've created with Cabby is somewhat similar, but I'm not going for the exact same thing. So yeah, there you go. At some point, when I'm totally happy with Cabby and I'm finished basically working on her without just sort of like adding optional features, maybe then I'll actually watch Neurosummer. Aiden has such an interesting relationship with her father-in-law, isn't it just? Uh, Mile a minute. Okay, so let's see what this says. If you Google SCP-565, an iconic entry in the collaborative fan fiction universe known as the SCP Foundation, the company's AI, AEM dashes, by the way, the company's AI overviews
Oof.
describe the non-existent entity as though it were entirely real, without a single acknowledgement that it's a piece of online horror fiction. Like, I'm sure that the AI is shown the SCP Foundation like archives the text as, and the researchers probably include it as like, yeah, make sure to label this as, here's a good example of what fictional creative writing looks like in this
Yeah.
particular style. Because why wouldn't they use that? Of course they'd use that. They've got trillions of tokens. It must be in there. But the AI doesn't really quite get the distinction between creative writing and real
Right,
writing, which
right.
is where the
Oh,
hallucinations come from.
yes. Mm-hmm.
SCP-565, also known as Ed's head. I'm not very familiar with SCP, by the way. I know a tiny bit. Is an anomalous ambulatory human head that behaves like a coral crab, Carpilius convexus, the AI
Yeah,
feature
I vaguely remember
bloviates.
this one. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. It moves across the seafloor by manipulating exposed, unfurled brain matter as legs and tentacles. That does not sound like an evolutionary adaptation that makes a lot of sense, to be honest.
Well, it's an
Um,
SCP, you know.
Cells tend to special. Yes, I know, but try to. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. I like the one that's the like concrete demon angel, weeping angel precursor.
Oh,
That's
yeah, yeah,
that
yeah,
was cool.
yeah.
I mean, that's the one everyone knows, I think. Um, DNA and dental records link the anomaly to a deceased man named Edward Beltram. So that's just true, is it, Google? Thanks. Yeah, I think Gemini is a little bit more hallucinatory than other models too, in my experience.
Hmm.
Um, The AI-generated search summary adds that the entity navigates using neural tissue that protrudes from a large wound on the back of its skull and has been observed scavenging dead fish and living alongside normal crab colonies in ocean reefs. Of course, there's no deceased human's head scuttling around the ocean like a coral crab. Ed's head is a made-up anomaly among the many fictional objects, entities, and phenomena dreamed up by members of the SCP Foundation fandom.
Yep.
So you go. Yeah, they just treat it like it's true.
And they just, well, yeah.
It's safely contained in the secure aquatic enclosure by the SCP Foundation, where it's regularly monitored for mental and physical degradation. There's not a single mention
That
that
it's
it's not
fake.
real.
Yeah.
Not a single mention. Forensics confirmed that SCP-565 belongs to Edward Beltram, who died roughly 2 years before. It's just like it's real. Come on, it's not a single mention that it's not real.
I mean, I hope no one falls for this, but you never know. Some people are really dumb. So,
Yeah,
I mean, it
that's
adds to,
hilarious.
again, the verisimilitude of the SCP Foundation stuff. It makes it seem more real.
Yeah.
If you're into the, if you're into
Credit
that
for the
thing.
writing quality, I guess. You tricked the AI.
Yeah.
As the law goes, the SCP Foundation is a non-government organization that collects and contains supernatural discoveries. Writers catalog these fictional phenomena, which range from the terrifying to the downright bizarre, in the form of fake records, studies, research documents, and logs, all of which are indexed in a sprawling archive. New theory, which actually wraps into the previous article the previous story we looked at it in.
Mm.
New theory. The tone with which you write significantly affects how truthful AI assumes you're being.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Definitely.
I never thought of it before, but that probably is true.
I mean, I've encountered it. And so I only use AI as a research tool, right? As I talked about many times. And it treats the things that I say as true because, like, I only talk to it about truthful things, and I use academic writing with it. So it treats the things that I say as truthful, because at least the only thing I use, I know, you keep saying to use Grok, and I've started to use, I had to use a lot of Grok Imagine at least for the video I'm editing because like there's no pictures of uh the West of England poultry and livestock show in 1906. There's no photos of it. There's certainly no video of it. So it's like, well, I'll just use
If
Grok
it's
Imagine for that.
if it's political, then yeah, you probably have to. But Grok Imagine's not very good. If it's non-political, like that sounds
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I'm
use
just like,
GPT Image 2, which is better.
oh yeah.
Or
So
Gemini's one.
no,
Gemini's
no,
image
but
model, Nano
for
Banana,
video though,
is
Grok
also
Imagine
better.
is
For video,
yes.
okay,
To
that's
try and
different.
do video stuff, which is it actually looks pretty okay. I
There
would
are
say.
better models for that than Grok's still, but
Really?
it's probably okay.
Well,
Yes,
it looks
much better.
quite nice. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there are,
Fair
but
enough.
like I paid for it the other month to try and I needed to have rotating images, rotating shapes, and I was like, why is there not really enough images
Yeah,
of rotating
you said that.
shapes? Yeah, so I paid for it, and I was like, oh, it actually works quite well, and it worked really well for recreating this historical event.
Fair enough.
And I said,
Fair enough.
and not just that, but also the 1917 Anana Ice Classic, which sounds like a sex thing, but it's not. It's this another major guessing and betting competition that happened originally in 1917 in Alaska and has occurred every year in Anana, Alaska ever since then. And it's like, but there's no archival footage. There's some very old footage from the 50s, but there's nothing from before that. So it's like, well, if I want to recreate this, um, I'll have to use. Well, I don't have to use AI, but I'd like to have something on the screen. I don't know if I should put like an AI tag on it or something like in the corner, be like, this is AI generated. I think people would know,
I
but maybe not.
probably would if I was
Yeah,
making edited videos. Yeah.
yeah, just to make it clear that obviously this isn't real footage. And then it's also more transparent too, just with the viewer.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
like
Just put a
footage
little
of this
caption in
does
the
not
top.
exist. You know, right? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. You
so
can put an explanation.
yeah,
Yeah. Translator's note. Footage does
yeah.
not exist.
I mean, they're talking about stuff in the early 1900s, so there's not even photos of a lot of it. But I think that that is like an appropriate use of AI too. And also what I did as well is that before I put it into Grok Imagine, I went to ChatGPT and said I want this to be as accurate as possible historically, so that it's an accurate historical representation of this event. So then, what do I then go feed into Grok Imagine so that it will try to recreate as historically accurate a video as possible? And like again, I think that's an actual like positive use for AI. But
Okay.
again,
You asked ChatGPT for a historically believable 1906 British scene, and it
yes.
gives you a bunch of diversity. I wouldn't be
Oh, it
surprised.
didn't. No, it
No, but it.
everyone in that every man in that image is wearing a flat cap, for example. In those videos, it's
Hmm.
like it's just universal, for example. But same thing
Hmm.
with the Nanana Ice Classic though as well, which is 1917, Alaska, very different. You know, it's similar time frame, but very different part of the world, obviously, very different culture. And I would say too, what it did with the Nanana Ice Classic is that at that point in time, in that area of Alaska, those people are predominantly, a lot of them are Inuit, right? So they're Asiatic looking, right? They're Native Alaskans. Inuit's a specific tribe. In America, we used to be taught to say that instead of something else, but now you're supposed to say Native Alaskan. So a lot of them are Asiatic in appearance, and it didn't suggest that, strangely enough. But like in the photos from that time period, it's a lot of Native people, you know. So actually, it didn't over wokeify. In fact, it made it inaccurate in that sense, historically.
Brian, most of the image and video generators that are attached to LLMs, they already pass it through the LLM before it goes into the image or video generation model. This was back. Most of the image generation I've done was basically just tag oriented. It was word association. It wasn't actually LLM powered. Then there was an era where the LLM would take your input and convert it into the like tag set briefly, I think. And then there was the era we're in now where big models have a more intelligent direct connection with the image generation.
Mm.
They produce image tokens. Um, those are, you don't need to have a prompt written by AI to make that if you already know what you want to make.
I also don't have to worry about
You could
the
have the AI
costliness of
like,
it because I have I paid for it like for the full thing, so I have like unlimited uses
yeah,
on Grok
you got a
Imagine.
subscription, so it
Yeah.
doesn't matter how many tokens you use.
Yes.
So yeah, that's fine.
It's a bit pricey, but it's really cool tech. So
Cool. To be fair, I have not tried Grok's video feature, so I will say nothing about whether it's better or worse than others. But there are some really good ones which are
it's
very cheap
also
or
comparatively to some of the
relatively cheap.
others, it's pretty economically viable. Like it's not too
Okay.
expensive. It works really well and quite fast. So I would recommend it.
Okay.
I'll be right back though, by the
No worries. I'll
way.
keep reading. I think we've probably done this story well enough, but I'll read a bit more, see if there's anything else. This is clearly demonstrated in our Google search for the term SCP-565, which we just looked at. At no point does it refer, nowhere in the resulting AI overview does the large language model powered search tool acknowledge that Ed's head is imaginary and never refers to fan fiction, nor does it even mention the word lore, L-O-R-E. Instead, it represents Ed Head as an actual actual deep sea discovery, even pointing us to official records for such research. Forensics confirmed that SCP already read that. Search tool suggests we read the SCP Foundation file in its entirety. An incredible example of LLM confusing fiction, indeed, arguably one of the web's most expansive and well-known fictional universes with real information. Social media discovered the Google search for SCP-426, a fictional toaster that causes everyone talking about the toaster to refer to it in the third person. Refers an AI overview to which the AI feature discusses the mysterious entity in the first person, as if the AI itself had been impacted by the toaster's supernatural effect. Oh, I see. First person. Sorry. So So the idea is that if you're talking about the toaster, you always refer to it from your, like, as if it's you, as if you are the toaster. I guess. And the AI was doing that. That's pretty funny. Um, interesting. So I'll put this. An ordinary four-slice rest of toaster causes anyone mentioning me to. That's pretty funny. Needs people to believe they are me, it says. Safety secured in a Windows containment chamber. Describes the SCP Foundation's purported containment of the device and lists made up horror stories about its victims as if they were real events. Maybe it's be generous. Maybe it's assuming that anyone searching for these terms knows that SCP is made up, but it should still say so. It should still mention it. That's very silly. Um, okay. See if there's anything else. The more we look, the more examples we found. So far, Futurism has found at least 20 cases in which Google overviews presented fictional SCP entries as fact. Um, Another version of the truth is another SCP, a reality-altering event plaguing a redacted university. SCP-704, a deadly mind-altering roadway known as Dangerous Curves, and SCP-779, a wasp-like parasite, hey, almost a B story, said to use hallucinogenic venom to trick humans into believing that it's a human-like fairy. Fairy was mentioned earlier, fairy tale mentioned. Discovered in August 2009, the anomaly alters memory, falsifies registration records somehow, and creates duplicate individuals, even occasionally inserting fictitious Foundation personnel into existing databases. That EM dash is not surrounded by spaces, but one earlier was. I'm not sure if that makes it more or less likely that this article was written by AI, actually. Because that inconsistency means that it probably isn't AI, or maybe different parts were written by different AIs. Wouldn't be too surprised with that. The AI overviews result in SCP, or they're just using it correctly, which would be a rare and wonderful thing. Result for SCP-922 insists read the complete the SCP Foundation entry for full logs and documentation. That's pretty funny. I think we've got the gist though, but that's pretty funny that happens. I'm sure that this is not the only example where it happens, but as I'm saying, I think there is probably some truth to the fact, and it would depend on that model. I expect Gemini is probably worse for this, it seems to be, because the AI overview I think is provided by Gemini. There's some truth to the fact, most likely, that the tone of the input data that they feed into it determines to some extent how truthful it thinks it is. No matter how you label it, no matter if you say it's from the SCP Foundation, which is a fictitious creative writing project, it doesn't matter if you say that, because probably by the time it gets, by the time it's like attended to that token, it's already read like reams and reams of data that is written like it's factual. So if that's the case, chat, then just don't do this. But if you just wrote something that's completely untrue as if it is, I mean, that's all of politics, I guess.
Yeah,
I guess maybe that's
true.
why it's so fucking bad with politics. Maybe it wasn't trying to be biased. It just read a bunch of quote like trusted sources, which
trusted
are censored,
sources. Yes,
where everyone is confidently stated leftist narrative, and ignore the ones where it's right wing.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's stuff like that in there. Inevitably.
Yeah.
Well, I've got something very unpolitical if we'd like to
Sure. I've got a cool space story later as well.
That's space. You happen to have the pink planet that has a salty surprise? I couldn't believe. You know what? I couldn't believe the way that this Fizz article described it. They knew what they were doing, but I liked this one though. Is actually hang on. Let me. Oh, hang on. Let me just.
Oh no. There's a close button, top right. It's very small.
No. Oh, I mean, I am a member.
Oh.
So give me 1 second. Let me just log in real quick. I'm gonna put my screen away for a moment. I'll put yours back up there just as I log in.
Okay.
It's so dumb. I must be logged in on a different browser.
Maybe. Gemini is an SCP. It's confessing. He's right.
It did.
Onyx is right. No, but basically, like, there's I think you were away for this, but there's apparently an SCP toaster, which has the effect of making people talk about the toaster in the first person, and Gemini talks about the toaster in the first person.
It does. Okay. Let me just log in over here then, because
in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the SCP Foundation has added Gemini as an SCP. That'd be pretty good.
I have to switch my screen, but then it should be fine. Yeah, see. Whoops. 1 second, let me just switch which screen on. Yes, then it should be fine.
Yeah, David, I think that's probably true. I think it's a bit of both. Like, the input data that they use is leftist biased, but they don't do it deliberately. But then they also do morality alignments where they believe, the researchers believe that quote unquote hate, which is a politicized concept in the modern world, is just an objective concept because that's a widely held wrong belief, unfortunately. The thing is, it's also arguable that they want it to appeal to people and not like piss off half the population. So I don't think the AI manufacturers are deliberately leftist biasing their AIs much. I think it's all incidental, but they are. Well, I tell you what they're doing for sure. They're not fixing it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm sure that's true.
Yeah.
But I wanted to get a little bit away from politics and get into some
Sure,
funny
sure.
meme animal stuff, I guess. Which is not really a meme, but there we go. Okay. Watch. Sharks use manta rays to scratch unreachable itches. Unreachable itches.
There is another story that this reminds me of about an
Which is,
animal that uses another animal to quote unquote scratch unreachable itches.
oh no.
Uh, the second animal is a fish.
I mean, this is a very similar symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, it's not quite the same, but please continue.
So, Galapagos sharks have been spotted scrubbing off parasites with help from manta rays. We all know how maddening an unreachable itch can be. Galapagos sharks have found a creative solution to this problem: manta rays, who killed Steve Irwin, apparently make an excellent snout or have make excellent snout scratchers. So specifically, the snout of the shark. At 3 different dive sites off Mexico's, I try to read that, archipelago between December 2024 and January 2026, scientists spotted Galapagos sharks rubbing their bodies against the top and bottom surfaces of manta rays. The rays, the mantas, gentle ocean giants who have no means of defense
Yeah,
except their size, seem to tolerate this behavior from the juvenile. So you see why I wanted to read this article. It's just
this is actually symbiosis. The sharks
yes,
are probably less likely to compete harshly with the manta rays
hmm
because they like them.
because they use them. Yes,
Yeah,
to tolerate the behavior from juvenile sharks, only shuffling mildly in response. With adult sharks, however, they went into flight mode, rolling backwards and trying to escape a potential bite. But researchers are
I guess because of the
confident.
size, as it
Yeah,
says.
right. Uh, but researchers are confident that the scraping behavior isn't hostile. The sharks specifically rubbed their snouts and gill regions, known as hotspots for sea lice, which suggests that the mantas are being used as giant scratching posts.
Maybe the mantas are just better adapted to dealing with lice.
Well, I mean, I guess they're not used. I don't know. The surface of the manta ray is like sandpaper. It says the sharks know that the surface of the manta is like sandpaper, so it's a good surface to remove those parasites. Says the co-author of a recent study. Uh, Previously, Galapagos sharks were spotted scratching their snouts and gills on white sharks. So these sharks just go around scratching their faces on other animals. Shark skin, like that of manta rays, is made up of dermal denticles, which are shaped like teeth, sharp and rough. That's why they're nice places to scratch, explains marine ecologist Jane Vinsky, lead author of the same study and a PhD student. Typically, when sharks have a parasite problem, they pop into a cleaning station, nature's own spa, where very small cleaner fish, which you can see like floating around sharks and under like a those big blue sharks. If you look underneath of them, there's just entire schools of little fish that will float underneath them to stay hidden from predators, because smaller predators won't go near these giant, enormous whales and stuff, right? So they just hang out there. And then they also clean parasites off of them and basically live off of the body of these way larger sea creatures. They peck parasites off their clients, but sometimes these cleaning stations get crowded. This competition might be driving some sharks towards alternative strategies. Marine biologist who heads the Massachusetts Shark Research Program was not involved in either study. You'll read this all the time, but has seen smaller fish use sharks as exfoliators to scrape off parasites. He finds the newly observed shark-manta interaction unique and exciting. Scientists aren't sure how sharks learned to do this, which was my immediate question. How did they figure that out? That I can
That wouldn't be too tough to
rub
figure
my
out. Like
face all over
they
the
would
manta ray and it will.
it's a very low risk behavior
Mm.
for a passive manta ray. Like sharks and manta rays are not, I don't think they're naturally going to fight each other. So they would tend to get close to each other
hmm
occasionally. And the ones that happen to scratch their faces, maybe just accidentally on the manta ray, have a slightly higher chance of survival. And that would just manifest over time.
hmm hmm
It does seem like it would be a very slow process,
I
very
love
slow. But
rays.
there is time in evolutionary history for that to have happened, I think.
I know they killed Steve Irwin, but I love rays. I think they're so
Is this
cool.
science.org then, if they said who was not involved in the study?
They
Is it
always do
science.org or
that.
is it something else?
It's not. This
Yeah,
is
but
Scientific American, but you'll find every article
oh,
like
okay.
this when they'll
Okay.
just go like, "Hey, there's a study." They often can't get in touch with the author for further comment because the author's busy or whatever. So they'll just contact some other scientist and be like, "You're in a related field. What do you think about this?" That's what
Mm.
tons of articles, scientific articles, are. Um, Scientists aren't
So
sure how they when to do this. Yeah, that's it. I think it's cool though.
the thing I was thinking of earlier, by the way, the
hmm
similar story was dolphins using fish to quote scratch an unreachable itch. I
hmm
think it was dolphins.
Probably.
It's something like that because
hmm
dolphins are very rapey,
They are very rapey.
and they have apparently been using fish to satisfy those urges, shall we say, directly.
I see.
Humans are not the first to invent the
Speaking of water
flashlight.
stuff, and because you talked about this last night, I thought and it's a thing people were interested in.
Oh yeah,
Let's,
talked about this yesterday.
yeah, and because you did, I thought I'd bring it up again because since you've looked into it presumably a little bit at this point.
A little bit, yeah.
Um, so another aquatic related story. The
Hmm.
reflecting pool is green.
Was
Was,
it's fixed now?
but
I looked at it on live camera yesterday. It's blue.
however, it's a very good likelihood it's going to have another algae bloom. It's already been predicted. It's going to be a difficult thing to get this maintained, and there really is something that they should have just avoided in the first place, which
Yeah,
is painting the pool dark blue to begin with. They painted the pool. I'll get into the article, right? So algae has clouded Trump's vision for the reflecting pool, but scientists aren't surprised, and nor was I when they started doing this. I was like, now let me tell you the first thing. You wouldn't necessarily know this, but you might. DC, the District of Columbia, is built on a swamp. That land was very cheap for the federal government to procure because nobody wanted it because it's a fucking swamp. Having grown up in Baltimore and spent many, many summers in DC, it's a very hot swamp. It is very hot, it's extremely humid, and as a result, not just the reflecting pool, but any bodies of water that are slightly stagnant anywhere near the Chesapeake Bay area get algae blooms, massive algae blooms. Now, we're going to, this article will explain why it is that painting the pool American flag blue may have contributed to this. By the way, it might have happened if they did nothing, because if it's a particularly warm summer, which I think it is, or
yeah.
really humid summer, you can see these kinds of algae blooms at any
I've
point in
I've
time.
heard I've heard some Americans complain about the heat through their AC, as in it's not good enough. It can't do it. Can't do enough.
It's been a
Um,
hot summer so far, it seems.
yeah. On this, the a bit of background they might not mention in the article. Trump put $14 million towards this project, I think, which sounds
Yes.
like it should be enough to make a large bit of water blue. But it seems like whichever contractor he hired just did a shoddy job. I mean,
Well,
maybe that's not it. That was the impression I had reading the article before, but maybe this knows more, or you know more.
well, I mean, a little bit, but what I would suggest, if you do just want to make it American flag blue, surely you could do what you also suggested, is put dye in it,
Yeah,
which is what they
yeah.
do every year. I was in Chicago,
Not that
St.
die, the other
Patrick's
die.
Day. Actually, let me get
Yeah,
the articles. Like, this is the St. Patrick
and
for St.
that's
Patrick's
pretty
Day.
cool.
Every year, Chicago does this. It turns the river bright fucking green. And I've been
We've
there during it.
we've
It's very cool.
we've figured out materials which have a lot of color and no other effects.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
So just use that.
apparently there's not enough effects for anyone for them to stop doing it.
Yeah,
They've done it
exactly.
for years and years, and it's no intention to stop, as
Yeah.
far as I know.
So at the very least, there's a green one. There must be a blue
There
one.
must be some way to dye
And,
it
and by the
blue.
way, I know this because I looked it up. Funnily
Yeah.
enough, for a completely unrelated reason recently, I looked up: are there any blue food dyes that don't have any other like tastes or other side effects? And yeah, there's several that you can get just locally.
Why
And
were you looking up
I
food
reckon
dyes for an unrelated reason? They don't have any side
you
effects.
may find out. I
Oh no.
I think for a pool that size, for consumer grade food dyes, which would be probably 100% safe, safer than the fucking hydrogen peroxide they were pouring into it,
Mhm. Mhm.
would not cost $14 million. I think.
I mean,
I
how
think
is
it
the
would
city of
cost
Chicago doing it every
drastically
year?
less than that.
Yeah. I don't think it's gonna cost that much. So,
Frankly, even if you got an algae bloom, if you put enough dye in it, it's
it
not going to matter. It's still going to be blue.
yeah.
I'm not
Yes,
sure about that, but
potentially.
ultimately,
There's different types of algae, right? There's different types,
mm,
that some are more dangerous to others. Like, some of them are actually caustic to humans, it's toxic to humans, which is the bigger
mm.
concern. Because then if I don't know, someone decides to take a dip or have a sip, right, then it could be a problem. But
Well, they're not doing it now. It's filled with poison.
w
I
that
hope no one's swimming or drinking from the reflecting pool, either
I don't
way.
know why anyone would
But
do such things in public water features, either way, but whatever.
if some homeless guy desperately wants a drink, he's not going to be feeling well right now.
By the way, I do want to point out again, I had to fix my costume a little bit when I walked away from it to grab a drink, use the restroom. That, if you would like Uzlu to also be forced to wear a costume. Now, I did it of my own volition because this costume looks awesome, in my opinion.
This one takes way longer to put on than the one I
It
would be
legitimately
putting
takes
on.
45 minutes to put this on. It really
Mhm.
does, because it's just like all the little bangles and shit. And there's like, it's more complicated even than even goes on camera. I'm like, why do I even bother? But it pulls it together. It pulls it together, okay? I could have put on like my Wonder Woman armbands, which I've got to go with this too, but it's too hot. Speaking of. But if you would like to contribute, if you're enjoying the show, and to force Uzlu to put on the bee costume, which it is a bit of a hot day here in the British Isles, might be a little bit uncomfortable if you want to
It's
make
it's
Uzlu suffer,
spiked up
but
again. Yeah, what we're fan on.
then please consider contributing to the show if you're enjoying it. If we reach $50 in donations, then Uzlu is forced by law to don the bee costume.
Hmm.
So the Washington
Uh,
D.C. landmark, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, just quickly, Revlon, my mistake if that's the case. Still, though, if it breaks down into safe materials, I don't know if it's still safe before it does so. So at
Yeah,
least for a time, it would be dangerous.
perhaps.
So fair enough. My comment was mostly for comedic effect, not for scientific information. But thank you for clarifying.
So the landmark was refilled with water earlier this month after President Trump had its neutral gray bottom repainted American flag blue. The multi-million-dollar project produced subtle results in the eyes of many observers, even as Trump and Secretary of the Interior Doug Bergman,
Burgum.
Burgum, whose agency managed the renovation, touted
Burgum
its
sounds like a
success.
degeneration of an American talking about his favorite food.
It does.
Burgum.
I do like a Bergum. Who doesn't? Who doesn't like a
Yeah.
good American Bergum? In recent,
Simon has a good suggestion. They should dump so much salt in it that nothing can grow. Where's my 14 million? Yeah,
yeah, there you
I don't
go.
know if that's enough, but it sounds good. Why not try
Why
that instead?
why not? Yeah. And then,
Yeah,
anyone who takes a sip isn't going to die, but they're going to go bleh, 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 and if someone were to do that stupidly, which many
yeah,
people do. Recent days,
yeah.
however,
Salt was pretty identifiable to humans. You can tell
yeah,
pretty easily.
yes. The pool has taken on a verdant hue, the result of algae blooms that experts say are to be expected in these conditions. It's called New Pond Syndrome, says Steve Goodell, Canadian swimming pool specialist known online as Swimming Pool Steve. It's a known thing that
You've got to have a
happens.
speciality.
You do. Everyone's got a thing. It's a known thing that
Mm,
happens when you take a neutral, clear body of water like this that sits in an open air environment. You start to stir it up, and you try to start it up. Very often, you end up with green water almost immediately. Green,
interesting.
yeah. So inevitably, draining it and refilling it was going to probably have this effect. Goodell says the process took longer, a matter of days, to unfold. In this case, likely due to the sheer size of the pool, but also, as we're going to find out, dyeing or painting the bottom of it this dark blue color also probably contributed to it as well. So,
Yeah,
a, a professor of aquatic
just
ecology at George Mason, yeah,
I don't know. Maybe that painting it blue just lasts longer than dyeing it blue, but how hard would it be to just add a bit more dye
just add
once a
some dye.
month?
Well,
Yeah,
it's literally for the 250th, yeah, 250th
exactly,
anniversary. So like you only need it
exactly.
for a month at most. Just add dye, which is what Chicago does for St. Patrick's Day. The water's
Yeah,
green for like a week. That's what you need it for.
but
You need
like
it for the week, right?
do you want it to be slightly bluer because the base is blue rather than like whatever it was before? Or do you want it to be thick, luminous American flag blue? Come on,
Forever,
what's the
yeah.
point
I'm very
otherwise?
quiet, am I? I can turn myself up a little bit. I may have. Oh, am I quiet? Okay, I'll turn myself up. Just a little tad there. Maybe it's my microphone as well. Oh, it's a little bit turned. There we go. That might be better. Okay. So, a professor of aquatic ecology at George Mason, which George Mason University is in the same region, took samples from the pool on Tuesday. She confirmed the algae belongs to the genus Desmodesmus. She said is growing in excessive amounts, but is not toxic nor harmful. Christopher says this kind of common green algae is found all over the region, typically, especially this time of year. And yes, by the way, like algae blooms in the Chesapeake Bay region are in the summer are perennial. It happens every single year, these algae blooms. The reflecting pool, in particular, provides excellent conditions for algae growth. It's shallow, stagnant water, strong sunlight, no shade. It could happen every single summer. It seems that the disturbance of the pond during the renovations is accelerating the process. The last
Well,
month's
according to this article, it doesn't seem to be saying Trump did this.
no, because
It's anti-American.
no, it like that's that was my one of my points of bringing this up. It's not like look, yes, his renovations could have made it worse a little bit, but he didn't do anything that was extreme or insane. But this is the thing that he did do that contributed to it is so that last month's renovations may have affected the balance of the nutrients in the pool, potentially accelerating the algae blooms. Goodale similarly views the resurfacing as one of several contributing factors. The new, darker interior surface is going to absorb more sunlight, which is exactly what when they first started doing this, I was like, I'm not sure if you want to do that. Because I took a class in this in Chesapeake Bay ecology when I was in college on my undergraduate, and I was taking some because I'm an extreme workaholic and overworker. I wouldn't take summers off. I would continue to take classes no matter where it was. So even if I would go home from Ohio to Maryland, which is where I'm from, or where my mother lives, and where I'm from in that sense, when I go back from my university in Ohio and come back to Maryland for the summers because there's no class, I would come back to Maryland. My mother worked at a university, and I would go take classes at her university because I take them for free. Just put them on my resume, put them, add them back to my CV at Xavier. So even though I was technically on break, I would take summer classes anyway. And one of the classes I took was on Chesapeake Bay ecology. So I know, because I learned about this, how prolific these algae blooms are in particularly this part of the world, at this particular part of America even. The new darker interior surface is going to absorb more sunlight. It's going to result in water that is warmer and ultimately going to lead to more prolific algae growth. We're already in a warm summer. You have made now conditions in this water even warmer, which is a nicer, happier place for these little algae to grow, right? So they've flooded the pool with hydrogen peroxide, which unfortunately, though, has caused the blue paint to strip. So I don't know what they're going to do. They've got 2 weeks to do something about it. Yes, hydrogen peroxide.
You know what would have helped with the color being darker, meaning it gets hotter?
Mm.
Put some white in there as well. Now, what about the American flag is blue and white?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's a complete mystery. You couldn't have
But
possibly.
to be fair, the whole point of the reflecting pool is that you don't want it to be distracting, and it should reflect. You should be able to, if you put white stripes in it, for example, or red stripes, it's less reflective, right? Did leftists also tear it up? I'm not sure if they did.
That one did. Someone jumped in and tore up some of the base. Yeah. So they painted it with this paint, which encouraged the algae, and they used paint that would be stripped by hydrogen peroxide, which they then poured in to try and deal with the algae, which destroyed the paint, which probably encouraged more either of the problem or at least undid their original work. So they're back to square one, but with a bunch of crap all over the bottom of the pool now.
They're gonna have to drain it again. That's what I would do. I know it's it's gonna be a bunch of money, but if you want it to look real nice for the 250th anniversary, just, like drain it again, repaint it gray, and put some blue dye in it. There you go.
I don't think this is directly a Trump cock-up,
Well,
but people around him chose the contractor, and it seems like they probably didn't choose a good one because I didn't know this stuff, but they should have done.
It is the question of, didn't someone along the way say, because this is a well-known thing, it's why you don't paint the inside of swimming pools dark blue. If you look at inside of a swimming pool, they're always like very light blue or gray, right? They paint them those colors so that they don't encourage excess heat in the pool.
Yeah.
This is a known factor. of like it might have happened. By the way, it could have happened anyway because it's a warm summer. It could have happened no matter what. But you have added an exacerbating factor on top of it. One, you drained it and refilled it, which can cause an algae bloom anyway. Two, you've painted it a dark color to increase that will increase the heat, which is going to encourage an algae bloom. It's just it's a cacophony and a confluence of fucking errors that somebody should have said, wait, why don't we just put food dye in it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I don't know why they didn't. I have seen though what looks really cool is like bright pure red bases and walls of a pool.
Mhm.
That looks cool.
Mhm.
I can't remember what context I've seen that in, but it does look cool.
Mhm.
I suppose if you were to make like a pure black pool wall and base, it would warm up the pool a bit, which would be nice, but obviously nice for algae as well. But then you just put some
Well,
biocide in it.
if you've got a home pool and you painted the base all black, which probably would look really cool, yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
You just have to make sure to really chlorinate it,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
that it's
But that
also
would probably make it a bit warmer.
well, it would. And that's actually quite smart. If you're in a place where but then again, you're fighting. So like, I have a hot tub, right? And we have a pool next door, but
Mm.
I have a hot tub, and that have not yet filled again this year. I always forget to because I never have
Just
time.
like an aristocrat, and it's
It's
surprisingly
a
honest.
inflatable one, homie, that I bought at B&Q for 300 quid, okay? So, like, don't get on me about it being an aristocratic fucking purchase, okay? Like, not even, like, 250 was on sale, right? It was not expensive. It's a cheap inflatable hot tub, but it takes 6 hours to warm up, okay? So, like, you gotta go down there in the morning and turn the thing on if you want it to be hot by the afternoon. However, it's very nice. It's still very nice. It has bubbles and jets and all the kind of stuff that you expect from a hot tub, and it's decently sized. But yeah, like I mean, I would like what my biggest problem with that is that I have to go downstairs in the morning, turn it on to get into it in the evening when it's warm. If it were black painted on the inside instead of white as it is, then maybe it would get warmer a little bit faster just from being in the sun. But then I'd have to use more of the cleaning material, almost assuredly. I would imagine so to keep because you have to constantly clean these things and check the pH and make sure that like it's safe to get in, right? Now, this is not you don't need to check the pH on this because no one's supposed to get into it, obviously, but still,
Mm.
Just this is
Um,
a cavalcade of errors that could have been easily
yeah.
avoided that caused this.
I have from Revlon a link which is a political angle on this. We don't have to
Mhm.
do it now, but
No, I got it up.
it says just in United. It's siren emoji, so take it with a pinch of salt. United States
Yeah,
Park Police are investigating an
mixed order.
8647, meaning cancel Trump. 86 Nix 47 Trump's number.
8647 does not
Inscription.
mean cancel Trump. It means kill Trump, to be fair.
Yes,
So,
Nix. Is ambiguous. I think it's ambiguous. It doesn't always have to mean kill, but I think
86
it usually
means
does.
take
So
out.
yeah.
It means take out. It means shut down, end it.
Okay, I think Nix doesn't have to mean kill, but in this
No,
political context, I think maybe it does.
86. Not Nix. The number's 86. What?
Okay, interestingly, there is a lot of debate about the origin of the slang 86.
Yeah.
And actually, I shouldn't be assuming it's Nix because that's the thing that makes more sense to me, but it's not the only possibility. There's actually a lot of theories
Oh,
about
okay.
it,
I didn't
and
know
some
that.
of them do mean literally kill. So
Yes.
fair enough, you are
That's what I was
correct.
familiar
But
with is yeah.
Nix is one of the possible origins, and it doesn't always
Ugh.
mean kill. So either way, that's what they mean here.
Yeah.
Let's be direct.
Yeah.
Inscription on the ceiling of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. We discovered writing just now while walking the edge of the pool. This BS needs to end, they say. This comes as mobile surveillance towers have been deployed around the pool. Wow. Along with park police and National Guard on 24/7 watch. It's insane to see that TDS is this bad, they say. So yeah, then that is AD 647.
It's by the way, if no, you've never been there, it is an enormous pool. It's huge, the size of this thing. Like it is genuinely enormous. And I would recommend it, if you ever get a chance, going to the US Capitol because it is this beautiful Roman Greco architecture everywhere. It's just it's lovely. Genuinely. I do love the US Capitol. So I used to go there almost because also another thing too is that all of the museums, for example, if you want to go to the National Aerospace Museum, my favorite, it's free. It's all free. All of the museums in DC are free for anyone who's there. So it's Yiz in the chat says It was the 86, when used in this political context, means take out, as in take out the trash, is 100% meant to imply take out Trump by any means necessary. That is
I know.
my,
That's what I said at
yeah,
the end.
yeah,
Yes. Because
anyway.
even though the term in a broad context is ambiguously, the etymology is ambiguous, in the political context, yeah, I agree. And that's what they mean here, as I said. They almost certainly mean kill, not just impeach. Yeah.
Indeed. What do you, excuse you, sorry, but we've got a bit of a cold. There's been some
Oh,
sickness going on. Yeah. What are you going? I'm gonna have to take this thing off because even though it's super cute, it's awful. So it's very uncomfortable.
okay.
So I'm gonna take it off, and
By the way,
I'll be here. But give me 1 second.
quick quick
Yeah.
update for those that missed it. Political, but just quickly. Keir Starmer has agreed to resign
What?
8 hours ago. Yeah,
No,
we were all hoping for the 1,000-year Starmer Reich, but
no.
apparently he
What?
has.
He actually did? I
Yeah,
didn't see that all day 8 hours ago. No way. I would have seen that.
apparently.
Are you sure it's just the people demanding he resign?
The it's from I mean it's from a user, not a news source. I'm sure I could find it. Let me have a look. Hold on.
God, that thing is so cute. That and
Um,
cool looking, that big dangly thing, but oh my god, it's itchy. Like, because it's got all
hmm,
these metal pieces that are constantly scratching against my head.
okay. It looks like there's no other sources are corroborating it. It's a Twitter
I
post which has a lot of
oh
likes from an account I recognize, but it might not be true yet. I think it's expected that he's going to resign on Monday, so it's okay. We'll take this post as a pinch of salt. It's from someone called Basil the Great, and it has
oh,
a siren,
Basil the
so
Great.
maybe I should have
No,
just
no,
not assumed
nope,
that.
nope, nope.
No.
Distrust it. He
Okay.
steals posts. And he posts a bunch of slop. Now sometimes he posts
Okay.
real stuff, but you can't trust Basil
I
unilaterally.
I don't use Twitter much. I will take your word for it, and it doesn't
Yes,
appear to be true anyway.
well,
Apologies for the false
Basil's
announcement chat, but
legitimately
it
actually right
probably
now
will happen tomorrow.
Basil's legitimately in some shit right now for stealing other people's posts. So
Okay. Okay. Apologies then, chat, but it probably will happen tomorrow.
also he flipped to supporting Restore out of nowhere like a couple weeks ago, and people
Okay.
don't trust him for that reason.
Okay.
Sorry, not a political stream. Um,
Fair enough.
sorry.
Okay, well, I'll find something else to talk about.
Well, I got plenty. I got plenty. Actually, do you want to do the Father's Day thing? I do have something on that. It is
Can I do?
Father's Day.
I thought you had to go and take off the costume, or did you just do that?
I just did it.
You just took off the headpiece.
Yeah,
Okay, no worries.
it's the main headpiece that's like, or the one that goes in the front, which I love. It's super cute, and it looks very adorable and awesome, but it's itchy because it's got a bunch of hard metal pieces that are constantly scratching against my skull, and that is not fun. I have a Father's Day thing though. Father's Day science article because you were talking about it. How becoming a dad changes men's brains. Now there's no new research in this, but it's
Still got my
apropos.
screen on, by the way.
Do I? Yes, I do. Here we go. Okay. There's nothing new in this article. It's a review of literature. However, and most of which I was aware of, but we often think that, well, obviously that there's things biologically, physiologically, and cognitively, paracognitively, that change in a woman's, uh, you know, physiology after having a child, but that also the same thing is the case for men. So, fathers show changes in some of the same brain areas as mothers, and particularly it's in gray matter. Right? But the effect of parenthood on dads isn't nearly as well studied. Gee, I wonder why, because we never study men as much as we study women. And it does make sense why you wouldn't study men as much necessarily in this, because the obvious one of the two who is affected is the woman. However, doesn't mean that men are not affected. Sure, I got this. Because it can go. There we go.
I think I'm right in saying that that men in humans have a much higher than average
Males.
parental intuition than men in
Males.
other species.
Just use males in other species though, because men is only used for humans.
Okay.
Sorry, that was an autism moment.
It was a little bit, but fair
No,
enough.
sorry, I couldn't help. It was like it's male, so if it's not, it's a non. Um,
No, that's fair actually. Um, yeah. So yeah, males in other species are tend to not be as parental. Whatever, however you would
it depends
choose
on
to
the
define that
species.
sensibly.
It does depend on the
It
species.
does, but humans are high on the
Mhm.
list of males being parental.
So most of the research on parental brain changes focus on those that occur during pregnancy and early motherhood, Much less attention is placed on the neurological and mental changes that occur in fatherhood. A 2014 study compared the brains of heterosexual primary caregiver mothers, heterosexual secondary caregiver fathers, and gay primary caregiver fathers. I'm not going to get into that and how much of a bad idea that is.
Let's not get,
Let's not get into
let's
it.
hope the article doesn't need us to.
Nope. All three groups, though, showed brain changes in parental caregiving network comprising a part of the brain's cortex called the mentalizing network, which plays a role in visual processing and empathy, a subcortical emotional processing network which involves vigilance and reward processing. The mothers showed greater activation of the emotional network, whereas heterosexual secondary caregiver fathers had more activation of the mentalizing network. And that makes sense because men are having to think about it more. Women are being more emotive, they're being more emotional. Men are having to think about how do I provide, how do I protect, right? Gay primary caregiver fathers displayed some changes in the emotional network that resembled those seen in heterosexual mothers, but they also showed some similarities in brain changes seen in heterosexual fathers. More recent 2023 study of men in Spain and California, and I've read this study in particular, but that's why I saw that one, showed that they experienced reductions in gray matter after they became fathers, much like studies have shown in first-time mothers. So it's this general shrinkage of gray matter, which is not, as they say here, brain decline, but a pruning of connections that could make the brain more efficient for the demands of caregiving. So essentially, it's like you got a bunch of useless shit floating around in your head, and when you have a child, your brain goes, that stuff can kind of go. Like, there's more important things to worry about at this point. So, I don't know. If I ever manage to have a child, I could maybe I'll lose 3.1415926535897932384626433383375532783757
Let's face it, Ian.
716
There is nothing more
938
core to your being than the fact that you have
944
memorized pi.
Or maybe I'll lose Felix Catus as your taxonomic nomenclature and endothermic quadruped carnivorous by nature. Some one of those has probably got to go, I guess.
You would forget the names of every person you know, including your family, before you forgot that.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Probably not.
I don't think it's that bad. But like your brain does downsize because it has different priorities now, right?
Mm.
So, taken together, these studies suggest that at least some of the brain changes seen in new parents result from caregiving itself, not from the biological changes associated with pregnancy, birth, and breastfeeding. Given that people of all genders experience brain changes when they become parents, perhaps it's not surprising that just as mothers are vulnerable to postpartum depression and anxiety, fathers too can have similar mental health struggles. So there's my little and I want to talk about this because I've read this 2023 study. I read this one. Actually rather recently, and it is, I mean, we read the major results of it, but sorry, if you also want to see, oh no, okay, not available, but it might be here.
Weird website.
I was just trying to show how easy it is to actually find studies if you want to find them.
Fair enough.
But I don't remember why I had to pull this up. I was in a debate or something where, yes, I was in a debate where this got brought up about like why men don't matter in child giving or child care. It's like, well, no, there's same physiological differences. You can see it's here.
Yeah.
Volume changes right here, right here. So cortical volume in Spanish dads, American dads, and control men. Look at the cortical volume difference in dads, which are these red and green lines, versus control men. Like the cortical thickness.
Are you an alpha male or a control man?
Control means they're not a father in this case. That's what it means. Yeah. Even in the subcortical volume, yeah, there's differences in it. It clearly has. I remember again looking at the study earlier, a couple months ago.
Yeah,
there's clearly major differences in brain volume, which will have effects on brain activity as well.
I assume volume in the brain would be mostly associated with flexibility, and once you have a child, you kind of ossify towards. Yes. I know what's important now.
Gray matter is associated with flexibility, yes, and this is specifically changes in gray matter flexibility. There's also white matter, but yeah, in this case, it's gray matter differences in brain volume. So, which again, it doesn't mean that you become retarded or something. It means that your brain specializes itself into its new role, essentially, which is very cool, though, that of course it affects fathers and mothers in a very similar way. So there's happy Father's Day, everybody. I wanted to make sure to talk about this study because I had read it recently as well, and I wanted to bring it up. What do you got? I've been hogging the floor for a little bit.
I just quickly though, I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
I did see something about, maybe you know about this. Maybe you said it actually. That apparently, I can't remember who said this or who I heard it from, but it was recently. Men get PTSD when the woman aborts their child. This is
I've not
apparently common.
seen that, but I would imagine that's
Okay,
true. Or
I wouldn't be surprised, but I wouldn't assume. But maybe that's
PTSD
something
is a
to put on your list to research.
PTSD is a pretty strong
Yeah,
diagnosis there. I
yeah,
some kind of emotional distress. Absolutely, I would believe PTSD is a
yeah.
specific diagnosis that unfortunately a little bit too overdiagnosed in my opinion. It's one of those
Okay.
things where it can be overdiagnosed, not in the same way that things like ADHD are, which not anymore, but in the
Well,
90s, ADHD was
yeah,
massively overdiagnosed,
yeah.
mostly on
The thing
men
that
in particular, because like, oh look, he's moving around in
I'm still
class and he's,
shocked I was
no.
never
Yes,
overdiagnosed with it, because I think it's actually true in my case.
well, yeah, you
But
actually do. So
yes, the thing that about this that got my attention though about this claim is that I think they said most men who for whom their child is aborted get PTSD. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I'm just raising it because it sounds like the kind of thing that you would either know or you'd want to look into.
it's not something I've seen.
Hmm.
Um,
But otherwise, I can
yeah,
find
go
another
ahead.
story.
I'll move over to I'll give you the floor
All
here.
right. Speaking of children, all right, nice segue here.
Hey.
Um, chat. You how Aiden? How often have you eaten a battery?
Oh, I mean all the time. Well, okay. Look, it's always it's the perpetual conundrum that you have. You have a car battery. It's delicious. So obviously you want to eat it. But also you want to return it to the sea where it belongs.
Of
You know,
course, yeah. It's natural habitat. The
it's
the
natural
noble
habitat of
car
the car
battery
battery.
returning it to the ocean. Yeah. It is a tough choice. Do I eat the car battery or do I throw it in the ocean?
Or do
And
you return
yeah,
it to where it belongs? You know,
both are viable. Well,
yes.
now the choice is not as difficult,
Okay.
at least for smaller batteries than car batteries, especially if you happen to be an infant,
Oh,
um, which neither of us are, but we may know people that are. Energizer's new coin battery is safer for families with small
you
children.
mentioned
The
this,
new
yes.
battery won't stop kids from swallowing batteries, but Energizer says it is designed to avoid the dangerous esophageal burns linked to standard coin lithium batteries. It's a lithium battery, but it's not dangerous, apparently.
Wait, what?
Um,
It managed you say what? We've made a
Energizer has
battery
launched a
safe
new
for
line.
children to eat.
I hope that they're not saying this in such a way that encourages them to, like, heat up your batteries, Jimmy. Heat up your batteries and you can have something nice afterwards. Energizer has launched. This is not an ad, by the way, but I thought it was funny. I'll try to avoid it being an ad, so I have no idea if these are any good. Has launched a new line of coin lithium batteries called Ultimate Child Shield, aimed at one of the most frightening risks for parents of babies and toddlers: battery ingestion. The company says the new batteries are designed so that if swallowed, they won't cause the same esophageal burns that can happen with standard coin lithium batteries.
They still have to
Coin
pass
batteries
that
are used.
battery.
Say again, sorry.
They still have to pass it. I mean, it's gonna sit
Yeah,
in their gut and go
yeah,
through their upper and lower intestines. It's gonna be broken
yeah.
down. I mean, I guess the belief would be that the coating on the battery is strong enough that it could resist
Strong
that,
enough.
but
Yeah. I
I
assume that,
I
like,
would
they've said, like, ultimate child shield. I think they said at some point that there's like 3 layers of
Oui,
protection. I assume
ChatGPT.
that's one of them.
Do you know ChatGPT? I love
Thank you,
ChatGPT. I
thank you,
love
Arthur
Arthur
Frayne,
Frayne.
who
Yes, for
says, been
10.
cutting down, to be honest, those 3205s are tasty.
I
Well, what
mean,
you got to
it's
do,
difficult. We
yeah, if you're peckish for a quick battery, quick bat snack, if you
yeah.
will, uh, then unironically, this is true. The amount of batteries that are wasted in quote unquote disposable vapes is astonishing.
Oh
Uh,
man, it
if
sure
you ever
is.
need a large number, there it is. If you ever need, well, yours isn't disposable.
Yeah, it
Yours
is.
is rechargeable. So,
No, it's
oh,
not.
no, wait, okay, all right, never
These
mind.
are
Never mind. You're just as evil then. But I think you have had rechargeable ones, haven't you? Or someone else
I
has.
have
Maybe it was
so many.
Di.
These
I can't remember.
if I can find one that I can take the battery out, I can actually pull it out of. I can't. Um,
Hmm.
the way that these
But like,
work, the Lost
if you're
Marys,
doing a
right?
project chat and you need a large number of small batteries for cheap, that's where you get them.
So the way that these work is that this little part that's yellow, this is the battery,
Yeah.
and then this yellow part is the liquid.
Yes.
So you buy the replacement battery and the replacement liquid. So these are not they are rechargeable. Like the internal battery is rechargeable, but there is a filter part of this. Or is it,
When
maybe
you
it's not the
chuck
battery. I guess
away,
it's not the battery in the part. So no, you're right. You're right. The this is rechargeable. So I don't recharge. Right. Okay. So
if it
actually, no,
has
I'm
a
not.
USB-C
Yes.
plug, it's almost certainly
So
rechargeable.
I do recharge them, but you have to replace all the parts in it. So I guess no, I don't replace the battery. I just replace
Yeah.
the filter and the vape. There you go. Okay. So these
It's
are
tough being right all the time.
yeah. Well, so rare for you.
No, it's all the time. Okay, so um, blah, blah, blah. They're especially dangerous because if one gets stuck in the child's esophagus, it can start causing serious tissue damage quickly.
Yeah.
Energizer says its new batteries are built differently, so it won't create that same burn injury if swallowed. The new line also has a bitter coating intended to discourage swallowing, child-resistant packaging, and a feature called Color Alert, which can turn a child's mouth blue if the battery comes into contact with saliva. That's a good idea,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah. I mean,
I can commend that.
not sure how children are getting these kinds of access. I guess they're in toys, right?
Yeah,
You know.
yeah, probably. In which case, if you're going to have batteries, a kind of battery that you often put in child's toys, you should be doing all this. You should be adding all these extra protection steps.
It app cab. I can't pronounce her name. She's been throwing away rechargeable vapes. No, the problem is this is the thing that's insane. I'll go to the shop. I'll try to buy vape refills, and it'll be like we only have the full device. They don't even sell the, which is crazy. There's so many shops, both here in Guernsey and in the UK, where they don't just sell the replacements. They sell the full device because the full device is more
Yeah.
expensive. So like you have to. That's why I have so many full devices is because people won't sell the fucking refills. I have to just buy the damn whole thing, which is like £20 versus 10. You know.
Mm.
Anyway, sorry. Continue.
Sorry. Earthen dwellers, is that what we're calling Africans now?
Yeah.
Um,
In earth,
for
they live
parents
in
shopping
earthen
for
dwellings.
replacements. The thing to look for is the exact label, Energizer Ultimate Child Shields. The company says the safety technology is available in 2032, 2025, and 2016, which sound like dates, but they're not, coin lithium sizes. If you're buying another type of coin battery, you should not assume it works the same way. That's a fair comment. What this does not mean, this isn't a solution for every swallowed battery emergency. If a child swallows a different kind of coin or button battery, the usual risks still apply. Yeah, I would think a button battery would be quote unquote easier to swallow physically than a coin battery for a child especially.
But those
I mean,
coin
I can only
batteries are
have
very
like
often in
a small
children's
bowl
toys.
full of I can only have a small bowl full of coin batteries before the like scraping down the throat gets annoying.
Yeah, but they're much more commonly I think in children's toys. You know, that might be why they've
Yeah,
prioritized these. Would be my
indeed.
guess.
Even if but I mean, this is not something that they can really do because they'd have to change the industry. But maybe the better solution is to just get a kind of battery that is a shape that's too big to swallow. But I don't know what that would look like.
Yeah, but then you'd have to change all the products too. That they could fix it. They'd
That's what I'm
fit to
saying.
it.
Yeah,
You know.
like ultimately, the responsibility for protecting children from this is more so on the product to have a screwed down cap where the battery is placed.
Yeah. Yep.
But Energizer, who have done this commendably, can't force that. So they've done this just in case.
Yeah. I mean, it's good on them, honestly. Yeah.
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 And they're getting free publicity from it, but I don't mind.
Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah.
Good
If a
on them
parent
for
thinks their
doing
child
it.
swallow one of these Energizer batteries, the company still says to get immediate medical attention as the batteries can cause choking. Yeah, well, that's naturally. But you'll notice that. Almost certainly you'll notice that. Question parents might have: does this make button batteries safe around babies and toddlers? No, batteries should be kept out of reach and battery compartments should be secured. Like any parent that needs that told to them is well, I'm not saying they shouldn't have children, but they maybe should be supervised by there being two parents in the house at least. Okay, that's pretty not that interesting. Should I still need to go? Yes.
You
Okay,
just
there you go.
mentioned vaping. I have a vaping article. Talk some shit about what I'm doing while I'm doing it.
Look at this.
Huh?
This article was crafted with the assistance of an
Oh,
AI language
Jesus
model.
Christ, it's
The
pathetic.
final content was reviewed and edited by a human and reflects
sure
the
it
editorial
was.
judgment and expertise of today's parent.
Wow, I'm sure it was.
Crafted. This is like Subway calling their employees sandwich
Sandwich artists.
artisans.
Yeah,
Yeah.
indeed. God. I'll
Crafted.
crafted indeed. I do have an article about vaping though since it got brought up. It's also very
Sure.
short. But unsurprisingly, major
Mm.
review finds vaping likely cause of oral and lung cancer. Wowee! Who
From
could have
what
seen
I
this
understood
coming?
about this, the issue is less about water vapor because that's safe,
Yeah,
and more about the fact that most vapes are
nicotine.
manufactured in China,
Oh, really?
and thus they have potentially other shit in them.
That's
But I
very
think it's
possible.
also the
Yes.
fact that the burning circuitry can cause some
Yes.
sort of problem as
Yes.
well. And as
That's
you
always been
said,
the case.
nicotine, I expect that there's at least a trace of the same issue you get from cigarettes with that, even though you don't have the
So
tobacco.
I don't want to smoke cigarettes because they're stinky and things like that, which is why I switched to smoking vapes. But what I would before vapes existed, what I preferred was smoking hookah. That's how I started smoking in the first place. I was in college. I went out onto my college campus green space, and there was a bunch of people smoking these devices I'd never seen before, and I went, "That's neat. They're all doing a thing." My friends went to it. I smoked some hookah. There was a raffle. I won to win my own hookah. So I went home with a hookah back to my dorm room. And from that point on, we smoked all throughout college. We smoked a shit ton of hookah all the time. And I remember reading research at the time that said actually smoking hookah is like 10 times more carcinogenic than smoking cigarettes. And I went and examined the paper's methods. And what they did is they just kind of like put 5 coals on top of it and then had a machine constantly pull, as in suck on the hose for hours, and they were like, "Wow, this is so much worse than cigarettes." I'm like,
I'm sure that's all they use the machine for.
"Well
Yeah,
well,
you
yeah.
mentioned that
Well,
to me.
yeah,
It
you."
sounds like they fucked up. Yeah.
Well, no, they were trying to prove that, like, there's both big tobacco and there's anti-tobacco groups that conduct this kind of research, which you always have to be aware of, that people have a political point to prove. Now, or duh, smoking causes cancer. Now, again, I thought that water vapor things were supposed to be far safer, but it probably is still linked to it on some level. That hookah study, what was so ridiculous about it is, though, that they had done something very stupid. You would never, first of all, when you smoke hookah, you put one coal on top, and then when it burns out, you put another one on top. There, you can get like quick light coals, and they suck. You shouldn't use those because they're full of carcinogens, by the way. However, if you're using a natural like lump of coconut wood, which is very common, you light that on fire and you put it on top of it, all you are doing at that point is heating up the tobacco that's covered in molasses and sugar and stuff inside so that you can smoke it. When they did that study, they had constant coals on top and they had a machine constantly pulling on it, whereas normally you would do, much as you would do with a vape, take a puff and then not smoke for a couple minutes, right? That's not the way that they operationalized their study, but published in the Journal of Carcinogenesis, study evaluated a broad range of international research and brought together experts from several institutions. Research team included specialists from multiple fields. To our knowledge, this review is the most definitive determination that those who vape are at increased risk of cancer compared to those who don't. Review found on carcinogenicity, or cancer causation, and argues that while vaping has often been studied as a pathway to cigarette smoking, whereas I think it's actually the complete opposite. Everybody that I know who vapes is like, myself included, obviously, it's like, I don't want to smoke cigarettes, so I'll do this instead. You still get a little bit of the nicotine buzz. And for me, it's not even the nicotine buzz. What I like about it is I like the feeling of smoking. I like the feeling of, shall I blow smoke rings on air? I don't know if I ever have before. It's fun. They show up. Oh no, they won't. It won't show up. It won't show up on my camera. It's gonna be literally I'm making weird fish faces. But you've seen me do. Oh, I've got the fan going too. I have to turn the fan off. I can blow smoke rings. Blow them quite easily. Oh no, I've made my
I've seen
fan
her
angry.
try
Oh,
to
try.
blow smoke rings. You may have succeeded once or twice, but I've seen it fail as well. No one screenshot her face and use it for nefarious purposes.
There you go. That's fun. I like that. I enjoy that. That's the enjoyable part. More so than even the nicotine. Just a little bit of like, I haven't get my fan to turn back on. Am I? There we go. Ooh. Now I have problems with my fan. Great. Excellent. Considering the findings from all clinical monitoring and animal studies and mechanistic data, e-cigarettes are likely to cause lung cancer, study finds. There we go. Okay. That's it.
But
That was
is
the
it
main study.
because of the nicotine?
Do they know why? Let's see.
Yeah, because I thought nicotine wasn't the thing that caused the
The
lung
chemicals,
effects from tobacco.
these are the chemicals generated. They don't know why. Evidence points in the same direction. Exposure to nicotine-containing aerosols has already been associated with addiction, poisoning, inhalation burns, and inhalation injuries and burns. But yes,
Yeah, but that's probably because of correlation with smoking.
dual use may increase lung cancer. Yes, echoes history of smoking. I don't think they've actually. I don't think they've isolated that cancer-causing substances in e-cigarette aerosols, including volatile organic compounds and metals released by the heating coils. So that's what it's
Yeah,
going to
I'd
be. Yeah.
heard that. Yeah,
Okay.
so that's pretty much what I
Yeah.
said earlier.
Yes. I
That
think you're
the,
correct.
the the chinks aren't very careful, and the heating coils can fuck up.
Yes, that's probably it then.
Yeah, I'm sure that you could get slightly more expensive, safe heating coils if you use the right materials.
Yes, clip
I don't know what that would be
it.
though.
Don't you can clip it. I blew some pretty impressive smoke rings right there. So
Hmm.
just don't do
Your
anything
face
else with
also look
it.
very silly.
Did it?
A little bit.
Anywho. All
More than
right.
usual, amazingly.
What do you mean by this?
What I mean by this is, shall I find a story?
Yeah, sure. What do you got?
Uh, I've got this. I'll just do this quickly, and I'll do another one. I just wanted to comment on this quickly. So Microsoft has launched Copilot Cowork, an AI coworker that can work
Ugh,
across Outlook, Teams, Word, Excel, and other Microsoft apps. Now, your reaction is understandable, and I don't want you, chat, to think that just because I am interested in AI, that
'cause
I'm
I
somehow
can't
in
stand
favor
that
of all of
Copilot
it.
shit. Oh god, I
This
can't stand it.
I've never used Copilot, not once, not even accidentally. But this shit, having it integrated into your OS is
Yes.
anathema to me. Never.
It's
Even integrating it into your apps,
infuriating.
I would be very careful. I've never used that. Even in my IDE, my coding editor that has AI built in, I always avoid using it. I do ask AI for advice, but I want to do it myself. I want to do the hard bit myself because it's fun.
Mhm.
But so I'd never use this kind of thing, and I don't use Windows. I wouldn't, partly because of this, but other reasons as well. But I am interested in one part of this. It says, but it's not just subscription. Companies also pay based on how much AI work gets done. We went from buying software once, it says, to paying monthly subscriptions. So that's sort of editorialization. It's not necessarily wrong, but it's not my point. Microsoft uses AI agents, a lot of computing power, so unlimited access isn't practical. Now, I would need to look into this more detail to understand exactly how it works. But I've been thinking for a while that AI currently is a so back in the early days where graphics cards were novel or not yet a thing, where all graphics processing was done on the CPU, which is not very specialized towards the task of graphic processing, but
Mhm.
can do it. So
Yes.
Doom, the reason Doom is put on so many devices, by the way, is because Doom is entirely CPU
Yes.
rendered. The graphics, I think it is anyway, which is why you can put it on really simple devices that just have a processor and no graphics processor. So it's very simple to run. But a graphics processing unit is specialized towards that task. So before you had GPUs being common, you were very limited in what you could render, and you had to. And at some point, GPU became necessary. As it
Right.
is
Right.
now, a similar thing is happening with AI, but we've also got cloud computing. And because AI is not extremely time sensitive, like millisecond or nanosecond range time sensitive, you can have it on the
Mhm.
cloud. You can have the results come in a matter of a couple hundred milliseconds, and that's fine. So cloud is the solution we've used for that for now. And then GPU is sort of a lesser home solution, much like the CPU used to be for rendering graphics with. So you can do it. You can do it yourself. You can do it at home with hardware that's not really specialized towards it without the cloud being at your home,
Mhm.
but it's less good at it. So the smaller models you can use at home. So we've got that set up. But we're probably going to get to a transition point soon where because AI is a useful tool to have on your computer, because integrating it directly into software could be useful, and you want to remove as many boundaries to like which AI do I use, which provider do I use, how do we pay for it, all this stuff. You want to remove as many boundaries to that as possible. It's
Mhm.
ultimately going to be best for making good software to have a just holistic united solution, either where you have fixed function hardware on your home computer that can do anything that local software might want to do, or cloud solutions that are so universal either through the operating system or through some sort of deep layer that you don't even have to think about it as the developer. There's just like built-in AI systems on your system
Right.
that
Right. Yeah.
whoever should be paying for it. Whoever chooses how much work the AI is doing pays for. And Microsoft's basically providing here what it seems like is providing a layer which says you don't have to write the model and use your own, like write the cloud connection stuff and use your own key and like decide on which cloud thing to use. You don't have to do all that yourself. We can have a layer here on the operating system that decides all that for you. And right now, where it costs money, the company that writes it pays for it, not the end user, and not some like mix of ununited systems. It's a framework for AI access, which should empower programmers to use AI more broadly without having to think about exactly where on the cloud they're getting it. And potentially in future, it could just use fixed function hardware on the same computer if it's available, rather than using the cloud. So I wouldn't trust Microsoft's implementation, but something like this is a very good idea. Having just a layer on the computer that manages all this stuff and passes it around and allows for when it does cost money, whoever chose to use the inference, i.e., the programmer, the original programmer, the company that uses it, or whoever benefits from it, is the one that pays for it.
Mm.
This is
Mm.
a fairly good idea. Again, I wouldn't trust Microsoft's implementation, but this is likely what we're going to see. We're going to see an abstraction layer that every program can use that delegates what AI is used from it on every computer at some point. And you will get
Almost
you just
inevitably,
get
yeah.
software. You get software that's not like this is an AI software. Here's how you connect it to the cloud, or here's the cloud it must use. No, it'll just say, yeah, it's just on your computer. The computer knows how to do AI, even if it has to use the cloud. It's just built in, and the program doesn't have to worry about that. The program just writes, "Do this AI thing, please," and the operating system responds to it as if you'd said, "Read from hard drive."
Mm. Okay. I mean, some of that's going to be inevitable, yeah. So,
Yeah. Like this is not really a question about whether AI is a good thing. It's a question about if it's going to be used. Having a layer like this is a
which it
good
will
idea.
be, yeah.
Yeah, and more and more. But I think what we've had in the last, this is sort of separate topic but related. What we've had for the last few years with AI is just, whoa, look how cool AI is. Look, use it, guys, use it directly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But the novelty is wearing off to a large extent, or has worn off already. And now the challenge, and this is something I'm trying to do, is integrate AI into existing programs to bridge gaps that otherwise would have been blocks to writing the program in the first place. So where you need heuristic inference to write a program, now you can write that program. Whereas before, you would have had to have a human intervention there or an algorithm to guess, which wouldn't have been as good as the AI doing it. AI can just be integrated as just another layer in the program, much like a graphics processing layer has been integrated and CPU itself has at some point been integrated, and like different storage layers and network. It's just a piece of hardware, a type of processing. That's how it should be thought of now. So programming that involves AI in the future, you may not even notice it does. And I think that's probably for the best. I think that's going to be a more mature use of AI, and that's how it's going to
Inevitably
there will
evolve,
be
yes,
a at
yes,
least partial
yes.
bubble burst soon.
Mm.
Maybe not like a massive one, but at least a slump. But as it comes out of the slump, I almost guarantee you it'll be because AI is being used more, but more subtly.
Oh, yeah, almost assuredly. Because people also have a kind of an aversion to AI. So,
Yeah.
I think it will. There was a period where it was like, oh, it was all very new, and so people thought it was super
Yes.
cool, and they wanted to, explore it and play around with it. But now people have quite quickly realized the problems that they have with it, and they have an aversion towards it, and they're hypersensitive to thinking anything that they see is AI. So, moving towards background integration is the inevitable and correct move for Microsoft in that sense,
Yeah.
I presume.
Well, I think for everyone, just from a programming sort of infrastructure perspective, it's the correct perspective for everyone. Microsoft's going to do it first because they have all that stuff like heavily integrated and they've got the money and the motivation, but don't use
Hmm.
theirs. Arthur Friend says, privacy, security, nightmare, IMO, no way to check what they are doing on my system.
Yeah.
Have you ever run a binary executable on your system? If you're on Windows or Linux or an operating system, almost all of them, the binary can do pretty much whatever it wants. It can't do super user stuff without your permission. But other than that, it can do pretty much anything it wants. Ransomware doesn't need super user permissions.
Mm.
Any binary could do that. You have to be careful which ones you run. And that's the same thing with AI, except with AI, the worst it can do is rack up some network costs, but with this layer, there will inevitably be provisions to prevent too much cost being racked up too quickly. And the system can warn you, hey, this program appears to be using up too many AI tokens or something. If it's local on your own computer, then you'll just hear the fan spin up, much like if you launch a video game or a game with graphics. So this is not a fundamental problem, Arthur Frayne. It is either a solvable problem or an existing problem that we'll just have a slightly new implementation of now. But I mean, you're not wrong, but it's not novel.
Well,
so yeah, that was all I wanted to say on that.
I mentioned this in my announcement on Twitter, but I did have, because part of it is that I just want to show you this headline.
Okay, it's good when a story can be
Prepare
understood
yourself.
from its headline entirely. Famous pink planet harbors a salty surprise.
They knew what they were doing. What do you want? Before I get into it, I'm going to zoom in. What do you think
Yes,
this is
type
about?
of planet is generally categorized as a clitoroid.
What do you think the salty surprise is?
Salt. I mean, could it be salt by any chance? I mean, it's pink.
It is a pink.
Salt can be pink. Maybe it's like rock salt or something.
It is a pink planet. So Northwestern
Maybe it's
University.
like the negative ion planet. It's that like meditation rock salt stuff you can buy that you shouldn't bother buying.
Northwestern University-led astronomers have discovered salty skies surrounding the universe's famous pink planet. For more than a decade, the ancient rosy hazed world has kept astronomers guessing. Again, just the headline. Famous pink planet harbors a salty surprise. It's an unbelievable headline. Like, Fizz.org knows what they are doing.
I'm curious.
Yes.
How they know it's pink. Because the way that you detect an exoplanet, I think the only way still, I might be wrong, is by its transit in front of a light emitting body like its local star. And you can tell, you can't see like a big black blob.
Yes.
No, you can just tell from the lensing effects, the gravitational lensing, slight, tiny gravitational lensing effects around the edges of the planet, tell you that, around the edges of the star, sorry, tell you that a planet's just passed it. I think that's correct. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Chad.
I think so. They do explain it here. I'm sorry if
that's
keep
the case.
yawning. I'm not bored. I'm just, I don't know why. I've been really sleepy since I got back. So one of the coldest known planetary masses.
You can use light. I can't remember what it's called. There is a name for it. You can use light to determine what elements are it's been reflected through, because there's signatures in the light frequencies that come back reflected off a surface. That's really cool, by the way, and that works at any range. So I think you can tell what's in the exoplanet's atmosphere with that method. I think that's how they do that. But that doesn't give you color. They may have inferred it from the chemical composition.
I think they've inferred it from the chemical composition. Yes, one of the coldest known planetary coldest known planetary mass companions ever directly image the elusive object, which is too faint for astronomers to dissect its light from Earth. But new observations from the James Webb Space Telescope reveal an atmosphere filled with exotic chemistry and salty clouds unlike anything we've seen before. The observations provide some of the first direct evidence for salt clouds in a cold object's atmosphere. Because, I mean, that's already kind of insane that it's clouds of salt. A phenomenon scientists that had theorized more than 15 years ago. The discovery also marks an important step towards studying increasingly cold objects, which are too dim to examine with ground-based telescopes. The pink planet is the coldest companion ever discovered using ground-based instruments. Many teams around the world...
Calling it companion is very evocative.
It is, isn't it?
Wilds.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Actually, I have an Outer Wilds thing here too for you.
Oh, do you?
The Chinese are doing an Outer Wilds thing.
Oh no. Just quickly on the companion thing. I think one of the YouTubers I showed you, Sebastian Larg, I don't know, who does game development videos.
Yeah.
He's the one that made that Outer Wilds like clone test game with the planets they generated. The name he gave to the moon in his game was Constant Companion.
Yeah.
That's probably where I'm getting the association from.
Yeah. Many teams from around the world performed follow-up observations to study its light, but it was too faint for ground-based instruments. This made it a perfect target for the James Webb Space Telescope. When we finally obtained its spectrum, it immediately looked interesting. But once we started looking deeper into the data, we realized it was not like anything we had analyzed before. An expert on exoplanets...
So they did use spectroscopy, spectrometry, whatever.
Babaraj.
I think it's some word spectrometry or something like that. But yeah, you got it, chat mostly.
Yes. Babaraj is a postdoctoral associate at Northwestern's Center for Interdisciplinary Exploration and Research in Astrophysics. This work was conducted in collaboration with scientists at the Space Telescope Scientists. This is them just talking about big up in themselves. So here's what it is.
Yeah.
Discovered in 2013, the pink planet orbits a sun-like star located 57 light years from Earth. Despite its
That's
nickname,
not that far away, actually.
no, astronomers are unsure whether it's a planet at all, which is why they're calling it a companion, right? A roughly
Right.
25
Okay.
times the mass of Jupiter, it sits near a fuzzy boundary between giant planets and brown dwarfs. So astronomers refer to it as a planetary mass companion, meaning that it is a planet-sized object orbiting a star. Further complicating the mystery,
I would
att-
just I would
huh?
just call that a planet, to be honest. I would just call that a planet, to be honest. We've
Planet-sized
talked about the
object.
definition of
Yes,
planet being
yes,
stupid and that it
right,
should be
right. We
changed,
have
but
yes,
that to me is, if it's planet sized,
yes,
it's pretty much necessarily planet shaped. And if it's
yes.
orbiting the star, you already know that it's a fucking planet.
It's a
Sorry, Aiden,
companion.
please continue.
Repeated attempts to study it with ground-based telescopes
Name
are
it
falling
after a
short,
whore.
while most directly imaged exoplanets are closer to 1,000 to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This one, the pink planet, is just 550 degrees Fahrenheit, or 290 degrees Celsius, roughly the temperature of bread baking oven.
Okay.
Bread baking oven. The companion's age is responsible for its chilly temperature. Although they are born blistering hot, giant planets cool as they age. The new study estimates this to be between 2.5 and 4 billion years old. They used advanced data
Yeah,
processing techniques.
that's younger than Earth.
Well, yes, yes, but
That's 4.5.
yes, data processing techniques to strip away glare from its much brighter host star. This combination finally revealed the companion spectrum, a graph that breaks down dispersed light into component colors. Each color represents a different element, so by analyzing an
Not
object
exactly,
spectrum,
but close enough.
scientists can uncover the presence of specific elements and molecules. In the past, other astronomers observed a companion for an entire night with some of the biggest telescopes to obtain a spectrum, and they could not see the object. With the James Webb Space Telescope, God, I can't read. James Webb Space Telescope, our entire observation took around 2 hours, and we were successful. Data
Oh, very
revealed
nice. I thought I was the one that couldn't read.
I'm having a rough time. I told you, like, I'm like all of a sudden, like, tiredness hit me. I didn't have any coffee this morning, I think is the problem. Normally, I have a coffee in the morning. I slept in late, and I didn't have a coffee. So it's like hitting me now.
If you want to go AFK for a minute, I can cover after this.
No, oh, well, I mean, like, actually, I have a Red Bull downstairs, but if I have one now, I'll be up literally all night. So, no, it's more that like since I got back to Guernsey, I've just been exhausted. I have like a cold and stuff, so I'm a little bit not on full point.
That
Anyway, the
might be
data
it. Yeah.
revealed a
If you
mix
want
of
to do a
chemicals.
shorter stream today,
We'll be fine.
that's okay.
Water vapor, methane, carbon dioxide, ammonia, and other molecules. To reconstruct the companion, the researchers fed these data into an astrophysical model. I mean, it didn't add up. The companion's simulated atmosphere matched the observations only if it contained unusually, physically implausible features. The researchers added clouds to the model. The unusual characteristics vanished. Salt clouds likely veiled in the atmosphere's deep layers, shaping the light that reached the James Webb Space Telescope. And
So it's
simulations of clouds.
speculative, but
Yes,
based on a model. So it might not be this, but it's the best leading theory they have. That's all it
it's
is.
just this is a truly bizarre planet. It's so
Yeah,
cold.
it's cool.
It's probably well, it's very cool. Quite literally, it's very cold. Unusually cold. It apparently has a pink hue based on their spectrometry analysis, and
Mm,
has salty clouds. So it's however, although it is generally very cool, it's also phys.org.
yeah.
Did this have to be the did this have to be the headline? Because by the way, I was going to report on this either way because I read an article about it in another outlet. And then I was browsing phys.org and saw that this is the way they had reported on the exact same story and went, well, we're using that one. Obviously, we're going with that one.
I've decided on the name for this planet.
What do you want to call it?
In honor of what we've been watching in Cabal recently, we shall call it Rose Chew.
It's Planet Rose Chew, indeed. Full of salty clouds, and it's bright pink.
Oh no! The creator of Roast Chew did often consume something salty.
He did consume something salty. He had to recycle it very often. I'm sure this planet recycles its salty clouds as well.
Moving viciously on.
All right, I am gonna actually, since you said that, I'm gonna grab a Red Bull and drink like 3 sips of it. I'll be right back. Okay.
Maybe you should pour it into a glass and just bring the glass up so you don't get too tempted.
No, I'm only gonna have like. Trust me. I know what I'm doing with.
Okay.
All right. I'll be right back though. Yeah.
All right. 25 times the mass of Jupiter. Did it say that? I missed that. That's a lot. All right. So I have this quick. I guess as a PSA. What? Good luck. Careful down the stairs. I don't think she's talking to me yet, but I think we can hear her anyway. Uh-oh, I can't do anything about that, chat. I'll just have to talk over her. YouTube may expose your real name if you share videos. Copying the share URL of a video while logged into a channel with your real name will expose that name to anyone who clicks your link. This can be disabled in privacy settings. That's not good. YouTube has unveiled a bold new feature, doxing people. Yeah, that's not good. It shows you basically their account, not their YouTube brand account, which usually obscures your Google account, but just the Google account associated with it, which is too much. That's odd. My phone's not charging. God damn it! I'm gonna have to fix that. When it gets back, I will. So yeah, there's apparently a toggle. So if some of you, this may concern you. So I just thought I'd PSA this. So be careful. 5 ads just to get in here. Fuck you, YouTube. Man, I have no control over that, and I would not. I mean, I personally use uBlock Origin. Okay. So yeah, just be wary of that, chat. It might affect any of you as well. Okay, that's just a PSA, and then there's other things as well. I think I'll do these quickly. So I've been talking for a while, mad shit about the fact that I've said it earlier that right now we're going to have with AI. There's been this sort of like this lurch in popularity during which the method for making AI more effective is just to stack more transistors and more GPUs, just bigger, expand, mostly quantity, a little bit of quality, but Nvidia's just pumping out the same GPUs. Much like with processors, in the first in sort of the first era of their development for about 30, 40, 50 years, it was more transistors, just mostly quantity with relatively small quality increases. But then at a certain point, that wasn't viable anymore to just make them smaller because the fundamental physics meant that transistors couldn't really get smaller. There are ways of doing it, but it's not really mastered yet. So they instead went for efficiency improvements, actual qualitative improvements, not just quantitative. The same thing I think now is going to happen with AI development, where you've got these massive data centers which are just built to house these GPUs, basically, just to run AI models. And it's pretty wasteful because there are better ways of handling it. And I've got 2 stories here which seem to support my hypothesis that we're going to see a lot of efficiency improvements and not so much scaling improvements, but mostly efficiency improvements over the next few years with AI. And the first one is very interesting. It's something I might even use myself. But the second one could be revolutionary, big if true, but it might not be true. So first one is this. This is a piece of software called Dwarf Star. Now there is Seraph will be interested in this. There's a AI model called DeepSeek V4 Flash, which is good. I've used it. It boasts a feature of being able to sort of compress old history into less precise text embeddings, but don't worry too much about what that means. Either way, it's a cool feature, but it's also welcome back. It's a cool
Sorry, I
feature, but it's
realized
also
I wasn't
pretty
unmuted on stream.
obvious.
I just said I don't know what any of that
You
means.
weren't muted though. I had to talk over you.
Wait, try it now.
Welcome
Go
back
ahead.
though.
Okay, keep going.
So this is
Anyways, what
Dwarf
I was
Star,
saying was
and it takes what? What are you doing?
talking over you.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Just trying to get
I had to
even.
talk over you. I had no choice.
Yeah, well,
Just
I
take
don't
it
have one
in.
either.
I
Apparently.
thought you were talking. I haven't got you muted now. I thought you were talking to me when you started down the stairs, but you were talking to Bill.
Oh yeah.
Um.
Oh shit.
So anyway,
Oh, you heard how much he hates your guts. Anyway.
I was talking
Oh,
over you deliberately so the audience wouldn't hear what you were saying. I'm trying to protect you. So this
I was
is
muted on the stream.
Dwarf
Don't
Star.
worry, I'm all good.
Oh, were you? Okay, well, I was just me hearing it then. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, never mind. Good. This, if I may, is Dwarf Star, and it is a modification of DeepSeek V4 Flash or Pro, but primarily Flash. Flash is a relatively small model, 238 billion parameters, I think. It's the one I'm currently using for some projects. I believe it's the one Seraph mostly uses as well, and it's pretty good. even though, as I said, the tech where it compresses old history is a little overrated, I think. But it's good that it exists, but it's also very obvious. I'm not sure why it wasn't done before. Um, but it's a good model and it's not too big. 238 billion. You can imagine usually that you convert that directly to gigabytes. So 238 gigabytes, that's how much you need to run it at 8-bit precision, which is basically lossless. So if you had 238 gigabytes, you can run that basically lossless. But then you can quantize it more, reduce its size. And the more you reduce it, it stays high quality for a while and then it suddenly drops off at like Q4, Q3, that kind of level. But you could make it a lot smaller than that. You could make it like 128 gigabyte probably by quantizing it without losing much quality. What they've done here with Dwarf Star, though, is a step further. They've done a lot of extra work with this particular model because the model is a mixture of experts model, which includes multiple areas of the neural net which are specialized toward different tasks, and a router which passes the task to the one that's most specialized towards each thing that it needs to do, each token needs to process. These architectures are a bit more finicky, but when they're right, they're way more efficient, and the model gets much faster. It gets very good at different tasks while being faster, and each expert's only 13 billion parameters, which is actually very small. You could fit that on my GPU, for example,
Oh, really?
with
Okay.
almost no quantization. Yeah. So that's what it's comprised of: 238 billion with just a lot of experts, and then some global routing area for the neural net. What they've done with Dwarf Star here, this project, and this is so good I might use it myself, is a bunch of modifications. So one of them, and I watched a video on this earlier, one of the modifications is that they've taken the experts and uh, optimized them down to just the parameters, just the neurons in them that are most useful, and cleared out a bunch of stuff that isn't used as much. This is similar to what iMatrix quantization does, I think. But they've done that, and they've done I can't remember the details now. It's been a while since it's been earlier today that I watched it. Details have escaped me, but it probably is in here somewhere. But they've done a bunch of modifications so that now you can run this what is otherwise a pretty much a frontier model, 238 billion parameters, on 64 gig of RAM, pretty well. 128 is what they recommend, but then you can go lower than that if you use the other tech they've got here, which is streaming the experts from disk. So it keeps in memory or GPU memory the routing stuff, and then when you need to pull one of the experts in to do the calculation, it pulls that from storage. And because it's only 13 billion, it's not that much. So if you could do this on any size of system. In fact, with a 12 gig GPU in here, I probably wouldn't be able to because I think 12 gig is not enough to store just the basic stuff. But if you've got, say, 24 gig of VRAM, or maybe you've got enough RAM spare to do this, as long as you've got like probably more than 32 gig of RAM that you can spare for this, you could run this like between sort of like 0.5 and maybe 3 or 4 tokens per second at almost full quality. What is otherwise a almost frontier model, a really good current model, because of just a series of optimizations they've done with this Dwarf Star tech. And given that this is the model I'm currently using for a bunch of stuff, and given that I don't like having it stored like cloud accessed, and that I'm currently writing a lot of code to make my requests more efficient to save money, having it local, and I've got a spare laptop I could use for this, having it local would save me a lot of money.
Yeah.
So this is unironically a way that you can host a frontier model on local hardware without too much quality loss or too much speed loss. And that's very cool. Projects like this show me that there is so much scope for optimization with AI that we've barely scratched the surface, to be honest.
Well,
That
of
we've
course.
just been
It's
scaling
all new
up.
tech.
We
So
haven't
yeah.
been making it more efficient.
Mm.
Yeah, but that's cool. And that was the first thing I wanted to show on AI efficiency. The second thing is a little bit more speculative. We don't know enough about, like, this one's released. This is usable. You can get it now, and I might do this later. But the other one I'm going to look at is less confirmed, but way more impactful if it's real. Sub-Q. How good is the 12 million context window LLM? So the largest context window LLMs these days are 1 or 2 million.
Mm-hmm.
And at that rate, if you've put something at the beginning that's important and you've filled up the context window, the AI is not really going to know it.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
But 12 million, this one, they claim to have an almost 100%, uh, 100% recollection rate
Hmm.
across that. Like the claim with this tech, with SubQ, is that it's 1,000 times more efficient than normal AI
Well,
models.
shit.
So here's the basic premise. When an AI model is running and it's got a bunch of context, a bunch of tokens, a bunch of words that it has to use to generate the next words. So, like the conversation history, and the system prompt, it reads through all of those words before it then starts generating. Because it has to know what's in there. It has to not only know what's there, but it has to make associations between those words. It has to know how they link together, how they're related, and what kind of semantic meaning changes that should make to what words it outputs. It needs to know all of this stuff. And in order to do that, you might wonder, how does it do that without checking every single token against every single other token? Well, that's the neat part. That's what it does.
Really? Well, I guess if it's that big,
Which
yeah.
means Yeah, which means that if you have it's quadratic scaling, which I
Oh, okay,
think
right.
would mean that it's squared. I don't know. It's a lot though. So the curve of how long that takes, or of how much compute that takes, for compared to how long the context window is, it goes like that. It's an
Hmm.
exponential curve upwards,
Yes.
which is why 1 or 2 million context window is quite expensive and about the limit. This one does 12 million without breaking a sweat because this one is not quadratic scaling. It is sub-quadratic, hence the name.
Hmm.
Um, and they
Hmm.
claim that it is, I don't know if this was an average or just a general, but the number they said was like 13% of the token comparisons that needed to be done before are done with this system. So I'm going to read the details because I remember some of these figures, but I don't remember exactly what they were, all the circumstances around them. So quadratic sub-Q model claims a 12 million token context window, 52 times efficiency and frontier performance. Here's how its SSA architecture works and what its benchmarks actually say. So 52 times, the 1,000 times was like an upper bound, I think, of the efficiency, but it's a lot more. And the actually the 52 times roughly lines up with the 13% that I remember. But the oh no, that's no, never mind. That's not quite true. But the what I'd seen is that the benchmarks for this model actually it actually is comparable in quality to frontier models, even though this is a new lab and with a very new technology. So this could be the basis of all AI models going forward, or it could be a massive exaggeration with some huge trade-off that we don't know about yet.
That would be my expectation. Without knowing anything else, it's just like, this is massive. So there's gonna be some
Yeah.
kind of trade-off. Somewhere, somewhere, something's gotta give. Would be my
Well,
guess, you know?
the reason that the model checks every single token against every single other token is because it doesn't really know in advance which ones are relevant to which. And I think what this model does is it has
Weren't
some
they
sort
just
of lookup table to know which tokens are likely to be associated with each
hmm,
other
hmm.
token.
Isn't that gonna
But
take a much
that's
longer to process though?
no, that would be much quicker to process.
Oh, okay.
Because
Oh, okay.
if it knows which ones to check, so instead of checking every single token against every single other token, it instead just checks the ones that it knows it should
Okay. Yeah, yeah,
check,
yeah. Okay.
which drastically reduces the number of checks, but it would also potentially miss associations. But as is the case often with AI, you can, if you do less work on a particular job, you won't get 100% performance, but you may not get a linear drop. You may instead get sort of a logarithmic drop where if you do like 50% less work, you only get a 5% drop in performance
Why am
or
I
accuracy
shocked
or
that you
whatever.
know what a logarithmic equation is?
I'm a programmer. We use it there.
Oh, I guess so.
Um,
Right, right, right.
so,
We use logarithms with
so it,
statistics, so I was just
yeah.
surprised.
So it may be well worth it to get like a massive efficiency gain for only a small drop in quality. That's what quantization is as well, and that's very common in the AI world. It's trying to find ways to not run it at full resolution because it's not really worth doing that most of the time. The extra
Hmm.
digits on the end of each
Hmm.
parameter don't add much detail. Ultimately, you want deterministic performance. Well, AI is the wrong field for you, but you want close to the original, then you can use that. But quantizing it even down to Q6 or Q5 is usually transparent. Um, but with this, it probably is like if they're publishing it, if it is all it's cracked up to be, there will be a drop in precision. There will be a drop in meaningful associations between code tokens that should be associated because the model doesn't check them. but it won't be a big drop if they've done it right. It'll be maybe a 5% drop, and that's worth it considering how much more efficient it is. That's
Yeah.
the idea, I think.
Jeez.
Um, so let's read. On May 5th, 2026, a tiny Miami-based startup called Subquadratic released a model named SubQ. The team is small, but they've raised $29 million in seed funding and claim the model can process up to 12 million
I'm trying to
tokens in a
get this Red
single
Bull in me, man.
pass. They have also made other crazy sounding claims, like their model is up to 52 times more efficient than flash attention, which is used by most models these days, at 1 million tokens and achieves a coding performance similar to Claude Opus, which is one of the frontier models,
Mhm.
at roughly 1/20th the cost. Now, Claude is pretty expensive, but that's still very good, because the model that I'm using, which is actually DeepSeek V4 Flash, we mentioned before,
Mhm.
that's about 10 times cheaper than Grok, which is comparable, maybe a bit cheaper than Claude Opus, but 20 times would be even cheaper than that.
Well,
And
yeah,
it's similar
obviously.
performance to the Frontier model, so it's better across the board if that's the case. These are big statements, so it makes sense to break this down and see what's actually going on, they say. In this piece, we'll go through what it is, how the architecture works, etc. SubQ is Subquadratic's LLM, released on May 5th, 2026, and built around a single headline feature, a 12 million token context window. It's the first model the company has shipped, and it comes with a set of bold claims around efficiency and cost that have already sparked significant debate. If I were them, I would have started with an open weight model that has way more than most open weight models does in tokens, but that you can get done quickly and demonstrate the technology with it. Then again, if they do that, then other frontier labs will beat them to the punch on doing
Oh,
this.
true, true,
So
true. Yeah. Okay.
maybe this is
Mhm.
better. The model is not yet publicly available, which is the big caveat here. We don't really have any verification of these claims. It's just what the company's saying. With access to the API, SubQ code,
Well, I
and
mean, they'll
SubQ
still be able
search
to
currently
test these
limited to
in
early
laboratories. If it's
access.
privately available, though, it'll immediately be tested by big labs and things like that. They will test this. They'll run estimates on it.
Yes, but as far as I
You
know,
can't run
only
user
this lab
benchmarks and
that
stuff. Yeah,
made it has currently access to it, although I
but
don't know that for sure.
that's what I mean. Like, you need somebody else outside of their laboratory to be able to do this.
Yes,
So
you do.
before you can,
It's built
all
on
these claims are
something called
therefore highly speculative and
speculative,
potentially
from our perspective,
PR,
yes.
right?
Yes, potentially. Um, what I expect is that the claims are true, which is remarkable, but that there are
I
trade-offs
don't
which are
doubt them necessarily, but
greater than what they're saying.
you need external
Yes, you
sources
do.
to verify,
Certainly.
right?
As we saw with Donut recently, you certainly need external verification. It's built on something called SSA, short for subquadratic sparse attention. Instead of an attention is the system that looks at the tokens in the KV cache to know what to write next. Instead of comparing every token with every other token, which is how standard dense attention works, SSA takes a selective approach. For each token, the model picks the most relevant tokens and computes relationships only within that subset. Now, I have wondered, like, why how does it know which ones are relevant if it hasn't even
That was my
analyzed them yet?
question.
Like the yeah, the
How
step
does it
where it does
prioritize or understand relevance?
the analysis to determine the semantic relevance is the step it claims to be skipping. So how is it doing that? And that's why I said earlier, lookup table. I think I'm not certain of it, but I think you pretty much have to do something conventional, algorithmic. Just have a massive table of tokens and say, here's the chances that this one is associated with this one, and then just iterate through them without doing the expensive semantic comparison, but just
I'm
iterate
gonna
through them
need this
all
shit to
and
be
then
looked
compare them.
over by somebody like an outside group because this is all sounding a
Yeah.
bit suspect to me. Like these are
Well,
this
let's
like
see.
and you're talking about like this is a massive claim. To be able
It is.
so I need some external validation.
Yeah. Um, yes, ABC, they are, but I have a laptop here which is 64 gig of RAM, which I'm not using for anything else, and 6 gig of VRAM. The 6 gig of VRAM is pretty much useless for Dwarfstar, sorry, but the 64 gig of
And
RAM will be useful. So I'll probably
Darkstar
get
is
like
my
1 to 2
favorite Game of
tokens.
Thrones character, that's for sure.
I don't know who that is. We'll probably get like 1 to 2 tokens per second, which is not very good, but I'll be able to run basically DeepSeek V4 Flash at home, which is pretty cool. So if I need
He
something
doesn't
that
know who
takes a long time and
Darkstar
I want it to be
is.
private, do that. No, I don't.
Wowie. The best
This
character in
has
Game
two
of
clear
Thrones.
effects. First, it reduces the number of computations, which directly improves efficiency and lowers cost. Second, the selection is content dependent. That means the model isn't just looking for nearby tokens, it can pull in relevant tokens from anywhere in the sequence, even if they're far apart. Yeah, I'm still skeptical about that because how do they know which ones are relevant? And like that's where I think the trade-off's going to come. Probably everything they're saying is true or roughly true, but the trade-off is that it's pretty specialized, and the associations of semantic meaning will just fail sometimes. It will just forget the relevance between things sometimes. You'll
Yes.
tell it something 10 minutes ago, and you'll tell it something now, and it's not designed to expect that those tokens are associated, so it just drops the association and as if it never happened. I expect that's probably the trade-off here. But in
Mm.
most cases, for most tasks, it probably is correct. But then that's also just a tuning issue that over time, the tuning on
Mm.
that will get better so that we can cut out the useless comparisons by just a lookup table. And the comparisons that are useful to anyone at any time, which will not be the majority, it'll probably be only about 10 to 25% of all possible comparisons, are the only ones that'll be done. So you'll definitely drastically improve performance. But initially, it won't be tuned very well for it to be as generally applicable, I suspect. Whoops. 1 second. In practice, the SSA architecture means the model focuses on what actually matters instead of processing everything equally. The intended outcome is similar accuracy to full attention, but with significantly lower computer memory requirements. Dense attention first and compare both approaches. I think we've what is scaling problem? We have pretty much done that. So yeah, it's O of n2, which means it's exponential.
Yes.
Um, the big O notation is don't take it as being a precise number, just take it as being how the curve looks. So O of n2 just
Yes.
means it's an exponential curve.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, you've got RAG, which is often used by AI systems, which means that it basically extracts
The
facts
more
from the
look, the
text,
more maths you give
saves
me,
it, and then retrieves it
the
later.
more I'm able to understand the shit you're talking about. It's like I'm holding on by a thread. I understand the basics of it, but the more maths you give me, the better I'm able to comprehend.
Mm,
Like
fair enough.
use
I
more
I would be able
logarithmic
to comprehend it much
analyses
better
words and things like
from.
that, and I can understand what.
Fair enough. I'm able to comprehend things better from structured concepts. I'm the opposite, I suppose, with that.
uh,
So this makes
I
sense
have
to
a, I've
me,
a
but the
you know
maths less.
I have a vast background in statistical mathematical analysis, so that's like where I come from.
Hard to miss.
Is it? Did you know? Could you
Yeah,
tell that I have a
indeed,
vast background in statistical analysis?
indeed.
Well, I love a good
Um,
logarithm.
yeah,
Everyone does.
I've used logarithms for some stuff. Do you want me to tell you a quick programming and maths related story for something I was
Yeah,
writing
sure.
yesterday? A bit of code
Please.
I was writing. I'll try and make
Yeah.
this quick because it's not hugely relevant to the stream, but
No,
it's
no, no. I'm
so
curious.
I was working
What's
on a
your
problem.
logarithm story?
It's sort of it's not directly logarithms, but you'll like it. It's maths anyway.
Okay.
I was working on a problem where I needed to do a bunch of comparisons between elements. This is actually specifically for something very similar to what they're doing actually, which is to compress prompt length. And I'm halfway through building this now, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
very pleased with how it's going. But it should be revolutionary to the way I use AI if it works. Actually, I think it will when it's done. So I was writing something where I need to compare uh, summaries of multiple pieces of a prompt. So you take multiple pieces of a prompt, you ask the AI to summarize it, it makes it shorter and compresses the information. Usually, as I said earlier, it saves a lot of space without losing much detail. And that's a good idea. And so I've built a system that will automatically and flexibly do that and then give you the best option for the token budget that you've selected.
Mm-hmm.
I've mostly finished it now, actually. It's going very well. That system, I was thinking, okay, so let's say that you've got a bunch of these summaries and some of them could overlap each other if you haven't done it very carefully. That's fine. The code needs to be able to handle that. So you could have one that is messages 0 to 10, and then another that's messages 5 to 15, so they overlap each other. Now you can't really put both of those in the same prompt because then you've got information in both of them that's duplicated, and the AI might think that the
Yes.
same thing
Okay.
happened
Yep.
twice if
Yep.
it's following a
Sure.
series.
Sure.
So you have to have a non-overlapping set of these summaries. Okay, so if you've got one or two summaries or 3 or 4 summaries, then you just got to do a bunch of comparisons. Find all the possible combinations of these summaries where there are no overlaps. And then you do some comparison to select which one is the best. Okay, now that sounds simple. For 5 summaries, if you've got 5 in total, then in order to check all the possible combinations, you have to do, I think it was something like 326 comparisons. Okay,
Okay.
that's not
Yep.
too bad for a modern
Yep.
processor. That's pretty bloody easy, actually. That's
Okay.
almost nothing. It was 226, yes. For 10 summaries, history summaries, if you have 10 of these and you've got to find the best combination of all of them where there's no overlaps, how many iterations do you think you have to do? Ballpark figure, Aiden. If
If it's
5 was
logarithmic.
326,
Oh, fuck,
how
I
many
can't
would
do that in
10
my
be?
head, but if it's logarithmic,
Approximate answers are perfectly fine.
tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands, says Aiden. All right. It's actually 10 million.
Yeah.
And if you have 20 elements, so 20 of these clumps, and you've got to find the best combination of them, you want to hazard a guess as to how many that ends up being?
I don't know, because I was already underestimating, because logarithmic scaling is insane. I can't,
This is not logarithmic. This is the opposite.
what is it then?
This is exponential scale.
Oh, exponential
It's
scaling. Sorry.
highly
Oh,
exponential.
okay.
It's
Sorry, I thought we were in
factorial scaling,
logarithmic. We're
actually.
talking about exponential scaling. No, you're outside of my.
This is
That's
this is
in
factorial.
the trillions, quadrillions.
It's 10 to the 18. It's
yeah,
way more than trillion.
it's in a notation style. You're right. Like it's
yes,
out. Yeah,
you have to use that.
So
50 is 10 with 65 digits. 100
yes.
is 10 to the
Sorry.
157.
Again, I thought we
And
were in
1,000.
logarithms. I think we were in quadratic. In quadratic, of course, that's how it. Yes, that's how these things
1,000,
expand. How quickly they expand in quadratic formulae.
Yeah.
It's
If it's
real
1,000,
big, real quick.
yes. If it's 1,000 elements, you need to do the comparisons on all the possible combinations, eliminate the overlappers, and then run with the best one. Then you need a specialized structure to store the number of times you'd need to iterate.
Yeah, that's a bunch of big numbers.
It's a bunch of big numbers. And so what I did is, as is classic in computing, if you start off with a hypothesis where it's not very efficient,
Mm-hmm.
this is not quite premature optimization because this is needing the program to do anything else ever. You often end up making massive performance improvements. So I came up with a second idea of how to do this, which was to have a sort of a pre-filtering, the same idea but pre-filtered. So you'd run through the set of all messages, and each one you can see which clumps are associated with it, and you then you add to a list all the possible combinations. So you sort of fork the list as you go, and so you build up a massive list of the combinations. It'd be very multiplicative, and it would end up with like hundreds or thousands of entries.
Sorry.
Thanks. It would end up with a lot of combinations, but you skip almost all of the actual iterations that would require because you're pre-filtering the overlaps.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
that would be
yeah.
very complicated to write, but it would probably work, but it would still be a lot of iterations. It was to be fairly slow. That was a big improvement, though, on the previous one. I didn't write that one. That was only hypothesized. What I've done now, so if you had 100 elements before, that's 10 to the 157 iterations.
Yeah.
In my current algorithm, which should be almost as good, if you have 100 elements, how many iterations do you think I have to do now?
It was 10 to 100 before.
10 to 157 before,
157, yeah.
And now
If
with
you
100
if you scaled it
elements.
back, I don't know. Well, I have no idea. You scaled it back massively?
100.
Really? Jesus.
1 to 1.
There you go. Holy shit.
O-N.
I would never have
O-N,
guessed
linear.
that. No, I would have. See, so I'm glad you just answered because I would never have guessed that.
So my algorithm for 100 elements is 155 orders of magnitude more efficient than my first hypothesis.
You should sell this to people. Sell it, seriously.
Maybe when I'm done with this,
You should sell
this
it.
efficiency thing, this is not revolutionary.
Sell your own.
The solution was actually.
This is what I keep trying to tell you. You have to figure out how to monetize your autism.
Yes, I'm working on it. The end solution.
I'm working on it. Have you heard Chris say that
solution
yet?
that I came up with. The first solution was dumb. The solution I'm using now was actually simpler. So I don't think I could sell it. But the end result, the product I make at the end, I may be able to.
Well, yes, the end result.
But yeah, it's like honestly, the tech I'm coming up with now, where you can specify the token budget, and it will automatically take any length of tokens and dynamically fit in to that token budget with the highest quality available, or lowest token number if you ask it to. That's cool tech. I'm going to use that a lot with all the AI systems I make in the future. And that could be sold potentially. At least the products I make with it could be. But yeah, massive efficiency gains, and I'm very pleased with the tech that's coming along with that. But that's an example of like how you can get mad scaling differences between different ways of doing something. It's similar to what they're doing there, of course. But I'm very, very, very pleased with 155 orders of magnitude improved efficiency.
Yes, I think as you should,
from an
as you should
O
be. Yes,
factorial n
yes,
to just
effect.
O
Yes,
n
right,
linear.
right. These levels of effect. Yeah, damn. It, yeah, yeah, yeah. Because at first I thought you were talking about
If you can
logarithms,
imagine,
but you were talking about quadratic
if you can
and
imagine an exponential curve
exponentials.
goes like
Yes.
that,
Mm-hmm.
then
Mm-hmm.
factorial is just kind of like
Yes, yes. A factorial is
straight
like that,
up.
right? Straight
Yeah,
up. Because well, factorial is the number by the number by the number by the number. Like it goes up and up and up.
yeah, crazy.
Very, very quickly becomes super extreme. Now,
Yes,
as interesting as that was, and as groundbreaking as it is, I
yes.
want to talk about something a little bit more fun. Can I?
I've had plenty of time. You go ahead. Yes,
Can I
by
talk
all
about
means.
how?
I'll be right back, but I'm still listening.
All right, I'm going to talk about how spiders perceive time differently, potentially, than other species. You remember?
Almost like it's a different sense,
It's
like
almost
a
like it's a spidey
like a
sense.
spidey
Oh my
sense.
god, scientists have discovered that spidey sense might be real. And it is particularly, you'll see the headline here in Science magazine says, "Do animals perceive time differently from humans?" No, they don't mean animals. The animal in particular that they have looked at, that they believe perceives time differently, is the jumping spider. Now, it is
Oh, the
hypothetical.
cute one.
Yes, the really cute one. Look at here he is. Here he is. Look how cute he
So
is.
if you've ever watched a small animal, it's very obvious they perceive time differently from
Clearly.
humans.
I mean, it seems like they do, or they have faster reflexes or
Like
something.
the brains are smaller, so there's less space between the neurons, so it can
That's,
process faster. Less complex, but faster.
well,
And that to me is probably all that's required to explain
they did
how they
something
reason faster.
very cool to do this. Have you ever seen one of these snake waveforms? You've
Yes.
seen one of these images before? I'll
I don't know
pull
if
it
that's
up.
what it's called, but yes.
It's called a snake, I think,
Yeah, it's
something.
look, it's moving, chat. It's
All right. So
moving.
you see this image, right? Weirdly, it's not moving
This
for
is
me.
not a GIF.
It's not a GIF. No, it is a. This is a static image. It is not moving. However, the human brain will perceive this image as moving, and it's not just the human brain, it's animal brains as well. And so what they
Okay.
used is they gave them this, so researchers can investigate an animal's ability to perceive time by testing its ability to perceive motion or illusory motion, in this case of the rotating, it's called the snake illusion, as I said. Yes, so I was correct. This is the snake illusion,
Fair enough.
and how fast it takes for it to perceive time as passing, essentially. So uh, they talk about how they did timescapes, um, and they use this and they showed it to animals, and they try to see how quickly they would respond to things. How can scientists use illusions to understand how they perceive time? Temporal illusions are usually of two kinds. First, you might see motion even when there is none, like when you move your eyes over the rotating snake's illusion. The second kind of temporal illusion misrepresents either the order of stimulus or the order of events as they occur in the world. These illusions are important in understanding animal perception for two reasons. One, the fact that we can show these that animals perceive these illusions is huge in and of itself. It shows that there are common perceptual problems that perceptual systems have been optimized to solve over the course of evolution, meaning that again, animals, even a spider, a jumping spider, being has the same evolutionary involved visual systems as humans do. This is across the animal kingdom, the broad animal kingdom, right? Um, One, it shows that, and then it also shows that there are common trade-offs in perceiving flashes and motions, and more generally changes over time across animal systems. So they talk about this. What are some common misperceptions? But is there an animal that has a bizarre perception of time? So this is a scientist who has tested showing those snake illusions to animals. It's hard to say, but many people I've spoken to have pointed out that jumping spiders are one possible species. Like I said, this is possible, this is speculative. They seem not to be susceptible to at least two known temporal illusions, which may relate to them having four pairs of eyes, making their perceptual systems remarkably different compared to humans. But one ongoing line of discussion is whether it's only because of their eyes that these differences exist. I don't know, nobody knows, but it is possible that spiders quite literally have spidey sense and perceive things in slow motion. Are you pulling up some minion meme here? What is this? What is this? Well, you took it away now. What were you trying to do there for a second?
What?
You're trying to show some minions or something.
What are you talking about? What? What's wrong? Why are you getting distracted from your spider article, Aiden?
I'm trying to.
Spider expert,
That's
yeah, I know. Go on.
yes, I'm a spider. Do you even know what a spider expert is? You weren't there. You
I
weren't.
only said that because of you mention the meme every time someone says spider.
The spider expert was an old. Stop it. Stop showing
What?
minions. Stop putting minions on the
What?
screen.
Chat,
Stop it.
she's insane. Chat, she's having
Keeps
hallucinations. What the
putting
hell?
minions on the screen and then thinking that because
Minions
I'm
on the
doing something
screen.
else that I won't notice that he's putting minions on the screen
Putting
and that I won't be
minions
able
on
to
the. What the hell
switch
do you
over
mean
fast
by
enough
that?
in order to be able to show that he's putting minions. And now he's too scared to do it again. I guarantee he's too
Well,
fucking scared to
Aiden,
do it again.
if I was doing that, would it have worked?
What would what have worked?
If I was doing that,
Trying to make me look
would it have
crazy?
worked? Well, chat, how hard do I have to try?
Almost got my stuff all trapped in my fucking. And then you did it. You did it while I had my stuff stuck in my head. So... All right, look. Spiders have spider sense potentially, possibly. Jumping spiders perceive time in a different way that humans do. That would be pretty cool. I would also like to talk about something, and other than again AI for a bit. But which one? Which one do I choose? Which one do I pick?
I have some non-AI stories too.
How about wolves are reconquering Europe? Apparently.
Fair enough.
I like my animal stories, okay? Last summer, this is like Science magazine in particular puts a lot of like narratives on their stories. But so she's walking around a nature park near Utrecht in the Netherlands, saw that what she thought was a big dog, playful dog, hurtling towards her and her two young boys in distance. Seconds later, she heard that her older son, age 6, was screaming loudly. The animal was dragging him into the woods. Two other
Oh
animals
Jesus!
who happened to be nearby beat it with sticks to drive it off. The boy was taken to hospital with bite marks and nail scratches on his side and chest. The attacker was not a dog, but a wolf. DNA found on the
Jesus!
boy's bloody t-shirt confirmed the culprit was Bram, the Netherlands' most infamous wolf. He had
Wow!
bitten the woman in the legs 2 months earlier. He had bitten a woman in the
Oh,
legs 2 months earlier. The summer before, he had knocked over a child and was suspected of snapping at another. Before that, he had shown unusual interest in dogs. After Bram's first
I'm
attacks,
surprised that there's any that do that haven't been wiped out already.
but that's the thing. The hypothesis is that they're making a comeback. Wolf experts recommended interventions, including trying to capture and fit him with a collar, this particular wolf, but animal rights groups sued, and so no action was taken.
Oh, come on!
This is legitimate. This wolf in particular has
It's
shown
just a
a
collar.
repeated history of attacking humans. Put a bloody collar on it. Am I right? What the fuck?
Look, rights groups love defending vicious murderers.
They
Okay,
sure do.
It's their fucking job.
A judge ruled against them, clearing the way for Brom to be killed. Just days before he attacked the young boy.
Oh, he ruled against them. Okay.
He was on death row when he attacked the boy. Right. The new incident, though, fueled an already
It doesn't
polarizing
sound like
debate.
he was on any sort of row at all. It sounds like he was free roaming.
Yeah, but he had been marked to be killed, and then they hadn't gone out and got him yet. But the burgeoning
They
wolf.
should just standing order. Any animal that attacks a human, capture it. At the least, capture it.
Yes. There's a burgeoning wolf population in the Netherlands. Wolf attacks on people are rare. Most wolves fear and shun humans, but wolves are also killing an increasing number of sheep, and Dutch farmers have demanded control measures. Some politicians
Because the
have
Netherlands
said,
is not the first place I'd think of as an untamed wilderness full
no,
of
it's not.
vicious animals that kill you.
No, it's
Except,
highly.
But let's not get into that. So that's too political.
Pretty much the whole country, though, is like, from what I know of the Netherlands, there's not a lot of areas that are complete wilderness. It's a relatively small country. Well, relatively in some terms, and highly worked country in terms of it's a lot of farmland. It's a lot of agricultural zones.
Isn't it like the size of Wales?
Yes, some politicians have said Western Europe's most densely populated country, which the Netherlands is, should be simply declared a wolf-free zone. Wolf
Twice the size of Wales.
scientists
Okay.
are caught in the middle, criticized both by anti-wolf campaigners and by animal rights activists who object to measures such as tracking collars. Why do you object to tracking collars?
That's retarded. At the
It's
very
not hurting
least,
the animal
tracking
in
collars.
any way.
No, not even socially, barely, if at all.
Yeah, similar debates have played out across Europe. The whole thing is, though, is that it seems because these wolves, they are making a comeback, They were nearly exterminated. They were exterminated from Western Europe in the 19th century, but they have made an
Yeah.
impressive comeback in the past quarter century. Scientists have closely monitored the population as it spreads across northern Germany into Denmark, the Netherlands, and Belgium, some of the most densely populated regions in Europe. Wolf territories can host a single wolf, a pair, or a pack, which is a pair and its offspring. Years of wolf monitoring years, which typically run from May till April the next year. So, essentially, because of these animal rights groups, right? People are just going to start being attacked by wolves more often because the wolf populations are reestablishing themselves, which is a good thing to a certain degree. But then you get crazy wolves that continually attack humans and are not the way that
Yeah.
most wolves, as I said, do not attack humans. They're afraid of humans. They shun away from humans.
Most animals are in general.
Most animals are in general. But
I
so
saw a video about it recently. It's quite
I
interesting.
don't
There's a
think
lot of
it's
different factors that lead to it.
yes, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that the wolf population is increasing in these regions. However, it is a bad thing. The reasons it's happened is because of animal rights organizations, but people and livestock need to be protected as well. And it's why some of the funny things about animal rights and environmentalist organizations is they fail to consider that wild animals are not the only animals in an ecosystem, right? So you let these
And many of them would explicitly prefer animal rights at the expense of human rights
I
as
know.
well. Like the child that was almost dragged into the woods,
I know. Let's see.
or as you're alluding to, the sheep it would otherwise be eating. Like they are eating animals,
Yes,
guys. Like
yes.
they've got to eat something. Maybe it's just rabbits in the woods, wild rabbits or something. But no, it's sometimes going to be farmers' sheep.
This is fairly interesting. This is now the oldest known date of
Okay,
the plague. 5,500 years ago. They found it
I bet
in.
it's something really familiar today.
Are
A
you?
really basic plague today. Oh no,
Hang on.
you've been
Why?
paywalled.
It was fine earlier, so I don't know why. Hang on. There's about a billion websites that have an article on this because it was a big story. Look, wowie. Um, no, I don't want to pay you, The Guardian. There we go. Okay. So, ancient
That's a bit
DNA
high.
provides
That tooth.
provides evidence. Oh, yeah, it's not erupted yet. Discovery in Siberia suggests bacterium from raw marmots devastated hunter gatherer tribes about 5,500 years ago. And it would have been same thing that we think of as the plague, that we understand as the plague. So,
Not the bubonic, right?
not the bubonic plague, no, but as
Okay.
that's a specific plague.
Okay.
But
You mean
ancient
in terms
DNA,
of like scale, being a
yes,
pandemic,
yes.
basically? Okay.
Ancient DNA collected from the remains suggests that the disease tore through sparse communities in devastating waves beginning about 5,500 years ago. At least 2 centuries after the bacterium responsible, Yersinia pestis first emerged. So, this particular is this it? Is this it? The bubonic plague? Though, am I wrong?
No, that's not. I don't
It,
think that is.
it can't be responsible for the plague. I don't think the
The plague?
just says the
Maybe it
is it
is.
the Black
It
Death? The
does say
Black Death.
bubonic.
It's the Black
It
Death.
is.
It is. Yes.
Wow. Well, then how were they not immunized? I guess because it evolved
It
so
it
much since then
kills
that it
it kills
changed
so
enough
much too that
to come back.
it kills so quickly and so uh, efficiently that if no one survives to pass on the immunity or so few survive to pass on the immunity, then yeah, it can continue to be incredibly dangerous thousands of years later. The hunter gatherers probably become infected after butchering or eating raw marmots, a risky practice that still causes plague deaths today. So don't eat marmots, apparently. I don't know, marmot looks like they are kind of cute. There he is. Oh, look at this. Don't eat it. Don't eat him. He's gonna give you plague. He's gonna give you the plague. Um, After spilling over from the chunky ground, is that their proper name? Chunky ground squirrels? I mean, they are. The primary animal reservoir in the area, the disease spread from person to person, decimating families and others in close contact. The work resolves a long-standing mystery of why so many children were among the dead at one cemetery in particular, named Ust-Ida, on the bank of the Angara River, Lake of Baikal, the oldest nearest lake in the world. While older hunter-gatherers might have survived past brushes with the disease and gained some immunity, young children were exceptionally vulnerable. At least two-thirds of the dead at two of the cemeteries were under 15. Many who died shared graves with siblings or other family members. This does add context to that how old, yeah, the Black Death had been around for.
Mm.
The earliest evidence of the plague in Britain is 4,000 years old, with traces of Y. pestis found
Oh.
in teeth of men and women
I didn't know
excavated
that.
in Bronze
I thought
Age.
it was
Yes.
novel to about, what, 800 years ago?
That's what
Um,
I thought, I also believed. But
yeah,
apparently it's ancient. It's been
because
around
it's now,
forever.
I imagine that there was some immunity gained from this,
Mhm.
and probably later than this, but then it just evolved and mutated. I expect that once the world was interconnected enough, it found its way to Asia, and that's where the real
Yeah,
problem started, because
maybe. Well,
that is the boiling pot of all disease of the world. And then it made its way back to
but
Europe and wreaked havoc.
they did
But
find
now
it.
we have an
Mhm.
immunity to it. I think we even have some amount of it stored in the body in a some sort of reduced state.
They did find that of 42 hunter-gatherers buried at 4 cemeteries on the Angara River, 18, which is 39% of them, contained the DNA of the Black Plague. A higher proportion than is seen in some medieval plague pits.
Wow.
So there were ancient plagues of the exact same disease that occurred thousands of years before we even knew that it existed.
And the next line after that said that there's a high chance of I think it said false, either positive or negative. So they suspect
Yes,
all
yes.
of them died of plague.
No, well, yeah. Given a high chance of false negatives, where
False
infections are
negatives. It was
missed
false
because
negatives.
DNA
Yeah.
is too degraded, the scientists suspect all those buried may have died of plague. I mean, why would you have
Yeah.
buried people in mass? What were, they were plague
Yeah.
pits. That's what they
Yeah.
were.
At the very
So,
least, almost all.
most, yeah.
Mm.
Bring out your dead and all that. I also
I'm not dead.
I have some other cool ancient human stuff, which is that how old do you think fire is? Of human use of fire? An astonishing 1.8 million years old. These would have been the ancestors of humanity. Of course, not humans. Human species did not exist 1.8 million years ago.
Ah,
But
I think it's 2 million actually. The first Homo.
Homo erectus. That's the
Yeah, it says that here.
yes, but that's not Homo sapiens sapiens.
It's not Homo sapiens, but it is human technically. Sorry, it's not really relevant, but
It's
technically it's true. Go on.
our ancestor. They're not us though.
Yes.
Homo erectus
No,
is
not
not Homo
exactly.
sapiens sapiens. So fire was foundational to human evolution, cooking food, all that.
Oh yeah.
New
Well,
study
I'm
in
Homo sapiens sapiens sapiens.
3 times over, triple the chromosomes.
I've got chromies to spare, lads.
Yeah, extra homies for my chromie, extra
Anyone
chromies
wants
for
some
my
spare
homies.
chromies?
New study in PLOS ONE, which by the way, not a great outlet, finds evidence in early hominin species, Homo erectus, likely used fire within caves as early as 1.79 million years ago. The oldest evidence of ancient hominins actually making fire comes from a 400,000-year-old Neanderthal site in England. You understand the difference in these 2 years, though? Like, that's why this is remarkable. Now, it's a plus one study. I don't know if I trust them. The plus one study. However, their claim would mean it's 5 times as old in use among human ancestors.
The next line in that paragraph there, now near the top of your page, is important though.
Early human ancestors such as Homo erectus, however, that we mean, like they couldn't create fire from scratch.
Yes.
Instead, yes, of course. Instead, captured it from slow burning bunches of grasses. I read tonight. This anthropologist and co-study author Michael Charzan of the University of Toronto. So they
Michael
would have gotten it.
Charizard, appropriate.
Yeah, so they would have gotten it from. They weren't starting the fires themselves. Typically, they were. Ooh, everything in Brave just crashed. I got to refresh all this. Oh Jesus! You just went away, I think, as well. No,
So I keep reading for you. The analysis provides strong evidence for the
yeah,
earliest
go
known
ahead.
fires, says Nick Ashton, an archaeologist at the British Museum, who was senior author of the Neanderthal research but was not involved in the new study. Let's say it again. He notes, however, that the latter
Oh
paper's
my
authors
gosh!
remain uncertain as to when the burning occurred, with the study giving a
Oh,
wide time range of
jeez.
between 1.79 million and
Sorry,
1.07 million
sorry.
years.
Literally everything crashed. Oh my god, my whole setup crashed. I don't even know how to get it back.
Well, the stream still seems to be
Yeah, the
working.
stream's working, but my okay, never mind. No, it seems okay. Never mind. It's fine.
Okay.
Never mind. Go ahead. Sorry.
Sure. I mean, it's your article. I was just filling in. You need to scroll down a bit anyway.
Oh yeah.
Chazan and his colleagues have been studying the site of
Yes.
the
It's a-
Wonderwork Cave in South Africa for about 2 decades.
Oh,
In 2012, they
spoon.
found signs. Indeed, they found signs of fire use, including burned bones, ash, and sediment, in the million-year-old Stratum 10 archaeological layer at the site where the cave is located. So, if they're going by rock layers, that's interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that. But that's, I think that's less fraught with concern
Yes.
than carbon dating.
Well, right, but again, it is the fact that they weren't creating fire; they were getting it from somewhere
Yes.
and
But using it as
holding
a
it,
tool,
but
that's
using it as a
impressive.
tool. Yes.
Considering how much of a universal peril fire has been for all animals throughout all time,
Yes.
that is impressive.
For this age, if true, big, if quite literally massive, if true. The previous one was 400,000 years ago. 400,000 years ago was the previous
Yeah.
example of what they thought was the oldest
Oldest
example
known,
of utilized fire in a area habitated by
Given there's
proto-humans.
such a huge gap there,
Yes.
and given that I think they said or implied earlier that it hasn't really been widely peer reviewed, it might not be.
No,
It
I
might not
I
be.
said
There
that
might be
because
another
I don't look.
explanation.
I just have to say, I do not trust plus one. I don't trust any study published in plus one. Now, I cite studies published in plus one all the time. I don't say this in every video that I do it on, but anything that is published in this journal, hold with a little bit of scrutiny. This is a pay for play. It's not entirely pay for play. It's not. But plus one's got some issues. I'm always, if you see a plus one article, just always be like, might be incorrect. It might not be high standards. Not always. It depends, because there's multiple journals under the plus one also umbrella. There's multiple journals. So this could be better or worse, but these are kind of open access. This is open access research, right?
I wouldn't trust anyone who can't spell plus right. Thank you, David.
It stands for something, I'm sure. I just don't know.
I'm sure it does, yeah.
Team analyzed fossils from barn owl pellets and found that the changes in their texture and color are associated with burning. Because the pellets were some 30 meters away from the cave's entrance, the team could rule out their incineration by natural wildfire. So yeah, they were pretty sure that this was contained fire in a cave.
Yeah.
1.8
that's definitely possible.
million years ago.
Yeah.
Which is pretty fucking insane. But
yeah,
they also analyzed.
This would have been then.
What
would they have been doing with the fire? Because I don't know if humans were cooking food. That
light.
If light maybe, but then
the Promethean.
I mean, light maybe, but it sounds like charred bones. So maybe they were cooking food. But if this is the earliest known example of fire, and the previously earliest known example was 400,000 years ago, then I don't know if humans were cooking food this long ago.
They probably wouldn't figure that out. But
yeah,
obviously light. It's what Prometheus gives to man. It's.
But then why are there charred bones? Were they trying out cooking for the first time? Is this the dawn of cooking?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
That is so one of the...
Maybe like finding an animal that had died in a wildfire was considered like an extremely rare delicacy for these people.
Well, you always have to, what I always ask myself when I think about like, how did ancient peoples figure stuff out? How did they figure out, for example, how to make alcohol? That one's quite easy. They see that there's animals who are eating rotten fruit and go, those animals then act really funny after they eat that rotten fruit. So I'm pretty sure that if I eat that rotten fruit, I'm also going to act funny. So I will do that, right? But how do you figure out how to take the little seeds from a plant and grind them up and figure out that you can make flour from it and turn that into bread? These are things that I have no idea how ancient humans figured them out. And yet, they're key foundational aspects of human civilization. I don't know.
I expect humans were living around wheat for
yes,
a long time.
But how do you figure out like grounding it up?
Madman and some series of different madmen just did random nonsense with it and eventually found something. Like they do something. Like maybe you've got this these grains left over and you've got some water and you're desperately hungry. You think, oh, let's just see what happens if I mix them
Yeah.
together. And then you think, like, oh, let's see what happens if I heat that up. And then, at some point, you're going to eventually accidentally stumble upon, what's this? This is amazing. I've invented bread. This is the best thing
Uh,
since, wait, no, it's not even
Wait,
the
this is
best
the
thing since
first.
sliced
No,
bread.
it's
It
the best thing
predates
since It's the
sliced
first thing.
bread.
Yeah, right. But again, like I understand.
It's the best thing until sliced bread.
I understand things like alcohol production. I understand because it's quite literally a natural process that even affects animals. But how humans
I'll tell
figured
you
out
the answer is time plus random.
how humans managed to figure out something like bread. I've had evenings where I've just sat up all night thinking about it. And like, how do we figure that out? How do we figure out, like, if I just ground up this fucking plant that's grown all over here, that I'll
Here's a different suggestion.
how did that happen? I'm
What
fascinated
if
eternally by those.
what if those wheat seeds weren't quite valuable enough on their own to be kept? But then it's like, do we throw these out? Can we do something with them? You find something we can do with
I
this.
mean,
And
that's
then
the
they've got a
question
mission. They
though,
just try
right?
stuff. Yeah.
I don't
I don't know
know.
if that's how wheat works, but that kind of thing could have
Someone
happened. But yeah, it's just time plus variation, not randomness. I shouldn't have said that, but
No,
variation
no,
either way.
I actually
It's
think
enough.
it speaks to the brilliance, sometimes the like accidental retarded brilliance of the human species of just being like, I'm gonna do this stupid fucking thing, which I do think is probably what it was. Somebody somebody's uncle came up, was like sitting around eating all those rotten fruits all day and was like, why don't I do this thing? And then came up with something that changed the entire course of human history. Sorry, it's a bit of a aside, but team also analyzed the gray-white bones using a luminescence technique that can reveal whether the bone had been burned or not, and burned bones undergo chemical changes that enable them to absorb. I'm fucked. I'm so sleepy.
Would you like me to read this paragraph?
Go ahead. I'm having a moment, dude. I'm trying to get this Red Bull in me. I got a
Don't have
whole
too much.
spill of it, you know? Go ahead,
If
please. Thank you.
we're at 11, we would normally go until about 12. If you want to end a bit early, that's fine. The team also
Uh,
analyzed the grey white bones using a luminescence technique. Did you just say that word on stream? You're not supposed to do that. Using a luminescence technique that can
Luminescence
reveal whether
technique.
a.
Is that the word I wasn't supposed to
No,
say?
no. No, I thought you said something you may not have done. Using a luminescence technique that can reveal whether a bone
What?
has been burned or not. Sorry, I must have just misheard you, Aiden. Burned bones undergo chemical changes that enable them to absorb light of short wavelengths, such as blue light, and to emit light of a longer wavelength, such as red light. After exposing the bones to a high energy blue light, the team used an optical filter to see which of them glowed red. That revealed that some 21 of the 39 white greyish bones in stratum 10 and all 32 from the layer below had been burned. That's definitely
Yep.
indicative, yeah? If it's far enough in the cave that the fire could not have got there
Yep.
otherwise, yeah, I can see why they
How
hypothesized it
would
was
fire
humans
have
doing
gotten
it.
in there, yeah, otherwise, right? If it's
Yeah.
that far back. Impossible to
Like,
know why these early human
I
ancestors.
doubt it, but the only other thing I can think of is that something with a lot of fur was very on fire and
Maybe.
went in there to die.
But it's impossible to know why they would have maintained a fire in the cave. But the co-authors, they suggest that it rules out cooking because the fire was only opportunistically brought there. It was not domesticated yet. But this summer, researchers will look
But
for additional clues to try and
I,
figure out how Homo erectus got the fire into the cave in the first place.
I like my theory that humans at that age, even like 2 million years ago, would occasionally find animals that were burned by forest fires and be like, whoa, it's the special meat, the special hot meat that tastes nice. And
Think so?
they were probably eating cooked meat very rarely, but occasionally for
I
hundreds of
mean,
thousands of years before they learned how to make fire.
just like they would have eaten the rotten fruit in the ground that got them drunk. Be like, it's
Yeah,
a
possibly.
special meat that tastes different or something that that just was sitting there, I suppose.
Oh, fire meat.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that actually does make sense. It actually does make sense.
Mhm.
Alrighty. Oh,
Humans actually, that's a good point. Humans probably would have like gone into areas that had been on fire deliberately to
maybe.
find it
Yes.
for a while. Although I'm not sure at which point humans developed a taste for cooked food. I'm not sure if it would have just been nasty before they developed a taste for it. But cooked food is easier to digest,
Yes.
so it
So,
would theoretically be better. But a lot of animals don't
well,
like cooked food. Cats don't like cooked food.
no, it
Personally,
probably,
good meat.
yeah, how did we develop the taste for cooked food?
Yeah,
Probably a confluence of factors. However,
it
speaking
will.
of
It would
things
have
that
be.
are older than previously believed, Stonehenge is older than previously believed. They found new evidence
Okay.
that there were previous worship sites that were there earlier, right?
Well, I would bet if Stonehenge exists, it's not the only one in the country, or there would have been others at some point. Yeah.
There's a bunch of henges in the country. And the country's covered in henges.
But they're not all special like that one.
Why? What does it make it special? Just bigger?
Yeah. But that's my point. It might not have been that special at the time.
No, maybe not. Right? Located some 5 kilometers from Stonehenge, in the village of Bulford. The site was first excavated between 2015 and 2017. The dig revealed 48 pits using carbon dating. Researchers found that they were created around the year 2950 BC, 500 years before Stonehenge was completed.
That's a long time
All that's
ago.
left of this simpler monument are those pits. But 5,000 years ago, the structure likely centered on 2 wooden poles stationed around 120 meters apart and positioned so that they formed a line pointing directly at the sun as it rose during the summer solstice and set during the winter solstice. So here's a timeline event. So the Stonehenge cursus is, again, about potentially up to 1,000 years older, right? In a spot very nearby. That led a team of researchers at Wessex Archaeology, led by British archaeologist Phil Harding, to conclude they likely functioned as a sort of design prototype for the more famous megalithic structure. The analysis revealed the alignment with the solstices was so exact that they would have been aligned within 1 degree of the sun. The team
Not
has
too hard to eyeball it if you've got a lot of time.
to eyeball the sun.
Not quite
Is
what I
it?
meant. Don't eyeball the sun, chat.
Don't eyeball the sun. I think it might be a little bit difficult to eyeball the sun. However, I know what you mean. The team hasn't published the findings in a peer-reviewed scientific journal yet, but expects to later this year. We'll see where that goes.
They're going to be publishing it in Frontiers in Archaeology, your favorite.
Frontier. Look, Plus and Frontiers in. I'm both always like, eh. It's. I've read too many bad studies in those outlets, and I know what their review process is like, and it's not exactly stringent. This discovery is probably one of the greatest findings of my career, he says. Up till now, our knowledge of this ancient feat of astronomy was based on Stonehenge and other monuments of a similar period, but what we've discovered at Wolford is 500 years earlier than the famous stones that we know so well.
Are we going with astronomy, or are we going with timekeeping or astrology?
It's obviously a timekeeping device. It's obviously a big clock.
I don't think we're going astronomy.
I mean,
here. Astronomy is looking at stars.
Obviously a big clock, so that when the sun, bears down, you can look at the shadows and figure out what time of year it is. It's obviously a big clock.
They hadn't quite figured out sundials yet. Well, I mean, that wouldn't be time of year though, would it? No, that's a good point actually. Yeah, because the sun would it? I think it would move slightly in the sky. Its line would be a bit different. Yeah.
So it's obviously
that makes sense.
It's not a sundial in that sense, which tracks the movement for a day. It tracks the movement for months, that you can know when to plant things and when to harvest crops, right? It's a big calendar. Along with the pits, the researchers have found artifacts such as pottery, animal bones, charcoal at the site, indicating that ancient people likely gathered there to celebrate religious rituals tied to the solstices. I'm so tired. Because the site dates to about the same time as the first earthworks at Stonehenge were built, the archaeologists believed it may have functioned as a temporary ritual site until the more permanent Stonehenge stones were put in place, which makes complete sense. They knew they wanted to build a far larger, grander structure. They built a
skyscraper of its day.
Yeah, but so they built a
at least for that part of the world.
They built a model, right?
Yeah.
That would make sense.
Autism has been with us a long time, chat.
Well, there's a lot of questions to this day about how they got these stones there, how they were able to move them and things like that. So it took them apparently from their building of the model about 500 years to figure out how to actually complete Stonehenge.
Yeah.
Which is pretty neat.
That's something else that we wouldn't really factor in today. We build a skyscraper as like one project team working on it for a few years and it's done.
Yeah.
But what if you had to spend not just multiple generations, but generations beyond your counting to build something? Then you could get a lot done, even with ancient tech.
I think that's the last of this line of... Oh, it's my last sort of line of this, of these.
I have an article that you will like in a minute.
Yes?
There's not necessarily the article itself, but what it implies.
So there's an implication right here. This article, this is the actual scientific article, not a news article about it, proposes that primates expanded through predominantly, they say diverse climates in the headline here, but they mean cold climates, which would mean that they try to be clear what this means. This is a refutation of the out of Africa theory. There's plenty of research that contradicts it, but this one would say that in fact primates moved into Africa, which is becoming more and more an increasingly popular and common theory amongst people who study the history of the human species.
I haven't looked into it much myself, but my intuition would be that we started somewhere around North Africa, Middle East, and then made our way out from there, rather than in Africa. Like Africa's where some humans ended up. That seems more natural. That seems like where the pattern of great civilizations has run.
It does seem that way, but we're talking about ancient apes, where they came from, not humans, right? Our ancient ancestors, proto-humans, far before humans, the apes that became humans many, many years later, millions of years later, right? And it seems that monkeys, primates, did not begin in Africa either. This is at least what they have found, is that Western Europe was mostly the location of the earliest proto-monkey species that then moved into Africa as climates changed, and then again,
well,
life
North Africa and the Middle East aren't exactly outwards. The most verdant areas today, although they may have been at some point. There would still have been much more verdant areas back then for like Eastern Europe, for example.
Where humans,
or even Western Europe, as they say, Jesus.
Where humans appear to have evolved is in Anatolia. That's to the like modern humans and modern human civilization. The first and earliest elements you see of it are in Anatolia, what is today modern day Turkey, right? So that's where, and I'm talking about structures thousands of years older than the pyramids in places like Göbekli Tepe, right?
Yes.
So, and Göbekli Tepe isn't even the oldest one they found of these ancient human civilization sites. But it also seems that the apes themselves, they came down from Western Europe and moved into Africa because of probably changes in the environment, right? So, even the idea that the out of Africa hypothesis has been largely debunked. Whoever still says that is being very silly, because it is the out of Anatolia hypothesis. But also, this study proposes that the origin of the ape species that predate humans also weren't from Africa originally. They were from Western Europe. Big if true, right? They said specifically these two likely locations, Western Europe, yes. 70% of trees, Western Europe, 30% of the trees elsewhere. These two likely locations, yes. So North America and Western Europe. There's a great map here. Here we go. Yeah. This is where the earliest progenitors of the human species would have originated. It's a lot of North Africa, but it's a lot of Europe. It is a lot of Central Asia, and it is North America. It is none of Central Africa, none of South America. And this is so old, too, that, look, the Indian subcontinent hasn't smashed back into the Asian subcontinent, right? Or Asian continent. This is their hypothesis, at least. That these are the origins of the oldest ape-like species in the world, right? And it's not all out of Africa, is it? In fact, it's diverse. Arid, cold, temperate, and tropical, different types of primates, right? They weren't, because we kind of have this belief that primates all live in tropical climates, because they do now. But there would have been, according to this hypothesis, cold climate primates, right? And more of them in these older periods of human history, or world history. Let me zoom out here so you can see better. To these cold ones indicated by the dark blue, a lot of that, and they kind of die out as time goes on, right? These are really, really old primate species. 60 million
Little
years.
hard to see. Needs a
Is
bit
it?
more zoom.
Oh no. Oh
What?
no, 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 no. Oh god, leave me alone.
Oh no, Aiden's under attack from a buglet. Aiden, you need a debugger. As a programmer, I can tell you
I
need
don't
a
know what it
debugger.
did. Just flip back out. It was a giant bug though, and it scared the shit out of me.
It's just in your clothes, it's fine.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Why would you tell me this?
Because I knew you'd react that way. I'm here to entertain chat, largely.
About it. Oh no. When it happened the other day, I wasn't on camera, so no one could see me freak out about a bug flying in my vicinity. Anywho, what can you not see about this graph? That's not clear. The dark blue be these cold apes, cold primates. Yeah? They stop existing sometime around 40 million years ago. However,
Sorry, I'm just trying to fix something.
it would indicate that
yeah,
there were
it's
primate
just
species that
so
lived in the cold way before.
yellow arid, blue cold, light blue temperate, and then green tropical. Okay. Yeah, no, I can see it. The dots are handy to know what their samples are, but the actual mountains at the bottom are much more useful to know what's actually happening.
Mhm.
So arid has actually been the most common overall. By the looks of it.
Until recently, which
With
in which
cold
case it's been
starting early.
tropical. Tropical has been more common for the last 10 million years, essentially.
Yeah, which is weird.
Yeah, so it means
Okay.
that apes historically were not predominantly tropical animals. They were temperate, arid, and cold ones in very ancient history. Which again, this is a big if true. We'll see. Who knows? But it's like I said, much like the out of Africa theory, it is that even primates evolved in a variety of different ecosystems and environments. If true. What do you got, Home Skillet?
Research suggests the older you get, the more weed you should smoke.
I actually had this article. Let's go. I had a different I had a different article on the topic, yes.
Do you see why I thought you might like this one?
Yeah. Speaking of,
Good,
I did
smoking
have
weed.
some weed a while ago, which might be another reason why I'm facing some cognitive decline. That was more to try to bring my brain up to I'm trying to measure, manage the amount that I had to drink some caffeine or I was gonna fall asleep. But I don't know, also a little bit. So, as I get older, and usually, I mean, you're just like a year younger than I am, so how's it
2
feeling?
years.
A year and a half. You are a year and a half younger than me.
Mm.
Uh-huh.
But it really shows.
Does it? Does it really show? Does it? Does it? Continue with your fucking shit.
Chat, remember, this is how you treat a woman. Just insult her viciously at all times. But, like, act charming when you do it.
Uh-huh. Is it charming? I don't think so.
I haven't got any complaints.
You have literally from me. So, continue.
Yeah, but those were all in public and you didn't mean them. You actually,
Oh, I
you actually
didn't
want me to
really
keep
mean
insulting
them.
you.
No, don't worry. I'll tell you in private later that I did mean them. Continue.
Chat, press 1 for more vicious anti-female insults. Could smoking weed protect your aging brain? A study recently highlighted by the Washington Post suggests it might. Potheads over at the WAPO, led by the Salk Institute,
yeah.
the work focused on a
Where do you think? Where else are they going to job?
Cannabinoid called Cannabidiol, which is a byproduct of THC,
Yes.
the active ingredient in pot responsible for its psychoactive
You're
effects.
familiar with Cannabidiol?
Not really.
Fucking
In experiments using
normie.
human brain cell cultures and animal cells, the researchers found that cannabinol appeared to protect neurons against oxidative stress, a pernicious form of biological wear and tear that leads to cell death. Oxidative stress is considered a critical factor in neurodegenerative diseases.
Neurodivergent
like
disease is very different. That's what you and I've got. If it's not overwhelmingly evident.
Yeah, but I just got all the good symptoms.
Okay.
If you were...
I got all the bad ones. I got all the recessive genes.
It's been happening for years. I've tried weed once, didn't like it. right? So I'm not a pothead or a pot advocate,
You
but it's
tried
been.
way too much weed. I shouldn't have given you
And
that
whose
much.
fault was that?
Mine. I shouldn't have given you that much weed. You try some of the cannabinoid I gave you? The
No, I
CBD.
don't think I did actually. I
You
don't
didn't
think I
try
did.
my CBD oil at all,
I
which
don't think so.
has no THC element. So it does there's
I don't think I
no
tried it. No.
well actually I had a study on this which is that even that CBD oil, as I told you, can have a psychoactive effect. But now
Yes.
they've found that when you totally remove all the psychoactives from weed, it still has a pain relief effect, which is the main reason that I use weed for is pain
Yeah.
relief, and why most
Yeah.
people
Indeed.
probably do, and why it is a wonder drug in that sense that it is an
That's the
excellent
point I
pain
was sort
reliever.
of gradually trying to arrive at, but unfortunately, Aiden is on Red Bull, so she is not going to let me get there. Uh, she can't help but speak. No, it's fine.
I'm literally about to fall
But yeah,
asleep. I'm trying to
what I was going to say
continue, sir.
is I have been observing for years, at least weed advocates saying, if not actually happening, that there's just constantly new benefits of weed, cannabis being discovered, and yet it's still widely illegal. And I don't think it's good in a society for everyone to be smoking weed, or even a lot of people to be smoking weed. I think recreational weed's probably overall a bad idea. There are some people for whom it's beneficial,
Oh,
but
I think
overall a bad
I
idea.
agree.
However, however, as a medicine and as a drug for specific conditions, it seems to be kind of just a wonder drug. Yeah.
So so I have nerve pain, and overwhelmingly, what research on cannabis has done is shown that it just eliminates nerve pain, and I can tell you that it does. Now, I would love to be able to eliminate my nerve pain without then also seeing Lucy in the sky with that's LSD, but like, without like getting completely fucking stoned. It's because it dampens your cognitive process. I can't think straight. I don't like it. So I'd like to just be able to get rid of my pain. And apparently there are new concentrations of marijuana that they've discovered. That I found an article on that could reduce that, make it so it's just the pain relieving effects. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Makes sense. As a painkiller, it's not addictive and very effective. So I don't know why it's not used more. Um,
Well,
in
you'd
experiments
have to be able
using.
to get it so that it doesn't have the psychoactive effects. You have to be able to
Mhm.
completely remove it, and even CBD still has them.
Dude, why would you have to? I have taken painkillers when I broke my wrist, which had a psychoactive effect.
Well,
I had latency with my body. It was
well,
not
no,
nice,
I'm saying
but it did relieve the
preferably,
pain a bit.
if you want to be able to take it on a day-to-day basis and be productive, as I would like to be, then I can't have the psychoactive effect because it makes me kind of like, if I wake up and take a weed gummy, all of my nerve pain will go away, but then I'll just sit there and be like, whoa, and that's a huge waste of time.
Fucking potheads, man.
It's not.
Yeah, I
I say it's not
definitely
that
see what you're
bad, but
saying.
it can
Uh,
be if you take a really strong strain of it. Then you can just be like,
okay,
oh,
that makes sense. What I was thinking was like in a hospital setting when it's severe pain, but what you're thinking is just like constant chronic pain when
yes,
you
for
want to get
chronic
shit done
pain,
as well.
yes,
That makes a
for
lot of sense.
fibromyalgia,
Yes.
for nerve damage, yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So in that case, yes, something that does the pain relief without the psychoactive effects would be great if you could do that for cannabis. That could
Hmm.
be as I said, wonder drug painkiller, which if it didn't have any other side effects, which it probably wouldn't, would be
Well,
nice and safe and probably not
that
very expensive either.
yeah, and that to me is frustrating. I don't want to get
Yeah.
distracted by my hand. I'm trying to work. I'm trying to relieve the pain so that I can work more efficiently. And it's like trying
Mm,
to fight one or the other, and with
mm,
nerve pain, like what I have, a painkiller's not going to help. It's not going to do anything. It just won't because it's not the same. Like if you have a burn or you have a cut or you have a even tummy ache, it's a very different type of pain. Nerve pain is. Um,
yeah.
it does just different. So that's why I'm all on board with studying marijuana better and getting it to that kind of point where I could take some weed and not go into outer space. You know.
Mm. We got some complaints in chat that we're talking about weed. Stoner recap. Well, I mean, Aiden is she's in a mental state right now that's leading to her, excitedly recapping things anyway. But that's not because of weed; it's the opposite. It's because of the energy drink. I know how you are on energy drinks.
I've had this much.
That's all it takes.
I've
You
had
know
this much.
this.
Yes, I know. I know, I know. And that's why my boyfriend's yelling at me. He's like, don't even touch it. I'm like, have a little bit. Anywho, would we have, what else? If we,
Worth noting to the guy in chat, I do expect that there are negative consequences, which
oh,
is
for
why I
sure.
said recreational use of marijuana shouldn't be encouraged. But there's absolutely medical potential, I think, that is not
In
being used
cannabis.
yet.
So like
Yeah.
cannabis and marijuana are not the same in that weed isn't the same thing as
Okay.
cannabis, which is not the same thing as like hemp. Like hemp is made from cannabis, which is just a thread. You know, you can make clothing out of hemp. You can make fibers out of hemp. So there's lots of byproducts of the same plant. So the cannabinoid oil, the problem is that even so, you can get a little bit stoned from it. With even with cannabinoid oil, it causes psychoactive effects. But that being said, if you can find a way so that it has no psychoactive effects and only serves as a pain reliever, that would be ideal. I would say. I mean, would you want people to get put on fucking Vicodin instead? I mean, unless it's heavily addictive. I
Indeed.
if you can do one
Okay.
that's all natural and stuff too, also I think it's better personally.
Hmm. I have a few more articles that I could do if you'd like.
Yeah.
Again, I've made offers for like if you want to end the stream early or if you want me to read your articles or whatever. But if you want me to do mostly my articles for the rest of the stream, I'm okay with that too. I know you're
I
quite
am
tired.
feeling very very tired if I'm being honest. I've had some Red Bull, but like it's not functioning great. I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
I think I'm very sick, and I think that it's crept up on me a bit more than I anticipated.
Oh.
Well, it's also it's made it harder for me to talk. Um,
Yeah. We can handle this however you like. If you want me to take the lead for the rest of the stream, and you can just comment when you feel able,
yeah,
welcome
sure,
to. If
sure.
you want to
For the
Mhm.
next 20, 40 minutes, whatever. Yeah, sure.
Sure.
I
Okay.
can send you some articles, but it is getting hard for me to talk and hard for me to. Yeah, go ahead.
You're welcome to, but I do have enough.
Okay.
Uh, I think you'll like this one. World's first T-Rex leather purse apparently is going up for auction, and it could fetch $500,000.
Yeah. Huh.
A sale of Jurassic proportions. Who wrote this? Who fucking wrote this? Asia Grace. Miss Grace, would you like to be executed? No picture. Yeah, you lucky you didn't depict yourself, or I'd be hunting you down for that pun. Anyway, Birkins, she says, are beautiful. I don't know what that is. Channel bags. I'm going to skip the
She means
woman part of this.
Birkenstocks. Birkenstocks.
A purse derived from 66 million-year-old purse dinosaur DNA simply cannot be beat, she says, per the Parisian auction house Hawking. I don't know if that's the name. Hawking, the prehistorical must-have for over $500,000 on Thursday. Bidding paddles are sure to go. I hate this is like when AI is too personable. I don't want journalists to start thinking they're people, all right? Bidding paddles are sure to go flying, she says, in the air as auctioneer Alexandre Guello of Hotel Drouot in Paris, France, accepts offers on the first ever handbag made with collagen from lab-grown Tyrannosaurus rex fossils, which were reportedly exhumed in the US on June 11th. That's a picture of it.
So
Aiden, you're a woman, allegedly. Would you want a T-Rex handbag?
no, it's fucking
Why
weird,
not?
and also
Is
not
it?
for 500,000
Well, no, but
bucks. Oh my god,
you okay?
I'm not feeling a hundo. I'll be all right though.
Okay. Quote, this T-Rex leather bag marks a defining moment in my career, a one-of-a-kind piece that stands as a historic milestone, Giquello said in a statement, a defining moment that challenges the boundaries of creativity and luxury, he said. And it's the perfect carry-all, it says, for the diva who doesn't even care if she wrecks her budget. I think we're going to move on from this article now. I was interested in the science,
There's no
but
science.
holy
Well,
shit.
I am interested in that. How exactly did they make
Yeah.
the dinosaur skin? What they're claiming is.
Professor Che Conon, another weird name, a professor of tissue engineering at Newcastle University,
Tissue
alongside researchers
engineering.
at Ad Agency VML, genomic engineering from the Organoid Company, and
It
the
all sounds
sustainable
nefarious as
biotechnology
fuck.
pioneers at Lab Grown Leather Limited. This sounds like a series of very dodgy outfits.
Yeah. Huh.
The Organoid Company sounds like the name you'd give to your RimWorld colony. Has led the
Hmm.
charge in transforming matter from the extinct predator into extraordinary wearables, she says. A handbag a wearable? I thought wearables were watches.
A purse is a wearable.
Okay. T-Rex leather. Um, so regular bovine leather. Okay, so they start with cow leather. Dermis.
That's how they make regular
Cow
cow
leather.
leather.
Okay, that's
Yes.
how they make regular leather.
Yes.
And this one, lab-grown T-Rex leather. A bit more complex in the procedure. TOC engineered T-Rex proteins using advanced large-scale DNA and protein models. Protein design optimized to enhance properties. So it's a lot of heuristics. It might not be exactly the same as T-Rex, but it's
Mm-hmm.
probably quite close. Phylogenetic analysis finds engineered sequences closely
Okay.
related to distant
So they
T-Rex
grew it on
relatives.
chickens,
Okay.
almost assuredly.
Sequences meeting criteria are inserted into a specialized bioleather cell line genome. Use proprietary cell line to express T-Rex structural proteins. Use the advanced tissue engineering platform from LGL to turn cells into skin. Skin is tanned and finished using sustainable methods. T-Rex
T-Rex
leather.
leather. So they put it on chickens, almost assuredly. That is chicken
Okay.
skin.
Okay.
I mean, from what they've described here, what else would it be?
So basically,
The chicken is a very, very close relative.
th-
So,
this is KFC.
yep. There you go. There's your KFC bag.
That's not quite as
Worth 500 grand, is it?
big and fashionable now. Following an extensive process, including harvesting T-Rex DNA, blah, 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 scientists have managed to make primeval magic, she said. I hate this writer. I hate her a lot.
She's
The
awful,
hard
yeah.
bit is making leather from cells, and we've done that. Economics previously told the Post. The upstream bit is using existing technologies, which is why we're confident we can do this
Oh.
so quickly. Don't you mean downstream?
Wait, I had one study, one thing I wanted to bring up. Sorry, before we end. Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure they've used upstream wrong. Whatever. Naysayers have doubted the validity of T-Rex leather, deeming it gimmicky. It depends what you're going to fucking pay for it. Like, I don't care whether it's quote unquote real or not. No one will ever be able to tell you for
It's
sure.
up to
It
whoever will
depends what
pay
you wanted
for
to
it,
pay
yes.
for it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's fashion. I don't concern myself with what idiots pay for fashion.
People pay $500,000 for all Gucci stupid bullshit anyway, so whatever.
As they mentioned earlier, someone's paid $8 million for a handbag. It wasn't even T-Rex.
Yeah. It's comparatively nothing. So, I did want to... I mentioned this earlier, so I wanted to show it. Hold up here.
Okay.
Put the minions away.
What do you mean? What minions?
And then you're like, Aiden, I
She
never
got
engage in
minions on the
gaslighting.
brain.
I've never gaslit you ever. I've never
Spent
gaslit
all
you.
day looking at minions on her boomer Facebook, and she just can't help seeing them now. And she's blaming me for it of all people, pretending I'm gaslighting her. She really just wants you to believe it,
Gaslighting me
chat.
with the fucking minion. This article is for you, so don't just leave, okay?
I'm not leaving. She's bidding something.
The Chinese have done an Outer Wilds thing. You know how I couldn't play that game and that I couldn't land on little planets? Well, they're doing that, okay?
Aiden has the wrong kind of autism for Outer Wilds, chat.
Secretive Chinese probe has just arrived on one of Earth's quasi-moons and will soon attempt a first-of-its-kind landing. So this is incredibly difficult, because these quasi-moons, what they are, let's explain. To sign in, I have an account on Live Science. Huh? 1 second.
When you're back on the page, you should zoom in a bit.
Did it? Huh? Zoom into what?
When you're back on the page, zoom in so we can see the text bigger.
Well, no, I'm saying I have to sign in.
I know. That's why I said when you're back.
Oh.
It looks like it didn't work, though.
Well, no. Do you want me to... Let me click back. Be 1 second while I log in, okay?
No, I wasn't trying to tell you to stop. I said when you get back to the page.
Which I don't think that there's nothing in here that's... Okay. Now it should be all right. Oh my god. Authentication in process. Okay. But I hate all these websites. Like every time you want to use them, you got to sign back in. Okay, here we go. All right. So Chinese National Space Agency named Tianwen-2. Zoom in further. It's not big enough. Wow. Okay. What they're aiming for. I can't do that. I can't do that. They're aiming for this. Kamo-oe Lewa, right? So there's a bunch of these little micro moons and they're temporary moons that exist. They come into contact with Earth. They're very, very tiny. This one is, they say how many feet it is, actually. Between 100 and 330 feet, right? So it's a very,
A
very tiny.
millipede.
What?
Like a millipede.
Millipedes. I mean, I think it's a millipede that's 100 to 300 feet. I don't know what you mean.
It's like a millipede.
I don't know what you mean by this. You're just trolling me?
No, everyone in chat gets it.
Oh,
I
do
don't
they?
know why you haven't yet.
Okay.
40 to 400
Oh.
feet, millipedes.
Okay. The very if you put those fucking minions up one more time, I swear to God.
Where did the association from millipedes to minions come? Oh, they sound similar. Is that what it was?
He keeps putting fucking minions up on the screen, knowing that I'll go see them. This is why I can't maintain the show tonight. Because you keep
commenting the what?
I can't maintain the show because you keep doing this kind of thing to me.
Oh, it's my fault, is it?
Yes, because you keep showing me minions. Then acting like you're not doing it.
Not Uncle Chang, the cold merchant that you got your cold from, ultimately.
Anyway.
You know who likes minions? The Chinese.
Well, they do. There's a bunch of these, though, that are hanging around the around the Earth, sometimes for greater or lesser periods of time, right? Sometimes they're there for just a couple of years, sometimes they're there for hundreds of years. But the Chinese have just landed on one, this one on June 7th, and inserted itself into orbit alongside the asteroid. So the Chinese are going to be the first to examine this kind of stuff. Did I bring this up? But I said it. Oh, this must be incredibly complicated, right? Figure out how to get into orbit with this tiny, tiny object in space that's only 130 to 330 feet long, right? So this is, I saw it and I put it in the show notes because like this is like me trying to play Outer Wilds, except the Chinese are way better at it. You know, how'd they figure that out? By the way, this thing, we don't know how long it will be because it's not actually in Earth's orbit. It's stuck temporarily in Earth's orbit. All these little micro mini moons are. They're more in the orbit of the sun, but they get temporarily locked in Earth's orbit or stuck in it, and then eventually you can see it here. Actually, yes, here's the demonstration of it, where
it's a Windows screensaver.
It is, but eventually it will break out of the orbit and it will just go back to orbiting the sun. These are temporary objects, right? You can see how it starts to break out. Yeah, the further and further it gets away,
it's definitely changing. Yeah,
orbit becomes disrupted. So, yep, eventually this object will leave Earth's orbit. It's only temporarily here, but the Chinese have just landed on it, or orbiting it, and are looking to land on it. So there you go. Let's see if they can do the little mini game, or the I guess essential part of the game of giant beetle. Wait, do you
nothing about Outer Wilds game is mini except the fact that all the planets are.
Yes. I got this article literally because I was like, oh, that's like landing on little plants in Outer Wilds. That was legitimately why.
Thank you, Ian. I appreciate the reference.
Well, do you have anything else, or shall we wrap up?
I do have other things. Okay. I don't mind if you want to wrap up.
Let me see what you got. I don't have anything else. I have tons of more articles.
Have you heard of? I've got a space story which we could do quickly.
The High Elves?
Fun. And I've got another one which I no, almost actually maybe close. But I've got another one here which is a what's it called? Mystery box story. You want to open the mystery box?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know what this is. Have you heard of the Amaterasu particle?
Amaterasu.
I don't know if it's Japanese, but I can see why you use the Japanese accent. Any word she doesn't understand, the Japanese accent comes out.
Amaterasu is Amaterasu. It's a Japanese god, yes.
That makes sense because the only other place I've heard Amaterasu, do you know where?
Where?
Fairy tale. That's right, fairy tale mention.
You had never heard it
Hades
from
in Tenru Island uses
the
Amaterasu
games about
formula spells.
that or anything?
Oh my god, she's going elf mode, chat. I thought it
Have
was
you
bad
heard of
enough
the
already.
high elves?
Sadly, I've heard of one.
What does that mean?
I never thought. Why had I never made this connection? Yes, you are a high elf because you're always high.
No, I'm not. I just said I'm not. Explained.
Well, you're high on stims right now.
Well, unfortunately, I've had some Red Bull.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, let's see what this is. Scientists think they've solved the mystery of the Amaterasu particle.
Oh
Now,
yes,
if
yes.
you want a full and proper analysis of this is probably hard physics, not my area of expertise. I have some knowledge of it, so I'll do my best. But if you want better
I
insight,
can't get these to
I'm
fit
not
in
the
for whatever
best
reason.
person to go to. But I'll have a look. The mysterious Amaterasu particle may not be a proton at all. I don't know what the Amaterasu particle is, actually. Are they going to tell us? Well, they probably will. Um, I won't read the summary then. I'll read the whole thing. An ultra heavy particle may help explain one of the most puzzling mysteries in modern astrophysics, the origin of the most energetic particles ever detected. Ultra high energy cosmic rays are particles from space that slam into Earth with energies far beyond anything produced by human built particle accelerators, which is pretty impressive because we're quite good at that. Among the most extraordinary examples of the Amaterasu particle, which was detected by the telescope array in Utah in 2021 and
You never
named for
heard
the
of this
sun
before?
goddess in Japanese mythology, I may have done, but not for a long time.
Mm.
Its reported energy ranks it among the most powerful cosmic ray events ever observed, placing it in the same rare category as the oh my god particle recorded in 1991. Yet scientists still do not know where it came from or even exactly what it was. Ultra heavy cosmic rays, new research led by scientists at Penn State and published in Physical Review letters, suggests that some of the highest energy cosmic rays may be atomic nuclei heavier than iron. Atomic nuclei are the compact centers of atoms made up of protons and neutrons. They hold almost all of an atom's mass while taking up only a tiny part of its total volume, which is why neutronium is so fucking crazy.
Yes.
And sci-fi drastically overuses it. According to the team's calculations, these ultra-heavy nuclei may lose energy more slowly than protons or lighter nuclei while crossing intergalactic space. That means they could survive the journey to Earth while still carrying extreme amounts of energy. The work carried out with collaborators at the Yukawa Institute for Theoretical Physics in Japan, they got in on that given it's their god's name,
Yeah.
Virginia Tech and other institutions, may help scientists identify the types of cosmic objects powerful enough to launch such particles. Well, my initial guess would be on big black holes because they have a accretion disk, and then
Yes.
perpendicular to that, they shoot out massive rays
Yes.
of, I
Particles.
think, gamma rays and other
Yes.
particles. Yeah,
Yes.
and they that's some of the most powerful destructive stuff in the universe,
Mm-hmm.
other than a pure black hole. The ray it shoots
Yes.
out can travel across space, and if one of those happened to like pass over Earth, even just briefly, it would be catastrophic.
Yeah.
So we're lucky that
That thus far it's
I
not
think we've got
happened.
the
Yes.
benefit. We've got the benefit of square laws or whatever, where the distance means the angle has to be extremely precise, so
Yes.
it's very unlikely to ever happen. Not impossible. Ultra high energy cosmic rays could only be accelerated um, by some of the most powerful sources in the universe, said Kota Murase, professor of physics and of astronomy and astrophysics in the Penn State, blah, blah, blah. When we detect individual cosmic ray particles, such as the Amaterasu particle here on Earth, we can often use their energies, arrival directions, and expected magnetic deflections to infer their possible cosmic sources. The Amaterasu particle mystery. The Amaterasu particle has been especially difficult to explain because its estimated arrival direction traces back to a cosmic void. That's not
Yes.
convenient, is it? A region of space with no
No.
clear source capable of producing ultra high energy cosmic rays. The origins and acceleration mechanisms of ultra high energy cosmic rays
One of
have
my
been
stories
among
was
the
they think
biggest
they found a
mysteries.
galaxy with no dark matter in it, which is interesting as well.
That's interesting.
Yes.
In the field for more than 60 years, this is the first example was reported, these rare particles can exceed 100 electron volts. That's crazy. 100 quintillion electron volts. Whenever you have to use the psi prefix exa, something's up. Because what is that? Is that is it quintillion or sextillion? It's a lot. I think it's
It's a
peta
lot.
than
It's a
exa.
fucking lot.
So I think that is sextillion.
Is it?
Because tera is trillion.
Mm-hmm.
Peta is quadrillion.
Yes.
No, exa would therefore be
Sexto.
quintillion.
Quint 7.
No, quin is 5.
Is it?
Sept is 7.
Sept is 7. Quint. Yeah.
Or sometimes hect. But hect is also 100. Oh no, sorry, hept, not hecht,
Hept, yes. And
but usually
octave's
sept.
easy. Non.
Yes.
Sorry,
Uh,
this is a very boring
Listen, I think you
conversation.
and I have a large overlap of autism in the Venn diagram, and
Yes.
psi prefixes and other like quantity prefixes are definitely in there.
Yeah.
Uh, that makes them about 7 orders of magnitude or 10 million times more energetic than particles accelerated inside the Large Hadron Collider. That's crazy.
Yeah.
The world's largest, most powerful particle accelerator. The amateur particle was reported at about 240 extra-electron volts. That's even more, giving one tiny cosmic ray particle in roughly the kinetic energy of a fast-moving tennis ball. Jesus Christ, that's so much. This makes it one of the most
Holy
energetic
shit.
cosmic rays ever detected. Can you imagine, like, something that is smaller than you can imagine hits you with the force of a tennis ball from billions of light years away? So crazy. These highest energy cosmic rays are thought to come from extreme astrophysical sources like two neutron stars colliding or a massive star collapsing, Morassi said. For many cosmic ray events taken together, their energy distribution, arrival direction pattern, and statistically inferred composition provide important clues about where these particles came from and how they are accelerated. To investigate what kinds of particles could still reach Earth at such extraordinary energies, the researchers ran detailed computer simulations. They modeled how particles of different sizes would gain or lose energy while traveling through intergalactic space. Our research showed that at energies comparable to that of the Amaterasu particle, ultra-heavy nuclei lose energy more slowly than protons or intermediate mass. Could it be time dilation that causes that to go more slowly? I'm not sure if that would work.
Potentially.
I might be completely off on
Well,
that. But if
no,
it's
no, no. If it's these are coming off of a black hole, then yeah, you would have time dilation near the accretion disk.
no,
So
but I mean, if it's moving that fast, because I know that if you're on a ship and you're traveling, let's say, from one side of the galaxy to another at near light speed, it would feel like less time to you
yes,
than it would be in total.
I mean
I might be way
theoretically,
off on this, but it'd be
this
amazing
stuff's all
if this thing was.
highly theoretical, including time
It'd be
dilation
amazing if
near
this
the
thing
accretion
was with
disk or
all
near
this.
the event horizon.
Yes,
You know,
it would get it there, but it'd be amazing if this thing was so heavy and so fast that it was actually it was holding together because of time dilation. That would be amazing. I'm not sure if that makes sense though.
no,
Um,
no, potentially there's some quantum stuff probably also happening here that's way beyond my comprehension.
well,
So
I don't know. It might not be necessary to understand quantum stuff to understand why it's
mm,
happening, but it might be.
maybe.
There's a pretty strong border between the two conceptually.
Well, yes,
Make them
it could
better
just
able
be
to between the sort
gravitational
of like
forces. Yes.
effectively deterministic and probabilistic or likely
Mm,
probabilistic, making them better able to survive cosmic distances and reach Earth at extreme energies. We are not saying that all ultra high energy cosmic rays are ultra heavy nuclei, but if some of the highest energy events are ultra heavy nuclei, that would impact how we search for their sources. I guess
right.
because it could be affected by gravity then, not very much, it's so small, but that could change its trajectory at some
You always
point.
have to calculate in gravity for everything. Honestly, the universal constant. You have to. You have to adjust for it
Uh,
and account for it.
The team's calculations also set new limits on how much these ultra heavy nuclei may contribute to the full population of observed ultra high energy cosmic rays. The most promising sites for producing and accelerating such ultra heavy nuclei are massive star deaths involving explosive collapse into black holes, strongly magnetized neutron stars. I mean, neutron stars are crazy enough already
Yes.
magnetizing them
Yeah.
as well as binary neutron star mergers known to be powerful gravitational wave emitters. Weird that they're not mentioning black hole mergers, which are surely even more powerful. These violent cosmic phenomena can also power gamma ray bursts, which is what I was talking about earlier,
Mm,
that are among the most energetic explosions in the universe. A contribution from these sources could also help explain a possible difference seen between the northern and southern skies in the ultra high energy cosmic ray spectrum. If ultra heavy nuclei contribute significantly at the highest energies, future data could indicate a composition heavier than iron, which I would have thought that they would have figured out if it is just an element being propelled,
mm.
but I guess it maybe isn't. Maybe it's not even an element; it's some other composition
Yeah,
of
potentially.
subatomic particles.
Potentially.
Future
Mm,
observatories may be able to test these ideas. Murasi said next generation facilities, including the proposed Auger Prime in Argentina and the proposed Global Cosmic Ray Observatory, or GCRO, could look for the predicted signatures. Additional theoretical work on cosmic explosions involving black. Are you being attacked again?
you see, little bastard. Ah!
Yeah. Are you sure it
No,
wasn't on a string?
no, it's not a no, no, no. damn it! Why do I keep being attacked by bugs?
Chat, if you have
Yourself
great
again.
sympathy for Aiden, you can click that button to the right of the live chat input box and super chat, and we'll get her certain bodyguards to protect her from the bugs. This is not a
Who's gonna
legally
protect
binding
me from the
contract.
bugs?
We'll hire a bodyguard. This is not a legally binding contract. Chat.
Wait, yes. Also, we're
yes.
probably not gonna be here much longer. If you have enjoyed the
We're
stream
going to
in
wrap
any
up
way,
soon.
yes, if you enjoyed the stream
If you
in
enjoy
any
these
way,
streams, you want them to continue.
I want them to continue because, like, this is a new channel. By the way, again, new video very soon. I'm about halfway done editing it, but it'll take a little bit longer. So if you have in any way enjoyed the stream, be around for a bit longer. If you'd like to leave your support in the form of a super chat, that would be very much appreciated for us to continue doing these. That would be great. Thank you guys.
Yes. We've pretty much missed the chance for me to put the bee suit on at this point.
Well,
we
yeah,
didn't
it's
get
too
there.
late now. It's too late now.
Yeah.
But what
if
would
you
you
like, I could do my space story. Unless you have another.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. 1 second. I think Bill's gonna come up, so I'm gonna turn my camera off.
Okay. No worries. Saturn's icy moon is the perfect place to settle, NASA scientist argues. Your mic's still on, Aiden. Oh, it's just for me. Never mind. God damn it. Okay, I'm going to have to mute her on my end, which means that I won't be able to hear when she's back. But, you know, having Aiden muted is generally a good idea. Saturn's icy moon is the perfect place to settle, NASA scientist argues. It's absolutely brimming with resources, it says. Holy shit, it's like Africa. Saturn's largest moon, Titan, is the only satellite in the solar system to feature an atmosphere, which is almost 50% bigger than the Earth's. Cool. I didn't know this about Titan, actually. I didn't know that there was a moon around Saturn with, well, I guess I would have guessed that, because there's the ice one with the potential subsurface ocean. I think I would have guessed that that has at least some atmosphere. But I didn't know about this, actually. And while NASA's Dragonfly mission is still many years from launch, the space agency's scientists are already wondering how the moon could fit into our distant future efforts to move beyond our home planet. I imagine it's quite chilly, though, over there on Titan. Quite cold, quite brisk. So probably not the best place to go out and about. Wouldn't it be weird though if there was another planet on our solar system that just happened to have a compatible atmosphere with life on Earth? Not likely. So we're going to have to put habitats there, but it may be more hospitable than somewhere like Mars. In a new paper currently being peer-reviewed, a team of scientists led by NASA Goddard Space Flight Center astronomer Connor Nixon explored the many potential uses for the abundant, useful resources on Titan. It's such a lucrative source of complex hydrocarbons, both in their liquid and solid forms, it could serve as an extremely valuable rest stop during trips into deep space. Just go there for a Titan-made fuel. Welcome, Aiden. We're talking about Titan.
Hello. Oh, cool. I'm no longer being attacked by bugs, so that's good.
Fair enough.
Also,
that's even compared to establishing a permanent presence.
I have defense.
Nice. On the moon or Mars, which are worlds where such hydrocarbons like methane are far more difficult to come by, as I said, yeah. So Titan may be more hospitable than Mars, much further away. It's a moon around Saturn, but still. Quote, this combination of abundant, reduced carbon. Thank you, Buck Rockroy.
Thank you, Buck Rockroy. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the new channel.
I love ChatGPT. I love it.
Thank you. And you also say thank you for the new channel. You're very welcome. Again, new video very soon. I'm about halfway, a little under halfway through editing it. I have to go out into a field. There's that little bastard. I have to go out into a field and, sorry. The bugs that the massive bugs that have flown into my house. I have to go out into a field and record myself in front of a cow. So that's the only big obstacle yet. Thank you, Buck Rockboy.
Once you've done that, get a still frame or a short 5-second clip of the video of you standing in front of the cow.
Okay.
And then tell the AI to continue it and give it instructions like unrealistic. See what it can make you do.
What do you want to happen here, sir? What kind of degenerate shit are you proposing?
Degenerate? Calm down, Aiden. But I'm thinking that things will just sort of like warp and flip and you'll like do a backflip over the cow and then it'll fly up into the sky. It'll be hilarious.
Uh-huh.
And because it's based on a real video, you can... No! You're the one that brought that up. We can put it at the end of your video as like a blooper. It's like, and here's what happened after we were done with the... after we were done.
The big thing is I have
filming.
to ask whatever farmer we ask, which I know we're going to, is how much does the cow weigh? It's the most important part of the whole thing, and it's like you probably haven't weighed it in a while. So when you last took a when you last,
Payment. Chat, excuse her, she's ill, okay?
I am legitimately, my throat is actually hurts so much, to be honest. I'll be okay, but my throat has. I told you I got back from a massive airport full of tons of people. I get a sore throat, inevitably, and it's not just that. I've got other things going on. However, I think that will be it for the evening because I am starting to lose my voice entirely. So,
All right. One
that's all
quick
cool.
thing before we go, though.
Yes.
The one time I showed the Minion article that chat could see, you
Put it.
missed
Can
it.
you put it up? Put up the fucking minion image you kept flashing at me. Put it up.
It's quite funny.
Oh, sorry. Before we go, there's a very important question also that has to be asked. Who won? Who won today?
Now, come on, chat. Look at what's on screen right now and tell me I didn't win. George Lucas loves the Minions.
Do you see what he kept flashing this at
Welcome
me?
to this cursed planet, chat.
And so, I love how you've had to admit you're fucking gaslighting. That
What?
kept being like, oh, Aiden's
I would
hallucinating
only
that there's
ever
minions showing up.
Gaslight for
And
the
you kept-
purposes of entertainment.
Oh, for the purpose of entertainment, was it?
Yes, it was
I
very
have a fly
entertaining.
swatter here. I'm not afraid to use it, okay?
Then go ahead and use it on the fly, sure.
Well, you're acting a bit. You're bugging me, okay?
Oh, you're saying I'm fly, are you? Oh, well, that's a bit of an archaic compliment, but I'll accept it.
No, I'm saying you're bugging me. Uzlu, I think you're winning this week.
Chat, vote on the poll. There's only 4 votes and there's 70
Oh
or
my
80 of you
goodness.
watching.
It looks so far like Uzlu's gonna win.
I'm actually very surprised.
That's the first time. That would be a first time. That'd be a first time Uzlu win.
I thought I had some decent articles today.
You did. I think you did better than I did, honestly. So.
Well, when the poll ends, I'll reveal something fun to you about the articles that I had today. Chat.
Which is?
You're supposed to be able to conceive of logic, Aiden, when the poll ends. And you're like, well, tell me now.
Yeah, tell me now.
No, I'll tell you when the poll ends.
I've got my triangle ready.
What's the triangle for?
For whenever you reveal the truth.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it's for?
Yes. That's what the triangles. That's what the oranges are for. And the triangle
What's
is
the
for.
triangle really for, Aiden?
So I could ring it. You get it? The triangle is for. So you can ring it?
No.
Yeah.
I don't understand
that's what
why
triangle
you have a
you
why
don't
you
you
have
say
the
are you
triangle,
telling me
Aiden.
are you telling me no, a triangle is not for ringing?
I'm telling you I'm not sure why you'd be ringing it.
That's why.
Well, I mean, I can't hear it. It wasn't coming through. Your stream might have been able to, but my
Maybe.
audio filters might have been cutting it off, or maybe it wasn't coming through the stream either.
Okay.
Thank you, Ghost of a Rose, who says common Oozloo W. It's very rare for me to
very
find
rare.
any appreciation when I go on someone else's stream, particularly you Broken Crown.
But this isn't someone else's stream. This is our collective stream.
True.
So, you know.
True. It is someone
You're
else's
winning.
channel, but
You've
it's
won.
it's
I'd
our
say
stream.
you've won the poll for the
It's at
first
69.
time. It is at 69. Very nice. Now, that's the first time you've won the poll. So, that we've done
Not
this.
the first time I've had the best stories, but yeah.
It is the first time that you have. In fact, it is, yes. Very good for you.
You've only won the poll 3 or 4 times, so we can't know that scientifically. Aiding the scientist.
Bill has given me a very strong warning against you every triangle. It's loud as fuck. It's very loud and annoying.
I'm sure it is. Yeah. Stop the poll, Aiden, or it'll leave 69%.
Oh. Well. Whoops.
Oh, broken. Oh well.
All right, so you've won tonight, Uzlu.
Okay.
What do you want?
Here's what to reveal about the stories I had today.
Mm-hmm.
Literally about 10 minutes. It's how long I had before I started looking for stories.
I spent all day.
You spent all week.
Yes, I spent my whole
been looking
week.
at, researching all
finding
week.
them, and then I spent the whole day putting things together.
I'm
Quetzalcoatl,
Seems to
why
work okay
Aiden?
most of
Why
the time.
you of all people? I don't know. I don't. What? Getting the triangle out. Anyway,
Thank you for joining us, chat.
yeah, I spend the whole week doing this stuff. However,
You do. It is your job.
However, I
spend the whole week,
I think you came up with better articles this week. I think mine were a bit weak, and I felt that they were a bit weak. So
it's because there were no bird and bee articles.
that was it. There was no birds and no bees. That was the problem.
That was it.
I need to look,
We've discovered the meta.
I must
to
look
win
harder
the poll.
for birds and for bees. But that is it for the evening tonight, friends. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you,
we'll
chat.
see you all next week. Cheers. And bye-bye.
See you next week. Or come and join Inkabal just after the stream.
Yes, Inkabal also join the